Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome to the hybrid commission meeting of April 3rd, 2024. Sorry everyone for the late start, but let's get right to it. I'm going to ask our city clerk, Rafael Granado, to provide the Zoom information, any other information.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the temporary commission chamber located at Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225 in Miami Beach, Florida. Members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the temporary chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center, or they may participate virtually during the meeting by doing as follows. You may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on your smart device or on the web at zoom.us. The telephone numbers to call are 305-224-1968 or toll-free 888-475-4499. Again, the toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. We're actually going to take a couple of ceremonial items, important ceremonial items, before we get to Sutniks. I'm going to ask Father Juan Sosa from St. Joseph to give the invocation. Please.
Oh, okay.
Well, the mic, that would be.
From the mic, yes.
Yeah.
Good
Thank
morning. You. Yes. It's good to be back.
It's good to have you with us.
Thank you. There's always a time to open our hearts in thanksgiving during this time for the favors God showers upon us, our families, and our neighbors. The call of Ramadan, Passover, and Easter, by the way, are the best times set aside for believers to appreciate God's everlasting gift of life, of peace, and companionship. As Psalm 47 reminds us, God reigns over the nations. God sits upon his holy throne. So the Christian community, for instance, recalls what St. Paul wrote to the community of Philippi, a community he knew so well in Asia Minor. Quote, "The Lord is near to all who call upon him. Have no anxiety, but in everlasting by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, make your requests known to God." So the question is, what is our request during these times? We pray this morning as we echo the Judeo-Christian roots of our community. Almighty and eternal God, you have revealed your glory to all elected officials and their assistants who strive to guide the people entrusted to their care by working together for the common good of Miami Beach residents in peace and harmony. Assist them with your spirit of counsel and fortitude, that their work may be conducted in righteousness. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their deliberations and strategies in all their proceedings, so that as they seek to promote peace and safety in our community and in our streets, with all of its diversity, they may continue to guard our welfare and build up a better future for all residents. Aware of your powerful protection, enable them to continue to discharge their duties with honesty and visibility, and keep them safe from all forms of hatred or prejudice, from misunderstanding or the poor use of authority. So, in a very simple way, during this time of Thanksgiving, we lift up this prayer to you, who are Lord and God of all, forever and ever. Amen.
Father Sosa, thank you so much for your powerful words of inspiration. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance now. I'm going to ask our city manager, Alina Hudak, to lead us, but we could all recite together. Good job, city manager. I only gave you 1 minute's notice, too. So
I'm glad I didn't forget it.
exactly. I'm actually going to turn the floor to Commissioner Tanya Bott. We're going to have a celebration of Women's Month, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor. This is very quick and very happy making at the end of, as we have come to the end of March and have had a safe and successful March. March was obviously also, in addition to being March Madness and spring break, it was also Women's History Month. And women obviously make history every day, but we wanted to commemorate the work that was done by the Women's Committee, led by Dr. Lynette Long, and done with the help of the amazing Monica Mateo Salinas, who is Commissioner Alex Fernandez's aide. And led by, or with the support from Miami Design Preservation League and Daniel Seraldo and his team. There was a beautiful installation in Lomas Park celebrating female superstars, not figuratively, but literally, actually performing superstars who have a deep connection to Miami Beach. There's a link to it on our website. It's something we hope to do continuously in various forms, but that's another topic for another time. But in the meanwhile, I invite you to take a look at the monitors and watch the video commemorating the event, and enjoy.
We tell our citizens and the rest of the world that we value women, but that's not exactly true. The image of elected officials.
I guess on behalf of the men of the Miami Beach City Commission, first and foremost, to congratulate and honor the incredible women with whom we serve.
We have become a city that is really welcoming and inclusive for lots of different people.
We've only had one female mayor in Miami Beach, and now we have 3 commissioners, and we have our first female city manager.
Happy International Women's Day to everybody. MDPL really took this project under their wing. They did an amazing job with this art exhibit.
And just behind you all is the memorial to our founder, Barbara Baer Kaufman, whose vision to preserve, protect, and promote the Art Deco lives on today.
Last year, we put up an exhibit very similar with 10 Florida history makers. And the way you can celebrate these women is take their pictures, take the posters, and post it on Facebook so that people all over the world see what Miami Beach does. It's a positive legacy for our city, and it also says we do care about women, and we are a female-friendly city. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show.
And to end on a positive note, late breaking news, the exhibition has actually been extended through the month of April due to popular demand. So if you haven't wandered by yet, please do so. Not today, not now, but after the commission meeting or anytime throughout the month of April. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. That was very nice. Let's start the Sutnick Hour.
Yes, Mayor, everyone's going to have 2 minutes. When you come up front, please state your name and address. Please go ahead. I'm going to start with you, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nicole Morse, and I live in West Palm Beach. I want to speak today to the item on the agenda about the behavior of public officials. I'm especially concerned about the behavior of the mayor on March 13th at the meeting here, where the mayor leveled baseless accusations at people attempting to speak, and also called for the extrajudicial, extralegal arrest of individuals who had not broken any law. It's extremely troubling for a public official to do such a thing, to urge the police to arrest people who have not broken the law, to call for extrajudicial, extralegal arrests of individuals. And this is especially troubling because these statements were false. They also appear to be part of the mayor's personal agenda to advocate for the interests of a foreign government. And I know this because I was one of the 3 people who purchased a ticket to see Alan Dershowitz speak at Temple Emmanuel in February. And when I heard the things that he was saying, urging for increased violence against Palestinians, to increase the deaths in Gaza, I was not able to stay quiet. And I did speak up in the event, and I was removed. No laws were broken.
You could have been arrested.
No laws were broken.
You could have been arrested. The police, in their
Sir,
discretion, did not do so.
I believe I'm speaking to, and I have 33 seconds left. So no laws were broken. It was also not a prayer meeting. It has been described as people being at prayer. Instead, people were rallying around a warmonger who was calling for increased violence.
I'm not
That
gonna,
is not a prayer meeting.
By the way, you've broken the code
And
of
I would
conduct.
like
You've
to-
criticized me. You've now criticized a speaker, a well-renowned
Yes,
person.
I'm criticizing your behavior because there's an item on the agenda
Yes,
about
and
the
you can
behavior
talk,
of
and you
public
can talk about
officials.
that, but I'm not going to allow you to denigrate people here publicly. It's
So,
just that's not the way we do things. I'm not
please-
going to allow you to do it.
I'm going to say one more time that I think any public official calling for extrajudicial, extralegal arrests of citizens to urge the agenda of a foreign government
Thank you, Ms.
is
Morse.
inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go virtually this time. We're going to go to Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I will repeat the text I just sent to the mayor and the email, which I copied some of you on, which read, "Shut up." I called to support items C7G and C4G, one of which is in fact sponsored by the mayor. And I would caution that abandoning one of the 2 slopes of our moral high ground, that is our democracy, endangers the other. I hope the mayor and his ideological companions get my point. You may not undermine the U.S. Constitution. You may not act as a foreign agent without registering. Shame on you for politicizing from the dais and violating the Constitution. With that being said, I want to thank all the commissioners for all their good work recently, despite the mayor's repeated distractions from our tasks at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Name, address. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
My name is Donna Neville, and I am a resident of Miami Beach. I would like to speak to the agenda item about civil behavior of public officials. At the last meeting, I was one of the people treated extremely uncivilly. I was yelled at and had the mic shut down and had lies screamed at me, and the tape of the meeting proves that. When the mic was shut down, I had been talking about the importance of protest and said that I wish there had been more protests when my people, the Jewish people, were being slaughtered by the Nazis. and I wish that more than you can imagine. I continue to believe from the bottom of my heart, grounded in the values I learned about what it means to be Jewish, that political protest is critical, that calling for justice is an obligation, and that never again has to mean never again for anyone. And that is why our right to protest at this moment is more crucial than ever. So we can say loud and clear to Israel and all its supporters, stop the genocide against the Palestinian people.
You keep doing it. You
now.
just can't help yourself. You just cannot help yourself. This is a nonpartisan commission. That's exactly what I said. And you know what? It's funny how you saved it for last. And by the way, I didn't say any lies. I just stated the facts. I think we have a caller on Zoom. Ralph?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is State Rep Randy Fine. Mr. Fine, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hopefully you can hear me.
can.
I'm
Thank
State
you.
Representative Randy Fine. I live in Melbourne Beach, Florida, and I've never done something like this. I've never called into a city council meeting ever, but I was asked to do so by Commissioner Suarez or Councilman Suarez. And I'm glad I'm not there because it looks like you've got a COVID problem in the room based on what I'm seeing from some of the previous speakers. You must have an outbreak down there that we don't have anywhere else. I don't know about the civil behavior that you're talking about, but I was sent a video of crimes that were committed, targeted at Jewish people outside of a synagogue several weeks ago. And as the sponsor of a bill that we passed in the legislature, House Bill 269, I wanted to let the city know that you have an obligation to arrest, charge, and prosecute people who target other people based on their religion. The video that I saw clearly showed that, and every person involved in it, this didn't happen in your chamber. I'm not sure what people are talking about there, but this video that I have seen showed people who should have been arrested and should have been charged with either first-degree misdemeanors or third-degree felonies. When we pass laws in Tallahassee, they aren't optional to be enforced. And that happened here, and Jewish residents of your city were unsafe. And I just wanted to let you know that we take that very seriously, and we expect better moving forward in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Ken Barnes, and I live in North Miami. A few weeks ago, I came before you via video to express my views on a subject on which I feel quite passionate, the war in Gaza. Shortly after beginning my talk, Mayor Minor abruptly and heatedly interrupted me and said I was being anti-Semitic. To me, this was not helpful and surely didn't foster communication and understanding. I was just expressing my views, which are a right in a democratic society. In fact, freedom of speech and expression, as you well know, especially about political and other public issues, is the very lifeblood of our democracy. For democracies to flourish, the many voices expressing different or even contrary ideas and opinions must be tolerated and listened to. But beyond the content, there was the issue of how I was treated. In the ordinance before you today, it states that elected officials are expected to treat the public with respect in any interaction, including during public hearings. To let you know, I felt disrespected. That you were not giving your full attention to me, but simultaneously thinking of what you would say to me because you were offended. At the same time, you could not have been actively listening, in the true sense of the word listening, as you were in your mind preparing your own remarks. In essence, I believe you went outside the professional bounds of your role as mayor and commissioner. And I repeat, listening, communication, and understanding go a long way towards our respecting each other. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is virtually, it's Robin Rosenbaum. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm longtime resident, Miami Beach resident Robin Rosenbaum from 921 Euclid. I am calling in this morning to speak in regard to item R5P, which is in regard to the charter boats and watercraft on the Indian Creek Waterway. I'm speaking on behalf of Miami Beach Rowing Club, an amazing institution that's been here for many years on the beach at 6500 Indian Creek Drive. Many of us know it as the Shane Rowing Center that was established 30 years ago by Dr. Ronald Shane. And like many Miami Beach families, I'm very privileged to have two kids that have been in the program for many years. We have every day they are rowing in small boats on Indian Creek. And it's beautiful to watch. It's an amazing program for not just school kids that are in middle school and high school, but adaptive rowers with disabilities. And I'm speaking about the personal experience of seeing how unsafe it can be for our kids, our Miami Beach residents, to be rowing in small rowboats, practicing for competitions on the weekends and every day after school with really large watercraft that are not obeying the rules and regulations and swamp their boats and can capsize their boats. And I've even been a marshal at some of the races on the weekends and seen how boats don't slow down. You know, and I've also gone to pick up my kids in the evenings or on the weekends from practice and seen the charter boats tie up illegally behind the
Thank you so much,
shingle.
ma'am. Appreciate it. Next, please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Alan Levine. I'm a resident of Miami Beach. I'm speaking to 2 items on the agenda. The first is the civility ordinance. Let me say, first of all, the idea that an ordinance has to be passed in order for the mayor and the commissioners to know that they ought to treat people with respect is rather laughable. But in fact, you don't know your responsibilities because the last time you were so terribly abusive to me and other speakers. And you did it again today, Mr. Minor. You did it again to Ms. Morse. You did it to Ms. Neville. You shouldn't be interrupting people. You're supposed to be listening to people. Secondly, you have an item on the agenda about hiring security personnel. One of the duties that you purportedly are hiring them for is to handle protests. Protests involve serious issues of criminal law, constitutional rights. Those should be handled by sworn police officers. You should remove from the duties of the security guards that you intend to contract for the obligation to handle protests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker virtually is Andy. Andy, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Andrew Dively from the Sunset Harbor Boaters Association, and today I would like to echo the concerns about the behaviors of public officials. I'd like to talk about Commissioner Suarez's behaviors towards the boaters.
By the way, I'm just going to interrupt. It actually is a violation to mention commissioners or electeds by name. So
Okay, I apologize. The person who I'm talking about used a drone and instructed his wife to use a drone, which we have on recording, to harass the boaters in the bay. It violates laws of voyeurism. It violates laws of harassment. It violates FAA Part 103 about hazardous operation of an aircraft. And yet this behavior continues. One of our members of our community was assaulted by one of the condo owners and violently pushed off the dock at Maurice Gibbs Park. We have it on video, and that individual is going to be in court and going to be prosecuted and in the process of being prosecuted. And furthermore, I would like to say that we have a First Amendment right that we need to protect so that we do not turn into communist Cuba like Fidel Castro, where we have little dictators trying to push people around and intimidate people and take people's rights away. We need to protect the First Amendment right before anything else. And furthermore, these commissioners, these individuals can say all these lies about the voters. They get to disparage us at these meetings, and you're saying we can't rebut that? We can't fight back and name them? They should be publicly named in this forum, because this behavior is not acceptable from a public official. And what this individual has done to contact people's employers, I've had multiple voters
Thank you,
file
sir. Your
police
time is
report.
up. I appreciate it. State Representative, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Welcome, Representative Basabi. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of the commission. Fabian Basabi, 9 Island Avenue. First, I came here to tell you guys what an amazing event yesterday. Thank you so much. I think that yesterday's event was a real, just proof of what a real partnership can accomplish. And also, thank you for acknowledging the readiness of the state and how willing we are to partner with you on all your endeavors. You guys are a great team, and I really am honored to be working with you guys. I am going to come back at a later date with a legislative update because we're still waiting on some things to be officially signed off by the governor, so I don't want to break it off into pieces. I am going to add something, though, and I do appreciate Representative Fine being here. I am a proud co-sponsor of HB 269. And I'm so sorry for what we're dealing with in this city. And I thank you all for your patience and welcoming everyone's voices. But at the same time, laws will be enforced. Public disturbances are up to the discretion of officers, and the state fully backs any initiative that you put forward. I also came to just make sure I've spoken to some of you individually, but I wanted to make you all aware of something that I was dealing with a local organization. Miami Beach Pride has precluded me from registering and entering and marching in their parade. I don't know where you stand on this. I just wanted to make sure you were all aware of it. I wanted to know if you support the decision made by them. The president or the chairman's, Mr. Horwich's quote was his #1 priority as chairman is safety and the parade at the festival. The board decides who can be in the parade, which is everybody, as long as you're not a threat to spectators and other participants. I realize this is something that's a violation of my civil liberties, and I just wanted to make sure you're all aware of it and engage your responses of it. And you have so much more work to do than this, so I appreciate your time. Anyway, good to see you all.
Thank you for being here. And we look forward to the legislative update.
Our next virtual speaker is Giselle Cement. Mr. Cement, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir. State your name and address.
Morning, everybody. Akhil Cement, 4333 Adams Avenue. Just wanted to take a minute, unlike surprisingly a lot of the other speakers that we heard from today, to really thank our entire commission for thinking about the actual residents of Miami Beach. We certainly, speaking as an Orthodox Jew, have felt somewhat unsafe based on the recent tenor and of the conversations and the protests happening in the city. So thanks to the mayor, thanks to the commission for taking a stand and really standing up for what's right. If you look around the country, you look around the world, there are a lot of elected officials who don't have a spine or backbone, can't take that stand. So thanks to you all, and you really are kind of setting an example for the rest of the country and world. So thank you all, keep it up, and have a wonderful day. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is Dexter Milton, 8-year resident, Miami Beach, West Avenue, member of the Black Affairs Committee. Want to say, first of all, thank you to the commission for all of your support of the Black Affairs Committee. I want to say thank you to the Miami Beach Police Department for their work this year with spring break. Things were much better. Thank you, Chief Jones. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez, for appointing me, Commissioner Magazine. Also, I wanted to just basically touch on the outstanding job that, once again, that the police department did this year. That was really important to me because being an 8-year resident here, I've seen how bad spring break had gotten, and to see the way that the chief and the police department has reined it in and just has it more civil and safe for tourists and residents alike. I just wanted to say, once again, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Our next virtual speaker is Linda D. Linda, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Linda Diamond and I live in Miami Beach. I'm calling in regarding topic C4V, relocating cats from the dunes. Couple things there. It's been accused that the cats are causing issues within the dunes. As a matter of fact, they aren't. They help keep away rats and roaches and so forth. I know the city has been working on getting some invasive species out of the dunes, which I believe is causing some of the perception that the cats are causing damage, but they are not. The city's environmental resource manager has been working on the dune area. Also, there are thousands of cats that cover the dune area. And my question would be, where would you move them? The only answer would be into residential communities, and thousands of cats being moved to residential communities would not go over well, I can assure you. Also, it's illegal. Florida statute states that you cannot relocate or abandon cats in other areas. The 828.12 and 828.13 for more information on that. Also, it's not effective. It's pretty much impossible. If you move a bunch of cats from an area, it now becomes an open territory. Cats bond with their territory. They will come back. They will find a way to cross a busy street to get back to their territories. Then you run the risk of causing car accidents, killing more cats. And in addition, other cats will move in. So the plan to relocate does not work. As a matter of fact, back in March of 2022, this was also brought up to potentially remove cats from one of the parks. And after the presentation and facts were presented, this was withdrawn because it was deemed as ineffective, would be very costly, and at the end, you would not get the result you're looking for. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. We have 10 minutes left, so the lady who is the last one there with the mask, you're the last one on and virtually I'm going to call everyone with their hands raised. So please go ahead, sir, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Mike Simpson, 925 West 47th Court, Miami Beach, Florida. Also, I represent Biscayne Lady Venetian Lady Yacht Charters, my business. I've been a resident for 17 years on Miami Beach. And I come today to ask respectfully to defer this item. I feel that this item has moved very fast. I believe there's some necessary understanding of some of the facts that have taken place and that are happening. And I totally agree with all the concerns from the lady with the rowboat to Mid-Beach neighborhood associations. It has been out of control. And most of the talk is about the illegal operators, about the illegal pickups, about the illegal dockings. I've had a BTR with my company for 17 years. My family's been operating in Indian Creek for 60 years. We're federally regulated vessels. We have licensed crew, licensed captains. So I respectfully ask for a deferral to discuss this and try to find a happy median to allow us legal operators to continue to do our business and support Miami Beach, support the tourism. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Anna Gala. Ms. Gala, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, Commissioner Mayor. I'm calling with regards, I'm a resident of Miami Beach, North Miami Beach to be specific, and I'm calling in with regards to the cat removal from the dunes. As my previous speaker, Linda, mentioned, it is proven to be ineffective. And it's sentencing basically the cats for sure death, and they will return to the area as they are territorial animals. The only way we can control the cat population is by sponsoring programs like Trap, Nurture, Release. And we would like to request for that help to the numerous volunteers that do this work and the volunteers that feed the cats daily. The cats are healthy, they have care, and they have support that they need right now. Moving them, there is not enough sanctuaries and shelters in the city and the area to handle that amount of cats. And as spoken before, it will be ineffective and it will just bring disturbance to the residents that will end up poisoning them. We deal with that every day, everybody who is on the ground and doing all the volunteer work. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you so much. Sir, go ahead, state your name. You have 2 minutes, name and address, please.
My name is Alexei Afonin, 1661 West Avenue. First, I want to thank commissioners and Mr. Mayor for doing a good job on spring break and Ultra Festival. I barely noticed them. Now, I understand we have a problem in Sunset Bay. There are too many boats, and some of them, almost a half of them, are abandoned, neglected, derelict. But some of them, maybe 15–20%, are liveaboard, and those are good boats. I get compliments on my boat. I'm one of those liveaboard, how beautiful my boat is. And we take care of our boats, and they're fully functional. Now let's deal with this problem in civilized manner. Cutting access to shore that started restricting it greatly about 3 months ago while this is going on, it doesn't seem very civilized to me. It's very cruel, inhumane, borderline barbaric. It sends the message that these people are animals. They understand only force. We're not animals. We're human beings. We're proud American citizens and hardworking, tax-paying Miami Beach residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wayne Roberts, south of Fifth. I want to commend the commission for protecting the residents, the Jewish residents, from the screaming in their faces of shame, 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 or that's not protest. That's harassment. It could be viewed as anti-Semitism. And I want to set the record straight that Israel defended itself on October 7th, that Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, Russia, Assad killed 600,000 people in Syria, Kurds, mostly citizens, mostly just women and children, bombed the hell out of them, bombed their hospitals, and they would have done the same to Israel if they had the chance. And God protect Israel, God protect the United States, and they have no right. These people, these terrorists, are not genocidal.
Wayne, I had interrupted another speaker on talking about the political aspect, so I'm gonna have to be fair.
But I want to thank you. I want to thank you for protecting Jews in the United States that have nothing to do with the war, especially elderly Jews, from harassment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, Martin Smith, General Manager of Eden Rock Nobu, Miami Beach, 4525 Collins Avenue. I'm here to speak about Amendment WD1. While we acknowledge the community's valid concerns regarding noise, traffic, and illegal operators, we fear this ordinance, as currently proposed, may excessively impede the operations of establishments like the Fontainebleau and Eden Rock, which have been pillars of the community for decades. I respectfully request that today's hearing on this matter be deferred. Instead, I propose convening a meeting with the relevant stakeholders to comprehensively address the community's concerns while preserving the ability of long-standing operators to conduct business responsibly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Raquel Pacheco. Ms. Pacheco, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Raquel Pacheco, Miami Beach resident. Don't know where to start. I just want to say that my heart is broken to watch everything that's happening here, from the attacks on the drummers to the attacks on protesters, and the language that I'm hearing coming out of this dais. there seems to be no problem with, elected officials taking to social media and demonizing people and name calling people. But yet when the residents, when the public comes here to address you specifically, we get shut down. Furthermore, I'd like to bring your attention to the fact this is the United States of America. Protest is enshrined in our Constitution, and we have a legal right to free and open speech. The fact that the Jewish community, some Jewish community members, feel threatened or unsafe is really unfortunate, and I'm sorry that they feel that way, but that should not impede on the public's right to express themselves legally through the act of protest. So I just want to say, I want you to please pay special attention to that. I know Mayor Minor has said that this is a nonpartisan, but yet it seems to be completely partisan when it comes to his initiatives and his agenda items. He said specifically at the last meeting that his resolution had nothing to do with Israel, when in fact it was the word the Israel was mentioned within the first two paragraphs. So just want to point out to the hypocrisy, and I want to tell the people of Miami Beach that you need to pay particular attention to this commission. And I want to say shame on all of you up there who are not standing up for the rights of every resident under the United States Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead, state your name.
Just for the record, the resolution that we passed last time did not mention any country. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jose Frias. I live in the Marina Townhouse at the Bay, the Yacht Club Portofino. I'd like to thank all the mayor and all the commissioners for all the staff and the police department for all the great job you've done to keep our city safe. Especially David Suarez, because he's taking the lead on all the marine issues that we've been having for since COVID. As a resident of the Marina Bay Walk, I walk every day. Starting at 6:30 in the morning. I'm lucky. My family is lucky that is not here on my funeral, because what happened last Sunday early, it happened just right past my apartment where my dog and I will always walk. We fortunately that is no anybody funeral. I addressed this problem before. It's signs all over the Baywalk. Nobody enforce all electric vehicles or any vehicles that goes in there. It goes. Nobody cares. I have a right here. I gave it to you guys. It was a hammer 2.5 years ago on the Baywalk, and I wrote this 2 years ago after an afternoon of a charter boat customer when they picked their car from Marina Public Parking, Yacht Club Portofino, made the wrong turn to exit, broke the chain of the Yacht Club north side alley without notices, and continued on the Marina Bay Walk. They were lost. Okay, so here it is, the picture of the hammer. It's a police report on that. So about...
Thank you, sir. You're out of time. I'm sorry. Please go ahead. Good.
Jose, why don't you just finish up? 30 more seconds.
Thank you. About 3 years ago, former Commissioner Victor Diaz was advocating for the community since COVID. The last communication with Victor Diaz was, I asked, amongst a lot of things, some of the staff were involved, commissioners, police, chief of police, and all the officials, in this chain of emails. And then in this email, 3 years ago, it's called May 10, 2021, I asked, what about speed bumps to avoid accident before it happens? He answered to me, but that was 3 years ago. That would require city and Marina to care. They do know. That was 3 years ago. They do not even enforce current restriction. I have fight with code enforcement, the Miami Beach Police and the Marina Security, and don't try to fix a problem. I gave him up hope of any solution. No one cared. So sad. Remember, that was 3 years ago. Well, thank you very much.
Our next virtual speaker is Carolyn. Carolyn, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Carolyn, please unmute yourself.
So again, just like the other speaker was talking about, Linda, I think it's actually cruel. Those cats, I don't know, they're not bothering anybody. Those cats are fed by Sobe Cats. They have their feeders. There's really no issue to relocate them. We have a feral cat problem. A, they can't be taken to shelters because nobody's going to adopt a feral cat. They're unadoptable. B, we have this problem because of Miami Beach introduced cats in the early 1900s to get rid of the rats. So I don't know why this item has come up now, because really the cats are not endangering any plant or wildlife. They're controlled, they're fed. And as the previous speaker said, relocating them to where? Cats are very territorial. You take them a mile west and they're just going to try to come back to their dunes where they're used to. That's going to cause a whole bunch of accidents. Cats are going to get run over on the streets. So really it's just an item that I don't know why it's on there, because there's been a successful TNR program in place for many years now. And as long as we have the cat colonies under control, there's really no reason to do this. Those cats, everyone is clipped on the beach. They're not bothering anybody. They come out at early morning and sunset to be fed. There's really no need to relocate them because there's nowhere to relocate them to. Nobody wants them. And there's a lot of cat haters out there. And if they're relocated to the Miami Beach neighborhoods, their fate would be a lot worse. So thank you very much, and I hope you consider this amendment.
Thank you. Please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Seth Fior, 1330 West Avenue. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Manager, Chief Jones. Thank you, for all you guys, all the department heads, for changing the conversation for spring break. We won this battle, and we have lessons to learn. I trust everyone knows and believes this is not the Miami Beach we want in March. I'm hopeful that in the next few years, the conversation changes into one that is a lot more business friendly. Today, I would like to say a special thanks to Madam City Manager Alina Hudak. For all of your efforts, passion, and diligence. I've been a resident of Miami Beach since 2003 and a business owner here since 2004. In these 20-plus years and involvement with the city and community, you're the first manager that has earned the respect and buy-in from the department head, city employees, all the ones that I've spoken with. You're widely respected by so many of the residents and business owners of the community, and it's been a pleasure to collaborate with you each and every time I've had the chance to do so. You all know me as a happy-go-lucky guy who cares deeply about the city and happens to sell our amazing real estate. But in my past life, I was a management consultant for the likes of Royal Caribbean, KPMG, and Ernst & Young. If I were to put my consultant hat back on and look at what you've accomplished, I would fight to keep you in the seat you are in today. It's the right thing to do when looking at CEO qualifications and accomplishments. It's a whole lot smarter and easier than finding another candidate to fill the deep boots that you're leaving behind. Thank you guys all for your passion, your ears, and for what you're doing for our city.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is John. John, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is John Maida, M-A-I-D-A. My address is 2555 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach. Very quickly, my concern may be a new issue, and it relates to the safety of drivers with the advent of motorized scooters that have a tendency to weave in and out of the traffic patterns, unlike bicycles, but also any motorized vehicle, be it a bicycle, a motorized two-wheel vehicle in the form of a bike or a scooter that clearly violate vehicle laws when riding through the community and endanger themselves, but more so place danger upon those driving, wishing not to hit them, may end up hitting someone else. All I ask is that the board, in their time when they're able, address this problem and try to preserve the safety of our community and hopefully prevent someone from being killed sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Greeting everyone. My name is Luigi Mary, resident Meridian Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida. The purpose of this communication this morning is a message of thanks. I'd like to piggyback off of the invocation given by Father Sosa this morning. So we do have many issues which are highly sensitive topics, and let's take this opportunity to thank the commission, starting with Mr. Granado, Mr. Paz, Commissioner Suarez. We definitely do appreciate, I personally do appreciate everything that you've done for public safety, and we also appreciate the issue, which is a sensitive issue, with the boaters. And I'll leave that to others more involved in that argument. Thanks to Commissioner Dominguez, Bott, Mayor Minor, Commissioner Magazine, I definitely thank you for your service and appreciate you. Commissioner and Professor Rosa Gonzalez, we thank you, we admire you. Commissioner Fernandez, and City Manager Huda. So with that, I advise everyone to just take a deep breath. This is what government is about. You know, we're not always going to agree. And sometimes this is how the sausage gets made, but let's just focus on that end product and continue to make Miami Beach a wonderful, wonderful city. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. Thank you, Commissioner Magazine. Thank you all. And thank you for your support of the Black Advisory Committee. We do appreciate all the support there, and we thank you for supporting the Department of Tourism and Culture as well. Thank you so much for your support. We do appreciate you, and let's keep moving Miami Beach forward.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Alan Alexander. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Good morning, Alon Alexander, 34th Street and North Meridian Ave. I couldn't help myself but call in after hearing a lot of the negativity earlier. I just want to say thank you to the entire commission and the police department for a great job on spring break, really bringing law and order to our city. Also regarding the harassment at the Jewish institutions, I'm all for law and order and not for this harassment that is disguised as protest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Geneva Claus, and my address is 50 Biscayne Boulevard. As a resident of Miami-Dade County, I'm extremely concerned that the city is taking measures to criminalize and quell free speech. Given the December resolution, which reads, whereas the city recognizes the importance of fostering strong and peaceful international relations by supporting nations that share these values, including the State of Israel, these ordinances are targeting protests are not neutral, but are rather targeting community members for standing against genocide. I'm a Jewish woman who was in attendance at the event at Temple Emmanuel. The only laws broken in the synagogue were when another attendee was violently pushed, pulled, and hit after speaking up by a man upset that she was simply talking. It is not against the law to speak out. These anti-protest ordinances need to be revoked to uphold our freedom of speech. And lastly, as others have said, it is absolutely pathetic that this commission and mayor needed an ordinance to treat people of this community with respect.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Laura. Laura, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Miller, 7728 Collins Avenue. I'm going to be talking about the item C4V of the potential relocation of cat colonies or registered feeding activities. It will be a terrible, unnecessary, radical, and extreme decision, as it would be cruel and it will be the same as killing those cats. The colonies are currently controlled, well-fed, in good health. These cats will be lost forever if they get relocated. Those cats communities have been on the city since 1912, when our first mayor, John, brought them into with help with the rat control on the island. And that has been the cats still helping with the same rat control since then and nowadays. This is part of the Miami Beach culture at this point. And they're also residents and they should be respected. Relocating them is like the sentence of death for these cats. The only thing that I want to add, and one of the reasons why they want to relocate them, is because they claim that there is trash on the dunes because of them, which is totally a false statement. The only people that is leaving trash behind on the dunes are the homeless and the drug dealers that we have on the city. They are currently hiding their merchandise on the dunes, and I currently think that the politics should leave the cats alone and actually focus in these micro trafficking and homeless growing communities that we currently have on the city going on. So, if we're gonna put any efforts, let's put them towards things that are hurting everyone and not towards the cats that are not hurting anyone. They just have a healthy, happy life in the dunes. That's my point. Leave them alone, please.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Miami Beach Boat Association. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Carlos Leon. I'm the president of Miami Beach Boaters Association. I'm very sad that the commission and the mayor, when one of the commissioners in December said that they wanted to cut food and water, wanted to make us criminals, wanted to cut our access to land, you guys said, let's do it, without knowing. Now you still know, now you know all the information, and you keep the harassment. The harassment is so much that I have one commissioner's wife flying her drone to my house and taking pictures, okay? I can't sleep. I have paranoia. I have to go to the psychologist now because of this problem, because of the city just harassing and nonstop. You guys need to reconsider. Stop following one commissioner. Stop. It's not doing good. You guys are following a harasser, and the harasser's name is David Suarez. Okay, Commissioner David Suarez is the harasser. So please stop doing this to people. Okay, so reconsider. We sat down for 3 hours. You guys were trying to do something illegal towards us. We denied it. Okay, and now you want to cut our dinghy for the 20 minutes that you want to cut it for nothing? Like, how can you sit there and just like accept this and vote with one commissioner? Please reconsider.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next and last caller is Patricia Rapon. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning to all. My name is Patricia Rapon. I am a Miami Beach resident for the last 22 years. I live in 1900 Meridian Avenue, and I'm here to speak about the item C4V, relocate cat colonies away from the dunes. I want you to know that I am participating of Miami Beach registered feeder programs, and I am also a registered cat trapper, and I participated in many TNR programs and events. I want to request all commissioners and the mayor to withdraw the initiative to relocate the boardwalk cats away to another unknown location. The cats living at the boardwalk do not impose any threat to the public, to their environment, and or to the dunes. The cats were part to a TNR program run by the city of Miami Beach during the last years, and now all of these cats are monitored by volunteers, cat feeders, and are healthy and friendly. A few facts about the relocation of cats are ineffective. They are also considered by Miami-Dade County as animal cruelty because the cat will be lost and considered abandoned, and they will try to come back to the dunes and get killed in the way. So please do not relocate the cats. Also, instead, if you can allocate funds from the city to the TNR programs, we need paid trappers, we need paid vets in Miami Beach so that they can help Sobi cats control all the cats in Miami Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor, the Sutnick period is over.
Is there anybody else waiting that would have wanted to speak? I'll take another call
Okay,
until the
so
mayor comes back.
Then we'll take iPhone 14. iPhone 14, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Gil Davidson, and I'm a resident of Miami Beach. I have my boat that I look after, and I've had it for a couple of years in Sunset Island, and now they're removing boaters' rights by not allowing us to get to my boat, get my boat back, bring my kid out, enjoy the waters and the environment that we have in Miami, yeah? By the city, David Suarez, who's taking away people's rights. This is unconstitutional. If you have a boat, you should be allowed to be able to get to shore, yeah, if you have all the proper documents and your boat is in working condition. I don't understand what's going on here by the city.
Thank you so much. And Mayor,
Great.
all the original individuals who had their hands raised have been called.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We extended the time because I think it is important to hear from people, so thank you, everyone who spoke and partook. And before we get to the first item, I want to acknowledge every 4 months we have a rotating vice mayor position. Thank you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, for your service, and we welcome Commissioner Laura Dominguez, who will be serving as vice mayor. So congrats. So I'm going to call the first item. We might as well get right to the heart of it, our city manager position. If you want to call it up, Ralph.
We'll do that, and then we'll do this.
Oh, we have to do the consent
Okay.
agenda. I'm sorry, I apologize.
So just a couple of announcements. The following items were separated from the consent agenda, and they will be heard individually. Mayor Minor separated C7G, C7L, C7M, and C7N as in Nancy. Everyone has a list of these pulled items. C7N was not included there, so please add it. So again, C7G, C7L, C7M, and C7N. Commissioner Bott is separating C7Y. Vice Mayor Dominguez is separating the following: C7I, C7Z, C7Y, C4V as in Victor, and C7AC. Again, C7I, C7Z, C7Y, C4V, C7AC. Commissioner Fernandez is separating the following items: C4G, C4Q, C7V as in Victor, and C7AB. C7AB was not on the list originally, so you may want to add that to your list. So again, C4G, C4Q, C7V, C7AB. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez is separating C4V as in Victor. And for the record, the mayor has approved the addition of one addendum item, that is R9AO, which we'll be hearing next. But the following items and the addendums will be heard after 5 o'clock and will not be considered as part of the consent agenda when you vote. They are Addendum 1, C7AA. In Addendum 2, C7AB. In Addendum 3, C7AC, C7AD, R9AP. In Addendum 4, R9AQ. So with that, may we have a vote on the consent agenda, excluding the separated items and the addendum items that were added after the agenda printed?
Motion to set the agenda.
So the agenda has been set. May we have a vote to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion.
So Commissioner Bott makes a motion to approve the consent agenda, excluding the separated and addendum items. May I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It carries unanimous, 7-0. The consent agenda is approved.
Okay,
May I call the next one?
please.
Next item is R9AO, discuss, take action, selection of a new city manager.
And Commissioner Suarez had a standing item that's been deferred. Should we call that up as well? Withdraw it? Okay. That item would be withdrawn. So, first of all, Madam City Manager, Alina, thank you, first of all, for an incredible spring break. I mean, just truly, every Saturday night that I was standing out there with you and our police chief and so many others from our city who were there. By the way, if anybody ever questions the dedication of our team and our staff, just see on a Saturday night and I know it was probably Friday night and Sunday night and Thursday night as well, that everyone was out there. It just shows you the dedication that people have, and obviously you led the charge. And every time I sat out there, I was actually thinking, like, in my wildest dreams, like, I could not have painted a better picture. Our city was busy. There were people out and about, but yet things were calm, safe, smooth. Our residents are extremely appreciative. Almost every business is extremely appreciative, and obviously with you at the helm, I can't thank you enough for doing that and everything you've done for the last couple of years. But there'll be time. There'll be more time for that. So I want to get into the item and basically the selection of city manager, which we will discuss today. And they're literally, other than the elections that the residents vote on, as a body, this is literally the most important item we will consider as a commission. It's our CEO, our chief executive officer of the city, and the stability that position provides. I can't even overstate its importance. It is imperative. And that's why, and I'm going to give you my opinions in a moment, we are literally at a crucial interval in our city. We have multiple positions to fill, director positions to fill. There's been some rumors that additional positions, and I think part of it is, somewhat of the unknown. People have to provide for their families, and they want stability. They want to know where they stand from one day to the next. And now that we have a decision, and our city manager has officially has resigned on an extremely high note, but the uncertainty that surrounds us needs to come to an end, and we need to stabilize our city. And by the way, thankfully, most of the people who have resigned are still here. They were nearing retirement. So, things have gone smoothly, but at the same time, the risk that we could have some sense of destabilization is there, and I don't underestimate it. So, just to be frank, I believe that our deputy city manager, Eric Carpenter, should be our next city manager, and we should do that today. And I'm going to give you my reasons why he personally, but also why a delay is a risk to our city and government. So I don't want to be too long, but I think it's important to mention that a couple of years, when did you start as city manager, Alina?
I came to the city in February of 2020, and I started as city manager April 2021.
Okay, thank you. And at the time, many of you recall, I'm sure you will recall, I wanted a national search. I actually pushed for that. There were multiple commissioners that knew you well from the county, that knew you, and obviously your time here. I didn't have the opportunity to work with you as closely before you became city manager. I'm glad to say and proud to say that we got to work very closely the last couple of years. But we did a national search, and we got some good candidates. I don't want to denigrate anyone, but it did not yield the level of robust interest that I would have expected and anticipated. My other concern is, and I've actually done some research on this, and I'm not going to name any municipalities, what happens when you go outside of city and bring in people from the outside. Now, sometimes it can work well. I'm not going to say it doesn't. But oh boy, you can look at examples. There are many examples where the culture is not right. It's just not a good fit. There can be certain issues. And also you have to look at why someone would go outside your own city. I mean, you have someone, an Eric, that has been literally served in every role. How many years have you been here, Eric?
Mr. Mayor, next month will be my 11-year anniversary.
Just give us your quick resume, if you can.
Sure. So in the time period that I've been here, I have served originally as your Public Works Director. Then I started in May of 2013. In August of 2015, I was promoted to Assistant City Manager while still retaining the Public Works Director role. Served as Assistant City Manager and Public Works Director until April of 2018, at which point I was made a Assistant City Manager solely and handed off the Public Works Director hat. And then in 2021, thanks to the City Manager When she was promoted to manager, she made me her deputy city manager. So in the past 3 years, I've served as your deputy city manager. I've, at this point, had portfolios that included almost every department across the city. I've worked closely on the GeoBond programs, and I've worked closely with each of you and many of the residents throughout the city.
Thank you. So I don't want to embarrass you, but I think everyone will admit this part. You are extremely respected within the City Hall, within the departments. And when I say respected, I use the word respected. You're liked as well, but respected means that there's a sense of authority, accountability, and you have that, and you have it outside of City Hall. I've never heard anyone say a bad word about you, which is pretty hard in this game of government to have someone who is not critical. So thank you for that. But here's my concern, and I don't want to embarrass you, so maybe if you actually step down. But here's my concern. If we let's say hypothetically today's vote, and I don't know how the vote's going to go, but if we do not appoint Eric or someone as the full-time city manager and we do interim, there's a very good chance that Eric leaves. I don't want to give you ideas, but obviously you are, and I know this from just talking to you in passing, you are the sole breadwinner of your family. So picture the situation where we have an interim city manager, we're looking for a city manager, we bring someone in. Does the interim city manager survive the cut? I don't know, maybe, hopefully. He's very talented, he's good at what he does, but government being what it is, not necessarily. So does Eric stay? We also have 6 positions, director positions, that are open right now. I'm going to read them because I think it's important to realize we have a building director that we are searching for. We have a facilities director, a parking director, economics development, legislative affairs director, and procurement director. If you're applying for these jobs, and we want to get the most talented people, if you're applying for this job, are you going to come here if you do not know who your city manager is? I don't know. Maybe, but maybe not. And actually, you're sort of taking a bit of a risk because you're coming. You may be relocating potentially, but you're coming to a job not knowing where there's permanency. I think it's critical that we have permanency. The other issue that I had raised a couple of years ago when we were searching for the city manager that Alina ultimately filled admirably is the Miami Beach resident. Now, I had been a big advocate of that. And by the way, I still to some extent am. But Eric does not live in our city and is not going to relocate. And ultimately, it comes down to a weighing of many factors. And I look at it as, could our city find someone better than Eric? I personally think it would be very, very difficult to do that. You have been personally my go-to guy, my go-to person. You get things done. You have the right temperament for it. And I think the risk that we do not fill this position and keep it open risks many different factors, losing Eric, losing other departments, not being able to hire directors. Quite frankly, I'm concerned if we don't do this today, we could potentially destabilize our government. I know that's a heavy statement, but I actually think it's a possibility. I'm not saying it would happen, but I think it's absolutely a possibility. And interesting, in talking to a lot of people, and this is not just in the last couple of weeks, just in general, one of the things I hear a lot, and by the way, there's a lot of improvements that we need to make as a city. There's no question about it. That's not a criticism of anybody. But it's also a recognition that our city commission has changed dramatically. There were items that I've brought personally, like that FAR item to limit how much we can increase the FAR, the height and density. I don't believe I would have had that pass at the last commission. I really don't. I counted the votes, and it was never called, to my luck, actually. When I called it here, it passed 7-0 with almost little discussion. You're seeing from our agenda, you don't have half our meeting taking up on land use zoning items. Resident quality of life items are repeated over and over, and that's what we're spending our time on. So our commission has now given a direction and a focus to our city administration. And government is like a little bit like a cruise liner. It doesn't turn on a dime. But I see our city administration turning and recognizing that there's a new game in town. And they're making that change. But it takes time, and it's happening. And I think we need to continue in that with a sense of urgency. Because Our residents are demanding that sense of urgency, just like we went all in on spring break. We went all in. I mean, I give credit to our entire commission for supporting, literally with very little dissent. I had proposed a number of, obviously, legislative items, but many of you came up with additional items that were imperative and giving the direction to the city administration. I think that's exactly what we got to do here, just like we did for spring break. And we didn't wait. We didn't say, oh, well, let's see how it works out. Let's take half measures. No, we went all in, and it worked, and we were successful. And I think that's what we got to do here. We have to go all in and continue the city administration's focus on resident quality of life. And I said my piece. I want to hear from others as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think today we can stand as a very proud city. And yesterday we celebrated so many of those accomplishments thanks to the incredible workforce of the city of Miami Beach. The incredible backbone of this organization is not us, the elected officials. It's all of you, the valued employees of this organization that come in every single day and work not only around the clock, but into the evening and weekends and extended hours, so that we all look good, so that the organization looks good, so that we as elected officials look good and are able to deliver our promises to the residents and the taxpayers who have placed their trust on us and in all of you. And so first and foremost, on behalf of the residents who elected me to this city commission, who I have the honor of representing here, I want to commend each one of you and tell you how valued you are as the backbone of this organization. It's each and every one of you. So today I want you to know you have a city commission that stands by you, that supports you, that wants to promote an environment where you all feel valued for your professional contributions to the most wonderful city in the United States. And our successes are many, but they wouldn't be possible without the visionary leadership of our city manager, of Alina Hudak. Your stewardship during our most challenging times, from the pandemic to spring break, leaves a legacy of service in our city that I think is nothing short of remarkable. And it builds upon your incredible legacy. You can't go around Miami-Dade County without having individuals from different municipalities celebrating and touting the great successes of the city of Miami Beach. You can't go to Tallahassee without having legislators who know Alina Hudak, without having leaders at the state level who know of our city manager. So whether it's from South Florida to our state capital, to congressional leaders who celebrate the work you do for our residents, I think it speaks to your dedication that is reflected in our city's fiscal health. I think we stand in one of the strongest financial positions we've been in a very long time. I believe the strongest reserves in our city's history. The infrastructure resilience that we've been able to advance on, the cultural projects, the trust that we've been able to advance on, because you are focused on not just working with all of us as the elected officials, but you've reached out to the community. You've engaged with the residents. You've engaged with the businesses. So I want to extend to you my heartfelt thank you for your unwavering commitment to our city, and commend you for the indelible mark you've left on Miami Beach. And I'm very grateful to that. I also believe that our city deserves the greatest city manager in America. We should be recruiting to be the city manager of our paradise. We have an incredible city. We have 2,000 incredible city employees who deserve nothing short than the very best leader in this country to lead the best city in the United States. We have not only a $1 billion budget, but 2 general obligation bonds, big public-private partnerships, a strong cultural scene, billions of dollars in investments flooding into our city by prominent developers looking to invest in our historic districts and bring to life what Tallahassee is trying to take away from us, private dollars are coming in by the billions. And Daniel's there nodding his head because they believe in what we have to offer. And I think certainly we have great talent within the organization that should be competing for this. But I think we owe it to those who in our own competitions for elected office chose us. We owe it to them to say, we engaged in a rigorous national search to find the very best that we could deliver to you, the taxpayers of this city, to lead this organization with vision, with dedication, with the highest level of integrity and commitment that align with the values of this city. And I agree with the mayor on his points having to do with the national search when it was done, when we were selecting the city manager during the last process. But I also recall that was during the pandemic. It was a very different time in our society and in our city. We were engaging in a national search when it was a very difficult time for not only our city, but also for our nation. And so, you know, I believe in the incredible talent we have in our city. And I believe that from this incredible pool of talented individuals should be competing to be our city manager. But our residents deserve nothing short than the very best in this country. And I want to see us engage in that search. I feel more comfortable today, engaging with an interim city manager. An interim city manager, to preserve the fairness of the process, an interim city manager that perhaps wouldn't agree to compete in that national search. A placeholder for the seat guiding the ship while we determine who is the most qualified national candidate to lead this city, a world-class city deserving of a world-class city manager. And that's what I'd be willing and able to support today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Madam City Manager, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I ran on a message of change, accountability, but I was clear from day one that I thought there was a very capable team in place, and whoever shared in that vision was welcome along for that ride. That certainly included you, and I thank you for your dedication, your hard work, and your sacrifice to our city. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I look at our city, and I see it as a drastically different place than it was just 6 months ago. And a large part of that is because of the strong leadership of my colleagues, both those that remain and those newly elected. But also so much of that credit falls on the hardworking city staff that we have in place. 2,600 employees led by our de facto CEO and her administrative team in place. And when I look around, being part of large organizations, some of the most prominent and prestigious multinational corporations in the world, the one thing that is commonplace in all of that is rewarding hardworking talent and letting your own people know if they work hard, if they perform hard, there is a place for them to move up, to be rewarded, that they can ultimately work hard, sacrifice, work long weekends, take time away from their young children, dedicate their time in their lives during spring break, during weekends, during holidays, and when they're called on. And they're doing that because they love our city, but it also has to be because that they know at the end of the day that hard work and sacrifice and that dedication will be rewarded. It will be recognized and acknowledged, not just through praise, but through the trust that we put in them. I ask myself what message it would send to our hardworking staff, our 2,600 people that come and dedicate their lives, take time away from their families, if we wouldn't sit here and say, we are in a great place as a city. We have a great financial position. We just came off our best spring break over the past 10 years. So much of that is because of the hard work and dedication of our city manager. But over the past 10 years, I've also seen one person, many people, but one person in particular that has been there every step of the way, and that is Eric Carpenter, who I'd like to support for our full-time city manager. When we talk about our national search, it sounds intriguing, but again, my first thought is to reward the hardworking, talented staff that we have in place, especially today, when we are dealing day in, day out with some of the most Florida-specific and Miami-Dade specific issues that our city has ever faced. What we hold near and dear to our city, the character, the identity of our city, is being challenged, not at a national level every day, but from Tallahassee. And what better person to sit there and join us in that fight than somebody that's been here through the ride? There was a Miami Beach resident that has worked hand in hand for the past 10 years trying to preserve that and fight for us. While there could be a time where I'd be intrigued by going out and finding a young upcoming rising superstar in Naperville or in Des Moines, I want somebody that knows the ins and outs of our city right now to provide stability. To provide stability, because we have seen a lot of turnover and we need to stabilize the ship. And assigning an interim tag in my 20-year corporate career, there's nothing worse as an employee than that uncertainty. Not just for that specific person, but for every single person in that organization. And I don't want to discuss how we got to this point, but over the past few months, that is hung over a lot of our employees. And we've seen how they've reacted to that. And that is leaving for other pastures. It's not lost on me that there's 4 or 5 prestigious openings across our region, just our individual region. The latest coming yesterday, the city of Fort Lauderdale, losing their city manager. So the top talent in Miami Beach is going to be getting calls every single day. And those calls are going to ring louder and louder if we don't provide stability and fortify the ship, stabilize it. That's why, Eric, it's not only you that have my support, but it's also a nod to support the 2,600 men and women that dedicate their time behind you, because we're all in this together. So, Madam City Manager, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I really look forward to righting this ship.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Manager, for all of your hard work and service to our city the last few years. I know that in the year that I have been a commissioner, I was able to go to sleep at night knowing that you did everything ethically and legally, and you gave it your all. So thank you for all that you did. I am supportive of Commissioner Fernandez's idea. I believe that if the commission is calling for change, then looking at from within or the same people is not going to bring about that change. And I think it's important. This is the most important position in our entire city, and to not have a national search is a disservice to us. And if it ends up being that somebody from within is the one that's qualified, that's terrific, but we owe it to our residents to do our due diligence.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
You know, a lot of us, 3 of us or 4 of us, ran this last year on change, and change is finally here. You know, when we talk about how we have coffers that are in the best position ever, and we are in the best position right now as a city financially. We just got over spring break. We should be capitalizing on that, on the employees that made it happen. And Eric was right there. He's the one behind the scenes making those things happen. And I give all the credit to Alina, obviously, for doing a fabulous job over the last 3 years. But let's not lose sight of the fact that, you know, it really takes a team effort to make Miami Beach amazing, and it is amazing. And that's because of the staff that we have there right now. You know, we have an opportunity to hire someone highly qualified and experienced in the quickest and seamless way possible. And so, you know, I've as someone who's very critical of city administration, you won't find anyone who's more critical than I am. You know, I think, you know, all the points that Mayor Minor just pointed out really ring true. And I'm going to be fully supportive of the mayor's position on this.
You can ask, but she doesn't have to go next. I'll say something actually as we figure out. There's two commissioners that haven't spoken yet. I spoke plenty, so I'll just be brief. But just to pick up on what my colleagues just said, it really is, and I've looked at this issue. It can be demoralizing when a city has a qualified, and it's one thing if you don't have a qualified candidate, but to not promote from within. And it's not just the city manager, but that's obviously literally the figurehead of the city administration. But other departments, when you have a director position available, do you promote from within? Sometimes yes. If you have, sometimes you do. If you have a qualified candidate, if you don't feel you do, then you look outside. But it's so important to reward, and I'm echoing what Commissioner Magazine said. The other thing I'll say about Eric is he literally answers every call. One time he called me back after I didn't pick up, and I was almost surprised, and he calls me back a minute later, apologized, literally less than a minute. But by the way, but it's not just me. You can say, well, that's an elected. I've had every person who's told me they try to reach Eric, that they reach him, and it doesn't matter what time. And I'll just say, again, I was a big promoter of the national search 3 years ago. I pushed hard. And I'll even say, if we go back and look at those meetings, that we might even not have had a national search had I not pushed so hard. Obviously, I needed some of my colleagues to join on, but I was insistent on it. I just don't think, I really believe strongly that is not the right move at this time. I mean, even if we found someone who was really qualified, they're not going to know Miami Beach. We have such critical issues that we are dealing with. And I use the word urgency. It is urgency. Our residents are demanding, and rightfully so. They demanded that we address spring break. We did it. But they're also demanding that we address the traffic issues, continuing on our police and law and order ways, on the infrastructure issues that we face. It's going to take at least 6 months to bring someone in if we went outside. And is that person going to know the ins and outs of Miami Beach? They're not. I mean, there's going to be a ramp-up time. And then, of course, there's the risk that person is not the right fit culturally or whatever, or what have you. Here we have a person who we know is the right fit and answers the call literally and figuratively every single time. I actually think this is a no-brainer of no-brainers. And this is, again, that's why I keep saying I go back to 3 years ago, because I was adamant that we do a national search then, and I think that would not be the right move. I actually think it would be a major mistake at this point in time.
Don't hold back, Mayor. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, I'll speak again and tell you how I really feel. Commissioner Bott.
Okay, so when I ran for office, I did not anticipate having to rebuild the city from the inside out. But here we are. I want to echo everything that my colleagues have said about our fabulous city manager, Alina Hudak, who is unflappable in the face of incredible storms. I've said to her a number of times, I don't know how that you haven't reacted in the face of what you're handling, and you are a mentor to me in managing my lack of a poker face. So thank you on a personal level for that. I don't need to reiterate everything that has been said. It's been said very eloquently by many, but you know how I feel about you. And I think it's bittersweet that we're having this conversation, you know, an hour or two after we just had a lovely video commemorating Women's History Month. It's not lost on me. When I ran, I did run on a platform of change and accountability, and I ran on a platform of transparency and process. And I won with 60% of the votes. So I think that's a pretty clear mandate from the residents of what they expect me to do on their behalf. I have a long working history with Eric from when I was just a gnat in the ointment of City Hall as a young activist, and he was always gracious and patient as I learned my way through all these very complex things. I can't reiterate strongly enough the things that the mayor has said about you, and I echo those. But at the end of the day, this is arguably the most important decision we collectively can make as a body. And we would be remiss in defaulting to what is known and comfortable, as spectacular as you are in many, many ways, without putting together a national search. I will say that the last national search was guided by a very different commission, and I don't know what the qualifications and the parameters were, but this is a different time in our city's history, and it's a different composition of people engaged. I hear the concern, and I share it to some degree, about the continued instability and the fact that it will take a little bit more time. But I also know we have a very deep bench in the city. We have well over 2,000 employees and, dozens of very experienced, highly trained, very knowledgeable senior staff. And God willing, they're not all going to walk out the door on the same day, but we will rely on them to keep us all together over the next couple of months as we go through what I believe is the best and correct thing for the city, which is going through the process. And I hope that Eric is one of the people, the final contenders in that process. And if it turns out that he is indeed the best choice for the city, then we will all know that he has gotten there through a transparent process, which is what the residents have asked me to do on their behalf. So Eric, from a friend, please know that this is not a reflection on you at all. And I look forward to continuing to work with you for years to come, one way or another. And I just feel like it is critical to us as a city as we embark upon the most important decision we can make right now, is that we do it through the correct, open, and transparent process.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott, I love to hear that word process, because it means that we stop, we reflect, and we do what's right and transparent for the community. Mayor, I deferred to you last month when you decided to have a closed process for our city attorney and not open it up to the outside world. Today we will be choosing a charter officer, a city attorney, and that process was not opened up to anyone else. It was an internal process, and I agreed to that. But I cannot agree to not opening up the process this time too, because these jobs do not happen all the time. And really, we need to have some community meetings. All of the candidates are going to have to go out there and meet the community. Go to those neighborhood associations, introduce themselves, gain compliance, explain what their vision and what their plan is and how they plan to change the city. And I feel very strongly about that. I would encourage, and I hope, Eric, that, in the application process for this job, that you're the candidate, and I would encourage whomever applies to live in the city of Miami Beach. Why do I want somebody who lives in the city of Miami Beach or is willing to relocate to the city of Miami Beach? Let me explain why. When you are invested, you own a property, you live in a city, your actions affect you, not just you. You don't leave at 5 or 6 p.m. and go home and say, well, they're stuck in traffic, but over here, Davey, we can get around just fine. So it's important. It's important. I wouldn't even have an issue if we purchase some sort of home that could be city manager's home moving forward, and that person could kind of occupy that city, although it wouldn't be the same. I would really like whomever takes this job to want to live here, want to move here, want to have their children in our schools and drive our streets and walk our sidewalks and feel what it's like to live here. And it's a very different experience when you leave every day. That said, Madam Manager, we have really benefited from your service over the past 3 years, because I would say from Tallahassee all the way down to Key West, the state of Florida knows Alina Hudak. They do. She has ran the county for how many years?
30, well, I didn't run the county for 35 years, but I worked for the county for 35 years.
35 years, and as the top dog for how many years?
2 years.
2 years. Billions of dollars in budgets, relationships at the state, county, federal level. We have benefited from that. We have seen millions of dollars in grant funding come in. We have seen relationships with FDOT and things put in place. I have also watched you, and I've been in politics now for about 8 years. I've kind of extended this whole thing a little bit longer than it should have been, but I've been here for a long time. And one thing that I've watched over the past few years that Alina, you've done that nobody else has done is build these pools of different contractors and started all these projects across the city that I think we're going to start to see. Our infrastructure is, being upgraded. These are wonderful things that you put in motion. And I would hope that as I look at, the different directors of our capital improvements projects and, our finance director, that we really make sure that, that all of these projects come to fruition. Now, what some people worry about, I kind of see as an opportunity. Because when we get this new person, they're going to have to build a team, okay? And that team is going to be pivotal to their success. And we do need a new head of our building department. How many positions? I know that Virgil, possibly our fire chief, is going to be leaving, but there are so many good people in the city. Spring break was testament to that. I would like in the interim, so that Eric could apply for the position and not feel any pressure, I would like our interim person to be somebody who is currently serving in the administration that would not like the job of city manager and recommends that they will not apply for the job of city manager while we go through this process. That way, Eric can continue on as our deputy manager, not have any conflicts, apply for the position, focus on winning us over and going through this process and winning over the community, and making some heartfelt decisions about possibly moving to Miami Beach, because I really think, Eric, that is pivotal. I don't like when I see our directors leaving the city at 5 o'clock as if, okay, I'm punching out, and I know that you work overtime, and I know that you care about the city, and I know that you love the city, but I will say that it does make a difference when you're actually invested in the city. So that is where I stand. I'm kind of counting the votes up here, and it seems right now that there are 4 votes for a search, with potentially an interim person to place hold. And so my motion would be, in honor of Women's History Month that just passed, that we choose one of our assistant city managers, Raquel Williams, to potentially take that position as an interim placeholder. If you would, I'm asking for your hand. Should I get down on one knee? If you would consider doing this job in the interim as we go through this very important national search process for transparency, for process, for the city of Miami Beach, for stability, for a process that we can all wrap ourselves around. It would be my pleasure to have as an interim a woman and a minority. I think that's a huge statement. And that would be my motion. I don't know if there is a second for that motion, but that's how I feel at this very moment. Is there a second for my motion?
I would second that.
Okay, then I think we need to call the question.
Commissioner Bott had asked to speak.
I just want to say for the record, I was going to speak on one thing, but I'll make a quick second comment as well. I don't know that any directors leave City Hall at 5 o'clock or senior staff at 5 o'clock unless they're leaving for a doctor's appointment. So while I share in the wish that we had more of our colleagues living in the city, please don't for a second think that we actually think you leave at 5 o'clock. We know from firsthand experience, you never leave.
I apologize. Thank you for righting my wrong.
The other thing I will say is that I do support Raquel Williams, Assistant City Manager Raquel Williams, as our interim if she is willing to do it, specifically because she is a very strong candidate to fill this interim position. There are a lot of qualities that she shares with both Eric and Alina, most notably being responsiveness, wildly well-informed on almost any topic you throw at her. Pop quizzes have become apparently my specialty when I start thinking about things outside of the box. And I ask questions that are slightly off topic, and she always has the answers at hand. Tremendous work ethic and being unflappable. So I think our city would continue to be in very good hands as we embark on this search, go through the full transparent process with our residents, and together hold things steady as we move forward together as a city.
Mr. Mayor?
By the way, I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak.
Call the question. Mr. Attorney, if I call the question, does the vote have to happen
I mean, you could
right
do
now?
that. You could do that with any item, so nobody's ever allowed to speak, and you're going to call the vote.
There's questions? Okay.
Okay. Raquel, I think the world of Raquel, but I feel like this is a joke. I have not even talked to Raquel about this position. I haven't even consulted with her about it. Didn't even know she was interested, and I'm supposed to sit here and vote and select her as much as and highly as I think of her. I mean, we're really playing politics up here. We're playing politics with people's lives because we're dealing with someone who's going to have to control our police department, public safety on our building department. I really am not pleased what's happening up here on this dais right now. We are playing politics with our residents' lives. This is not going to end well the way we're going today.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor?
I think we
Okay.
need,
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen, and I think we have such a great pool of talented individuals. That is the benefit of where we're at today. We are in a position where in our city, we have strong leadership of individuals that are constantly, as we've experienced over the past few months, individuals who are being recruited out of our city and being offered better opportunities in other organizations because they are incredible leaders. Certainly, Eric is, one of these great leaders that we have in our city, someone that I think should definitely be competing. But I do agree that in the interim role, as we did last time and the time before last, it should be an interim manager who is not competing for the permanent manager position to preserve the integrity of that process. And I think we owe that. We owe that to our residents. And I'll tell you, for probably about a month, I've been getting phone calls from lobbyists and from developers asking me to support a candidate. And that's fine. They're stakeholders in our community. They're important stakeholders in our community. And we listen to them, and we engage with them, and it gave me a sense of unease. And I thought about this at great length last night as part of the reason why I want to process. Because the individuals who I haven't heard from at all in this process, it's the residents. I haven't heard from the residents. For a month, I've been getting phone calls from every single powerful individual in this city. The most prominent lobbyists, the most prominent developers, and the ones I haven't heard from are our residents. And I can't sit here today and say that I can make this decision just like that, just without, having engaged in a process and without having given the opportunity for the residents to chime in and to speak about who is going to be at the head of the organization that manages their tax dollars. And for me, that's so important. I've seen that there's a motion and a second and words made in support of Raquel. Raquel, I don't mean to put you in the spot, but your name was raised, and we really haven't had the opportunity to speak about this. Is this something that you would be interested in doing as an interim position? If you do earn the support of this commission today to guide this ship, continuing to move forward our city, while we engage in a process, perhaps in convene a committee and engage in a national process, would you agree not to compete in that process, to allow for the integrity of that process to move forward?
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Raquel Williams, Assistant City Manager. Apologies, I'm coming down with something, so I'm a little raspy this morning. I do want you to know that I'm very proud of the opportunity that I currently have to serve the city of Miami Beach, and that I'm extremely supportive of our administration, the city manager, Alina Hudak, who gave me a tremendous opportunity and entrusted me with a lot of responsibilities, and our deputy city manager, Eric Carpenter, and our collective efforts to promote continuity and stability within the organization. It has always been my mission to promote the best interests of the city, and to that end, I defer to the mayor and commission as to the next best steps to promote that stability in a seamless and responsible manner. And so if it was the will of the commission to move forward in that direction, as has been discussed, I would not apply to be the city manager.
Thank you.
Commissioner Magazine.
Assistant City Manager, if you could stay at the podium. You're our Assistant City Manager, and you have been here through some pretty up and down times, and you have helped right our ship. You have helped lead economic development efforts. You have been on the front lines of spring break. You have helped, as our Assistant City Manager, put us in the best possible position financially, on a global scale, and promote the best brand for Miami Beach. You have been a testament and an example of all things right for our city. And if we open this up to a national search, and I saw your resume and names were removed, I would have every expectation that you would be at the forefront of that decision. And I'm actually shocked and taken aback that people didn't even ask or consider, and perhaps they did, when they said, Raquel, you be the interim, because we're going to preclude anybody that wants to be the city manager. And I can't believe the position people put you in, saying, except this is the interim manager, but that means you can't apply for the job. You have every single right and deserve every bit of support if we're going to open this up, that you would be right there with the most highly qualified candidates across the country, and you are here in our own backyard. So the fact that people would just sit there and take that for granted and assume that you had no interest in this position and say, I'm going to nominate you because we want somebody that won't be our permanent city manager, that deeply upsets me. That deeply upsets me. If we're going to open this up, I want you to apply because I think the world of you. I don't know how I'll vote on this because I feel as if that's taking away some of your options. Thank you, Assistant City Manager, for all that you've done, because everything I've said about Madam City Manager and Eric, every single one of those gratitudes is extended to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Suarez.
Through the chair, Madam City Manager, you've heard the discussions today. You know, if you had to choose who the Assistant City Manager would be, and you had to make a decision, and you can't say that it's up to the commission, but you know, you personally, Lena Hudak, who would you want to see us move forward with to steward our city in the time being?
Mr. Mayor, I resigned on Thursday, and I feel like I'm gone. I hope that at some point I'm going to get to thank all of you, and that I'm going to get to say some comments about, what I consider to be truly outstanding staff. I will tell you that, all of the accolades that are being shared, I certainly am enjoying, because it certainly hasn't felt that way for the last 4 months. And so I'm having a great moment sitting up here right now, listening to all the accolades for our outstanding, outstanding staff. And I will tell you that I chose Eric to be my deputy city manager. We were competitors. We both wanted this job 3 years ago. We competed with each other. And the moment that I got appointed, we walked out of the hallway because we were in our COVID moment, and we were watching, and we were interviewed on a screen, and we gave each other a hug together with the remainder of the office, and we celebrated together, and I appointed him deputy city manager a few months later, and we have become the best of friends, family, and have shared really just an incredible 3 years together. I promoted Raquel because actually Eric and I coincidentally were on the panel that selected and hired Raquel when we first hired her, and Mark was as well. We were extremely proud of that appointment. She went through a lot to get appointed. It was not an easy process. She had 2 interviews before this commission. We almost called her and said, run, you may want to reconsider this. And she didn't, and she was an outstanding addition to our team from the moment she got here. And I felt very comfortable in a very short period of time. I saw her great competence. I saw in her truly the future of the city and the future of any government. So I will tell you that I believe that they are both incredibly outstanding, and this is really a decision point for all of you, where you have to decide what your vision is for the city. You have to decide, between the difference between a tremendous tenure and great wisdom and the experience that comes with many years of dedication to our city, and really an interim situation that has great competence. And I'm not about to sit here as your city manager choosing the next city manager or the interim city manager. I think that I've earned the opportunity to not answer that question. Thank you.
So, I think there was a willingness to either appoint Eric Carpenter or Raquel for an interim basis. And, I believe, Commissioner Magazine hit it on the head. I don't think we should put Raquel in a position to not want to apply. I think that's disingenuous. I think if we really want to say that we want to give everyone an opportunity, I'm going to ask through the chair, Mark Taxis, to come up and say, hey, look, I think everyone loves you, Mark. I think, I've asked you, I don't think you particularly are interested in a permanent city manager role. I think if you can come up and you can say, look, I definitely don't want to be city manager, I can hold on to the chips until we decide one, and we can allow Raquel and we can allow Eric to apply, and along with go on with the search. I think that would be the best candidate if that's the the argument being made, because, look, I kind of agree that, if let those who want to apply within the city apply, and let's pick a very, someone who we all know that doesn't necessarily want to take the job as permanent city manager. So, through the chair, if you can bring up Mark, if that's okay.
Sure.
I don't know specifically what the question is. I am not interested, obviously, in the full-time city manager position. I've been here for 11 years. I love the city. And I'm here to support the city in any way that the commission would want me to participate.
Okay, well, with that being said, I'd like to make a motion for Mark Taxis to be assistant city.
Point of order.
There's already a motion and a second.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. There's a motion and a second. Somebody else can make a second motion, and there could be another second, and we'll take them in turn. But if you call the question, which was something that was suggested earlier, calling the question also requires a second. And what that does, so everybody is aware, is that it ends debate so that the motion is heard immediately, but then that requires 5 votes. For the motion to pass. So if you call the question on one motion, on the item on the floor that has a second, that would require 5 votes. But otherwise, there's discussion is continuing, and anyone that is speaking can make a motion.
So you still have the floor, Commissioner.
So I would like to make a motion to make Mark Taxis assistant interim city manager, and I would welcome Raquel to apply for a full-time city manager.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So I understand. I view this very differently. Raquel is fairly new, but when Alina came to the city, how long were you in Miami Beach before we appointed you city manager, Madam Manager?
9 months.
9 months. And how long has Ms. Williams been here?
I believe now almost 3 years. 4, almost 4.
3 years. I would like to keep the applicants out of the interim process, because I think that it creates an unfair playing field. Raquel, that is not to say that in the future you will not be appointed by the new city manager as deputy, or Eric, I'm not sure where this is all going, but she did agree that she would comply with the will of this body. And I know there are some motions that we need to vote on. And I would suggest that we just do a vote right here on who would be the interim. We just write down a name, and let's see where that goes. That would be my idea right now, to do this fairly quickly, not belabor this point. We love Mark, Eric, and Raquel. It's very uncomfortable to have to choose anybody in the process, but I think that I feel fairly confident, given everyone's capabilities here, that this is the right way to go. Like I said, Mr. Mayor, I deferred on the city attorney and we kept it internal, but this has to be a national search. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, you were always the process guy. What happened to the process? Just throw it out the window. Toss it away, no more process.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
We'll look back on this day in a year from now, and you'll tell me, and our residents will tell us, whether this was a colossal failure of government. I don't say it easily, because maybe I'll be proven wrong, and I hope I'm proven wrong. This is almost a effort to destabilize our government. This is how poorly I believe this decision is. I cannot overstate. This is not a matter of process. And by the way, we hear terms like, well, if the person is the interim, well, we shouldn't consider them for the full-time position, because that wouldn't be fair. I mean, fair? We want the best person. Let's say we get somebody who's coming in here and hitting 400 and hitting grand slams all over the field. Are you going to say, well, they filled in for an injured player, so we're not going to keep playing them. We're going to let the injured players hitting 220 to play. I mean, we're going to pick the best people for this job. So I'm hearing these terms thrown around that don't even make sense to me. I mean, this is about picking the best person for the government. By the way, Commissioner Fernandez mentioned he got all these calls from developers and lobbyists. Evidently, they don't like me because I haven't heard from anybody saying, oh, we got to pick Eric Carpenter. I mean, this is a matter of people just saying that I've actually spoken to residents who speak very highly of him. This is me seeing day to day, being an elected official for 4.5 years, the work that he does. So I am a process guy, and I went through that process of national search. And Commissioner Fernandez, you raised a decent point about that it was during COVID, but I also saw that that process didn't work the way I thought it would. I've also done the research and seen when you bring in people outside that it is often, I don't want to say more often or not, but it is often a big failure. And I'm not just talking about, well, it didn't work out so well. Major failures. And we hear from the corporate world, and we've seen it too. Interims, and this is government, but it's the same concept. Interims, when you bring in someone from the outside, it is taking a major chance. Listen, I just think I'm all about change too. I'm constantly pushing. I think that our commission is a change commission, but this is a change that we're risking a destabilization of the government, and I hope that's not the intent.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate your position, and I respect you very much and your experience as well. Perhaps I'm taking the position that Commissioner Minor had at one point. You know, Commissioner Minor fighting for there to be a national process. When I ran for the city commission, there was one thing that was very clear to me. There would be no decision more important than the decisions that we make with our charter officers. It is something that, to me, is sacrosanct. It is the selection of your city manager, the selection of your city attorney. This is what will outlive our tenure of service and define the legacies. And so for me, I've always been of conviction that this is a position. When I ran for office, someone asked me specifically about this. If you were to have the opportunity to select a new city manager, what would you do? And I've always been very clear about it. My preference will always be for there to be a national search. Madam Manager, how long, you've been the city manager for how long?
3 years this month.
3 years. It was a promotion from within. You know, when we hired our former city manager, it was a national process, but he was really included outside of the process. He was nominated from the dais. But the time before that, we had a national process 25 years ago when we selected a city manager that came in from Alexandria and that served our city for over 12 years. And you know, and at the time, I pulled up the minutes and the notes because, again, this is something that last night I lost sleep about this because it's that important to me. It's nothing to do with the fine individuals we have serving in the city manager's office. I trust our deputy city manager, Eric Carpenter, and I trust our assistant city manager, Mark Taxis, and our assistant city manager, Raquel Williams. We are very fortunate. But last night, I lost sleep thinking about this specific decision, about knowing that in my heart, I can look beyond my tenure of service, if it's at the end of these 4 years or whenever it be, and be able to say that in my heart, I did what I felt was the absolute very best for our city. And you're right, Mr. Mayor. You know, I have spoken actually to a few residents, kind of like the kitchen cabinet. The residents who I have spoken to have told me that they want a national search. That's what the residents have told me. And so I don't feel bad in saying if we, you know, have an interim city manager, that interim city manager not apply for the position of permanent manager. It was a motion made by Commissioner David Dermer before he became mayor, when we engaged in the national process that led to the selection of George Gonzalez as our city manager. And the motion made at that time was to have they called it this would be an interim city manager for no more than 120 days, and that the acting city manager cannot apply for the position of permanent city manager. That was what was done last time. When George left and Kathy Brooks was selected, I was here at City Hall when that decision was made. And it was the same situation. Kathy stood up. Kathy said, I'm willing to do this, but I won't apply to be the permanent city manager. And it led to the selection of Jamie Morales, who served our city for 8 years. And then again with the last selection. I think there's precedent for it. But beyond the precedents, I feel it's the right thing to do. I believe in this process, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that we deviate in this, but in my heart, it's the right thing to do. Is what our residents deserve. Is what our city deserves. To have this national process, and I would just move, as was done back in 1999 when we engaged in the process, in the national process that led to the selection of George Gonzalez, that we have an interim city manager for no more, I would say, this is an extensive process for no more than 6 months, and that this interim city manager cannot apply for the position of permanent city manager. And I put that motion on the table.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, through the chair.
Commissioner Magazine.
I am glad that we are all committed to full transparency. I am really glad, not only for this personnel decision, but for everyone that we're going to make up here today and going forward. And you have my commitment. We will get full transparency.
Mr.
I have a question, though.
Care to elaborate on that?
No, no.
I'm happy to hear. I'm happy to hear it.
We've all spoken about it, right? So I am glad that this is being played out in the public, because one of the things that makes it difficult is making these decisions on the fly without being able to talk to our colleagues due to sunshine. So one of the things, I would be supportive if we want to essentially preclude the interim manager from applying. But I do think it is unfair we're putting Ms. Williams in this position. This is a career decision for her. She's worked every day of her entire professional career, and we're kind of asking her on the fly, do you want to be city manager or not? Because if that is your endeavor, stepping up to the plate and serving as our city manager precludes you from pursuing that rightfully earned goal and dream. If you want to say unequivocally, you know what, that's not something I'm interested in, then I would join my colleagues in voting for you. Again, I think it's unfair for you, and if you want to say, you know what, I'm actually not 100% certain, I'm happy to defer the decision for our interim manager. We will maintain Ms. Hudak, right? And if, I'd be fine with, I'd be excited with Ms. Williams as our interim city manager, but I have reservations that we're putting you on the spot saying, as we're opening this up to a national search, now you can't apply. Mark seemed comfortable doing so. But if that's something that you're sitting, and again, I hate putting you on the spot, but voting on you to be our city manager without actually asking you, I think would be even more unfair.
So I'd love to retain Manager Hudak as well, if she would want to stay. It has been a pleasure serving under her leadership. As mentioned before, that is not a step that today I am saying that I would want to take. And so I would agree to not apply for the role, as stated before.
Raquel, if I can, Commissioner Magazine mentioned a few times that it was on the fly. I mean, did you know coming into today that you might be nominated for interim manager?
So the commissioners that have mentioned me as a potential candidate have not approached me for the interim role. I have had opportunities to interact with all of you on different occasions about everything happening in the city, including this transitional process that we're in. I will say in...
I don't think you and I have had that conversation, actually.
Well, I guess you would be excluded from that group. But I think everyone has talked about where we are today as a city and where things are going. I have listened intently to the discussions from the dais. I have seen the items on the agenda. I have read the various emails, and so I have no... it's no mystery to me that we're here today and that we're at this place at this time. So I will say that Commissioner Fernandez did reach out to me last week after the city manager announced her resignation, and I did have a conversation with Commissioner Fernandez in that he wanted to sort of pick my brain about the future of the city and who I thought might be great moving forward in the selection process. And I've always maintained my support for Manager Hudak and for Deputy City Manager Carpenter. I've also recommended others that might be great professionals to step up in a leadership role, if not as a future ACM or future city manager. And so I did share that with the commissioner, those of my colleagues that I felt were outstanding and high-level professionals. And I'd rather not share their names today, but I will let you know that I did share that with Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And same question for Mark Taxis. Did you have an understanding that you might be proposed as an interim city manager going into today? I'm trying to get a sense whether this is like literally coming out of the blue to you, or
Out of the blue.
Okay.
No idea.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor?
I second Commissioner Magazine's proposal to defer this. Maybe, we should possibly defer this for another month. We are fortunate to have Ms. Hudak for the next 90 days. And maybe we need to call a special meeting with the assistant city managers and get a better feel for what they want, because it is odd that we're putting them on the spot right now. And I think we have plenty of time to make that decision. We have 90 days.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
And just for purposes of, of being fair, last week I reached out before there was the announcement of the city manager. I had a meeting with Deputy City Manager Eric Carpenter in my office. I've had conversations with Assistant City Manager Mark Taxis. Certainly conversations with Raquel Williams as well, because I value them. It's the reason why I reach out to them. They're in that office. They see the work of the city manager day in and day out. They're the most qualified people for me to call and to speak to and to guide me as to what they see the future, because there are stakeholders, there are employee stakeholders, and their feedback is so important for me. I also look at history and what history has yielded, and city managers who I respect, who have done good for our city. And last night, I was speaking with a resident, and the words that I told the resident was like, how did Mayor Caston feel, after he left office, after the selection of George Gonzalez? How proud was Mayor Caston or Jose Smith or Simone Cruz or Matty Bauer, their sense of accomplishment when they left office and leaving someone of that caliber there. And I was telling
Commissioner Fernandez, there's so much of the history that you were leaving out, it's unreal. But continue.
Please, if you want to chime in, please.
I don't, because I don't want to call people out. and I'm not going to do it. But you're giving such a one-sided view of the history of our city that's I don't believe fair. But continue.
Well, my point to that resident was that when I leave office, I want to have the same level of pride in the selection that we do in this process. And so I think, you know, the most important thing is that if we do this, we establish a time limit for it, and that we do what was done back then, that we establish a committee of leaders. You know, there were individuals like Kathy Fernandez-Rundle and Merit Sturheim and these high caliber community leaders who sat in a blue ribbon committee vetting these national candidates to bring forward to the city commission back then the top 3. And I think we should engage in some sort of a process like that, so that's not a political decision, but a decision that yields just the very best at the end of the day. And you know, Mr. Mayor, if you feel what I was just saying was opinion. It was not history. I was saying, you know, the level of pride that they must have felt when they left. And I'm citing opinion, that I want to feel that way too, looking at history, because these are individuals who I respect. And, you know, I'm not trying to say this is an accounting of history, but if you want to fill in and leave anything that you feel that was left out or unfair, please feel free to correct me. I ultimately just want to do what I feel in my heart is the best for the city. I know you do as well, Mr. Mayor. And if we deviate in our position on that, that is the greatness of our democracy and the greatness of being elected officials and being able to disagree on one issue and agree on the next issue that we have to tackle. And so, but if you feel you need to correct me on the history, I'm certainly open to that. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So we're all kind of belaboring this without realizing that what we're doing right now is we are going to a national search. Okay? What we are doing today is an interim, and it is a placeholder position. And I do take a little offense of certain members of this body saying that by hiring a woman who's already an assistant city manager is some sort of like destabilization of our government. If she were not a woman or not a minority, if she was a white male, would it be a destabilization?
Mark Taxis was also proposed. I
I'm
said the
being
same
interrupted
comment.
right now, and I wouldn't want to be interrupted. Okay, so I take offense to that. I take offense to that because Raquel Williams is a capable, strong woman who came into the city as our economic development director, okay? And in short order impressed all of us so much. And by the way, the first time you impressed me, you were actually arguing against me on the Lincoln Road lots, but your presentation was so perfect, and it was so detailed, and it was so well-researched, and it was so professional that I was blown away. I was blown away. And so I feel very confident right now in Raquel taking this position as an interim, and I did not reach out to you. I didn't, because I think that in order to keep this process fair, I had to kind of keep my ideas close because there were so many lobbyists and special interests, you know, that just want a closed process, and we want to open it up. And everybody's afraid of change. I think we should just hug and embrace this change and go out and let's get the best city manager we can. Now, I don't know what the details of the search process are, but what I would say embedded in all of this is as we appoint the interim, that we hold another special meeting so that we can come up with the parameters of the search process. So, I mean, today we have 2 different motions in 2 different seconds that need to be voted on. We need to move forward. The longer that we wait, you know, in this search process, you know, I don't think that that's a positive thing to try to, you know, defer or kick the can down the road. But I do think within the next few weeks, we need to meet, come up with a search committee, and I want to see a robust process. I want to see all the applicants out there in the community, and we're going to do something very community-driven, and hopefully we will get, may the best candidate win this position.
Okay, let's vote.
Well,
Which one?
Mayor, so there's a motion and a second for the interim appointment of Raquel Williams, but there was a motion by Commissioner Magazine to defer that was seconded.
I don't
by-
believe, sorry, Mr. City Attorney, I don't believe I made that motion. I
Oh.
asked about it.
Okay, so then there was, then Commissioner Suarez seconded a motion, so that would be treated as a motion to defer.
Yeah, just
Then
going back, I
that-
told Ms.
then-
Williams if she was interested in applying, I would be happy to defer, to give her the fairness and respect. But she made clear that she was not interested in applying, so there wouldn't be a motion to defer.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, because before we vote, I just want to know, because I want to be fair. I want to know from Assistant City Manager Mark Taxis, are you interested in being considered for the interim role as well?
I would leave that up to the commission. I'm here to serve this government however you all see fit.
Okay, thank you.
So then, if there's not a second for Commissioner Suarez's motion to defer, then there was only one motion that had a second, which is before you, for the appointment of Raquel Williams.
I'll second it.
Seconded. So provided that she would not apply for the permanent position. And, you know, as part of this motion, there are a couple of elements that we just haven't gotten into. Number one, we have traditionally, the interim city manager and the city manager have had a contract. And so we've traditionally deferred to the finance chair to negotiate the terms of the interim employment agreement and to come back to the city commission. So if there was a motion for Raquel, then that would be a part of that motion. Then the second is Manager Hudak's departure date, that even though she has provided until June 29th, I think the manager has spoken with you all about a request for a departure date of May 3rd, provided that her contract would be honored with the severance payments that she would be entitled under the contract. And then the third element would be to do the search, and we can come back with you at a special meeting or at the next meeting with, you know, with the details of that. We'd have to hire a search firm, and that would be the first step.
So the motion to defer would come first?
If there was a second to Commissioner Suarez's
Can I second
motion,
it?
You can second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
By the way, I've said it before, I'm not going to support the interim not being able to apply. I don't see that as, if the person is performing well, whether it be Raquel, whether it be Mark, whether it be Eric, I don't see why they shouldn't be considered. So I'm gonna literally vote no on that. I also haven't had, and I think the world of every person that we've mentioned, but I haven't, other than Eric, who I have had discussions with about, I didn't know others were being considered, so I haven't even talked to Mark or Raquel about this, and obviously would want the opportunity to do so. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I welcome Raquel to apply. I don't think we should be putting her in a tough spot right now to say you can run the city for the next 3 months, but after that you cannot apply. In the meantime, that's just so odd to me that we would do that to her. And because what if she does a great job in the next 3-4 months, and we say, hey, look, maybe we found our person. So, I think if we're going to be doing, look, I think this national search is going to end up being everyone from our city. Already in government. I think that's what's going to yield the results. So I don't want to preclude.
And former people from our city.
Yeah, I don't want to preclude Raquel from. I mean, she's saying it now that she doesn't want it, but maybe after this meeting, she's like, I should have never did that. I don't think we should be putting her in that position. So, I'm hopeful we can move this along, possibly just one more month, and then let's have a real discussion with Raquel and Mark to see what their propensity is for moving forward. So, there's a motion and a second.
So there's a motion and a second to defer the vote on the interim city manager. Call the vote. Take a roll.
Roll call, this is for May 15th, correct? The next commission meeting?
Correct.
So Commissioner Bott to defer.
No.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Dominguez.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, well, I guess as a point of clarification, I've always just heard it as mentioned. I mean, when we say motion to defer takes precedence, what does that mean?
That's right, that it's being heard just as it is
Oh,
now
okay.
before the
Okay, so it
main
still has to
motion
vote.
that's
Okay.
on the floor.
No.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
To defer to May 15th.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had voted already. Yes.
So motion fails.
So the main motion is back before you.
Can you just repeat the motion?
So it would be for an appointment of Raquel Williams as interim city manager, would be effective immediately or beginning tomorrow, with the request that the chair of finance would negotiate the interim employment agreement terms. It would provide for a 30-day transition period for Manager Hudak through May 3rd. For Manager Hudak to then receive the severance payments under her contract, and for HR to commence the search process and develop an RFQ for a national search firm to come back to you for further development.
So a couple of questions based on what you just said. So our city manager, Alina, would effectively leave the city on May 3rd?
On May 3rd.
I would not support that. I think if we have an interim city manager, Alina's contractually give 90 days notice, and I would ask her to continue on.
Okay.
The other thing, are we stipulating whether the interim city manager can then apply for the city manager?
That was
position?
part of, yes, and that was, sorry, I missed that. That was part of the Commissioner Fernandez's original motion, that the interim would not apply for the permanent position, and that the search process would take no longer than 6 months.
Okay, so I have two issues. One is I would want our city manager to stay on longer than May 3rd, as contractually required, and I don't, as I've said, I don't agree that the interim should be precluded from applying for the full-time position.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify? I just want to know what I am during that 90-day period.
So
Once we appoint an interim today, what am I?
So if you
for the
appoint an
90
interim
days?
today,
I just want to be clear.
Manager Hudak is a city manager, but and through your last day, which you have said in your letter is June 26th, but the interim city manager would assume the duties of city manager in this period.
So a transition period of
Yes.
90 days?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to call the vote, Mayor?
Let's call the vote.
Just
So
do it.
as stated, but with the manager's departure date as provided in her letter of June 26th.
So is she acting city manager?
She would be interim city manager.
Alina?
No, Raquel.
Okay, right. And
Raquel,
so she,
effective immediately, interim city manager.
but Alina leaves, when would she be leaving?
June 26th, when her date in her letter.
So just to be clear, what role would Alina have if she's no longer city manager?
To provide support to the interim city manager and the manager's office during the transition.
Commissioner Bott.
I value the offer that was made by the city manager to stay through her contractual date. And I do very much value having you stay for a period to make sure that everybody's comfortable and that you're available for support as needed. But I would respectfully suggest to my colleagues that perhaps we can find a happy medium between May 5th and June 26th or whatever it was, so that, Alina can make sure that everybody can make sure that we're all feeling comfortable with the way things are proceeding, and Alina's here to be there as needed, but as Raquel moves into the role and gets her footing, that perhaps we find a date that is maybe at the end of May or beginning of June to proceed that way.
Yeah, I think, from my perspective, again, and I hope, Mr. Mayor, that at the appropriate time I get to thank everyone appropriately. you know, for me, it's very important that the city have clear leadership. There are major decisions that have to be made. There are major personnel decisions. I would have been scheduled next week to be in budget meetings, 20-plus budget meetings that have to be held, that I always attend personally in preparation for your budget workshop in May. There are, you know, Memorial Day is around the corner. There are major things, collective bargaining has to kick off. And so it's very important that our city administration, that our city, that our residents, that everybody knows who is the city manager. And so I think we need clarity as it relates to that. And as much as, again, I have no agenda here, I don't have a job waiting for me, I resigned, it was my personal decision, but I do think that we need clarity and we need to know who's in charge of this city. And I'm happy to stay for as long as any of you want me to stay, and I'm happy to, once I'm gone, be a part of this family, because forever it will be a part of me. But at the same time, I think it's very important that it's very clear who's in charge and who's the manager.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So how would this sound? I agree with Commissioner Bott's proposal to find a happy medium. How would we feel if this decision becomes effective tomorrow with a 30-day transition period? Would that be okay with you? Yes? Okay. So a 30-day, well, okay, I have the floor. So it would be, in this motion, effective tomorrow morning. So today would be our last, we are going to let you speak and thank all of us, I promise. And with a 30-day transition period, unless you would like 45 days, we can hear from my colleagues to hear if you prefer 30, 45. But I mean, Ms. Williams would be the interim manager as of tomorrow, because I agree that somebody does need to be in charge. And I think if you stayed on, it would be the perfect support and transition that she might need over the next, month.
We are literally making such critical decisions, like literally, like on the fly, like whatever comes to our head now. That's where we're getting to. That's the point we're at this commission. Like literally people just throwing things out. These are major, major decisions for our city. The most important position of our city, the city manager. This is not a good look for our city.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, while happy to accommodate our admirable city manager not staying until June 26th, I don't think we'd be setting our city up for the best path forward if we wouldn't at least ask that you remain until after our next city commission meeting. Ms. Williams, I think this was, I don't want to say derogatory, but sprung on you today. You probably didn't realize you were getting into this, so all of a sudden being, I want you to start tomorrow. Agree with my colleague Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. I would just ask if she would have the appetite, as would the rest of the body, to request that our city manager at least stay on after the next city commission meeting, so she could serve in an advisory role for Ms. Williams' first commission meeting.
And I continue to we are contractually paying for our city manager for 20 weeks.
Through June 26th, and then she would be entitled to severance payments after that.
And I'll continue to maintain it should be through June 26th.
Wait, so can I say something?
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Well, if we're paying you till June 26th and Raquel becomes interim city manager tomorrow, you could just serve as an advisor. Would you agree to serve as the advisor in an advisory capacity through June 26th if we're already? I mean, I'm sure that you would do that even if we weren't paying you.
I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm perfectly okay with that.
Not happily, but I know you.
Unless I get another job.
Yeah.
And I am available.
Okay, so we have the motion and the second with the terms that you're saying. Ms. Williams, we're calling a vote on this right now. I'm very excited for you.
Can we at least have her come up?
Would you like to come up? Mr. Mayor, you're going to call this vote, please?
Yeah, I called it already.
Okay, we already.
I called it.
And just for the record, since the motion has been changed, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you still make the motion, and Commissioner Vice Mayor Dominguez, you still make the second? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a roll call. I'm gonna go alphabetically. Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion carries. Ms. Williams is appointed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the recognition and for the trust. And thank you, Manager Hudak, for agreeing to support me.
I congratulate you, Ms. Williams. I look forward to working with you. I think the process, it's funny we talk about process. This was a completely flawed process, but I do congratulate you. You're a very talented individual, and I look forward to working with you.
I look forward to it as well and would love to have some time with you one-on-one. Thank you.
Let's call, we have a couple of time certains. We're a little behind. I think the redevelopment agency will be quick, and then we'll have the pedestrian hard pack sand dunes next.
Yes, sir. We're reconvening the city commission meeting and convening as the RDA. The first item that we have is RDA 1, approved settlement agreement, amendment 2 with Kubice 105.
Chairman and members of the board, we have negotiated a settlement agreement which entails an amendment to the existing lease with Kubice 105, and we've followed the direction provided by the board during our executive session, I guess in February. Key terms involve there are two different options. One would be exercisable in the end of 25, and the other one at the end of 30. And then the lease terms provide for lower minimum rents, but higher percentage rents.
Madam Vice Chair of the board, oh wait, we don't have a quorum.
I didn't realize he was gone.
Now you're just,
Okay.
I guess we gotta take a short recess.
We lost quorum, so we could, you could discuss, but we need 5 votes for this item. And
Madam-
for 5 members present.
Madam Vice Chair, perhaps we could take a short recess of the RDA board while we just wait for a quorum to come back to the dais.
So 5 minutes?
Agreed. Yeah, 5-minute recess.
Yes, thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mr.
Welcome
Chair.
back. We took a little break to make sure we had quorum.
Okay.
We
Mr.
are
Chair.
on, you want to announce the item again, Ralph?
Yes, sir. We're continuing in RDA 1, so we are convening as the city's RDA agency. This is item 1, approved settlement agreement, amendment 2 with Kubicha 105.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, following the shade session that we held with you all on February 22nd, the staff of the RDA engaged in communications with counsel for the tenant, Kubicha 105, and we negotiated over the course of about a month terms that were consistent with the direction provided by the RDA board. Sort of some highlights here, as I started to mention previously, there are 2 extension terms remaining, one which will commence beginning January of 26, and one that will commence if the tenant is not in default at any point in time in January of 31. So the lease will extend as late as 2035. Consistent with discussions, we have improved on the percentage rent requirements as sort of as a boost for some of the rents that we have forgiven pursuant to the settlement agreement. And then the settlement agreement itself is a fairly straightforward settlement agreement with mutual release of all claims by both parties. We're here simply to obtain the board's approval for the settlement agreement and the amendment number 2 to the lease, consistent with the terms that I just mentioned.
Mr. Mayor, I move the item.
We have a motion.
I'll second. Jinx.
Call the vote.
It is a voice vote, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We have Commissioner Higgins is absent and Commissioner Suarez is absent also.
Thank you.
Great. Let's call R9AE.
Yes, sir. R9AE is discuss, take action, pursue pedestrian-only path, hard-packed sand / dunes.
I am the sponsor of this item. We have a couple of co-sponsors as well, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Bott, and Commissioner Suarez. Anybody want to be heard, or should we take the vote?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think you've initiated something great here. Clearly, one of our greatest successes is our beach walk, and it's such a great success that it's been a victim of its own success, and obviously overcrowded, over capacity, and I think certainly pursuing this hard pack idea that you've brought forward to provide more safe facilities for pedestrians. It only makes sense, so I'm happy, proud to support you on this. Thank you for your vision on this, and I'm happy to move the item.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, as you mentioned, I do, and I'm sure all of us here get many complaints about the unfortunate aspect of the success we've had, that our beach walk is so popular. We have, on one aspect, we have motorized scooters at times going on there, which is illegal. So, and I know our police and park rangers are addressing that. You have bicycles that are permitted, and because of state funding that we got, we can't preclude that, but some of the bicycles do go quite quickly, and there have been, unfortunately, injuries. So this has become a victim of its own success. So this was an idea that, that I had to, initially I actually had done it where the bicycles would go there, but then working with the community, the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, which has been extremely supportive of this item, it did make more sense to flip this and have the pedestrians, where I think the path will continue to be bike pedestrians, but this would be another alternative for pedestrians to be in a lane where no bicycles would be coming. Commissioner Bott.
I am so excited about this. I'm very happy to be supportive of it and will second the motion. Both professionally and personally, I use the walk extended up to the Hallover Cut, and in Val Harbor and Surfside, it is that elevated hard pack, and it is really fabulous for many, many reasons. I won't waste our time, and I know, Amy, I'm looking at you because I know this is going to be difficult and complicated, and for my colleagues on the Finance Committee, I know it's yet another thing that we're going to have to figure out how to afford, but I really believe that things that are worth doing don't come easily sometimes, and it will be a great day for the city when we celebrate the ribbon cutting for this event. So I'm very happy to second this and support it.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I love this item. I would like to add myself as a sponsor, please. And I had a few questions. How long will it take once we start the regulatory process? How long do you anticipate?
Sure. Well, good morning. Amy Knowles, Chief Resilience Officer. Apologize, came in a little late for this item. You know, we had recommended two different options, a feasibility study, as well as, we had an estimate from capital improvement projects, on the amount. And I think because this is something that it's very unique, it's obviously a lot of challenges, and we provided the state statute. We're going to have to take some time to come up with a creative approach to get the state to a yes. Because right now, there are, a lot of barriers here. So I think it will take some time. We would have to go through the submittal process. It depends on their staffing. Right now, it can take a few months even to get an approval for a special event permit. So we can report on that as it gets closer. But again, the beach walk itself did take quite a long time, so it's a lot of back and forth.
The beach walk took us like 6 years, maybe more, 8 years. It was a long time in coming. But I hope that because we're not building and we're just compacting sand, that it might not take as long. So I think this was just a really brilliant decision, and it solves a problem. Because I get those, I don't know about you guys, but I get the phone calls all the time about how dangerous it is, and we can't enforce it, and it's very frustrating. So this is a great idea. Vice Mayor, I believe you're on. That's all.
Okay, so I think it's time to call the vote on this item.
May I speak to this, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, even though it's not public comment, I know you've been very involved over the years, not just this item, so with the pedestrian walkway. So yes, I'm happy to hear from you. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you. Henry Stoller, 1500 Ocean Drive. I woke up this morning with the enviable and inviting task of trying to convince you to cease pursuit of an item which has 5 co-sponsors. So I'm going to give it my best shot anyway. This is a staff report which tells you the kinds of hurdles that will need to be overcome, and success is highly doubtful. There's extensive statutory requirements that must be satisfied. There is the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission that needs to be satisfied. There is the State Coastal Construction Line Program, the CCLP program, that needs to be satisfied. The same group, CCL program, must approve this as a new activity. Sea turtles. Someone's going to have to satisfy the sea turtle regulators under the Federal Endangered Species Act that a change in the quality and feel of the sand will not impair the migration of the sea turtles. There is, in this estimate of $3.7 million, nothing for required mitigation or regulatory considerations. There is a recommendation that maybe the Finance Committee should spend $100,000 for a feasibility study to see if this is even feasible to pursue. So all that is highlighted very candidly and openly and directly in the staff report. Mr. Mayor, may I have another minute or so?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a whole second group of reasons for stopping consideration of this matter. And that is, in my view, it is not a good idea. There is a notion or a concept here of a proposed separate but parallel pedestrian-only path. Now, matters are not going well on the beach walk as it is, simply because there is a lack of enforcement, and the numbers show it. I would think that we would learn something from last month's collision on Key Biscayne between a revered 66-year-old woman on a regular bike and a 12-year-old on an e-bike that resulted in the woman's death. How appealing is this pathway to someone who wants to be the pedestrian on it? Unlike the beach walk, it is completely exposed to sun and wind and all the elements, unlike the beach walk where there is some protection. So casting out pedestrians from the beach walk and exiling them to a separate path is going to place them in even greater jeopardy. We will need to double the number of enforcement personnel and resources now devoted to the beach walk, because there will be violators there as well. We live in a community where when you move here, as I did 20 years ago, you're told that here a red light is considered a suggestion. So that's the mentality, and that is what I encounter 2 or 3 times a week on the beach walk. In addition to doubling enforcement resources, we will double maintenance and repair requirements. This is a different set of materials. Nothing in this climate goes unrepaired without damage. And finally, we are doing even more damage to the environment through this idea. The last thing that we should be doing is damaging this incredible resource, the beach. We have seen this movie before. A huge, wide swath of dunes and vegetation was torn out in order to build and extend the beach walk from 3rd Street to 5th Street. So once again, we're attacking our natural environment through this. I hope you will move on to other and I think more compelling matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Eloquent as always. Let's call a vote.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous, 7-0.
It's a good time to break for lunch. Why don't we come back for Sutnick Hour at 1 p.m. Thanks.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back. We will start the Sutnick hour, even though it's the Sutnick half hour, but might as well. Is that a motion? Raphael?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go first virtually. Our first caller is Greg. Greg, please state your name. You have 2 minutes. Name and address, please. And if anyone here in the audience wishes to speak, please approach the podium.
Yes, my name's I'm from Miami. I live in the Mid-Beach area. I guess my comment is about the city manager role. I'm happy to see that the city is moving on. One thing I hope is that the city will consider requiring the next city manager to become a resident of Miami Beach. It's important as a resident that we know that the city manager live with the same rules and regulations and decisions that he or she makes and is subject to the same, whereas a city manager that lives in another domicile basically makes decisions and then leaves. I think it's very important for the residents of the city of Miami Beach to make sure that that requirement is met. That's my principal comment today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Goltanoff, and I reside at 125 Jefferson Avenue. First, I want to acknowledge the outgoing city manager and the steadfast and professional operation she led during her tenure. And also, I want to congratulate the new interim city manager. Who and how you select the next city manager is extremely important for the future of our city. As former Mayor Gelber often would say, we the voters elect 7 part-time board members to oversee the professional government. And I want to thank Ms. Hudak, who, even though progress on many items that were very important to people, such as implementing the bicycle pedestrian master plan, fell short of goals, she led a professional organization full of many talented, dedicated, and extremely responsive employees. So that brings us to the selection for the next city manager. Next month is NATCO, which is the National Association of City Transportation Officials. They're holding their conference in Miami where leaders all from throughout the country will be gathering for the yearly gathering. Now that you all have law and order under control, perhaps you can expand the focus to a leader with a proven track record in planning and urban mobility, and how to elevate the dense, urban, vibrant, historic environment similar to Miami Beach. With a nearly $1 billion budget, we have the resources. This would be a dream job for many. Conduct a national search and also make a splash at NATCO and begin the recruitment there. There'll be many highly qualified candidates. Personally, I'll be hosting 2 workshops, and I'm excited to showcase the city and what makes us a desirable place for people to live, work, and play. Once again, thank you, Ms. Hudak, for your professionalism, and congratulations to the new interim city manager.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I'll actually begin by also thanking the city manager for as someone put it, and it's a bit blunt, but a corruption and scandal-free time in office, which is not necessarily the standard here, and much professionalism beyond that. And congratulations to the interim city manager. I want to put a detail of the Back Bay project before you with some degree of urgency. Under the obligations imposed by Congress on the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, such projects include an obligation to conserve cultural resources. If, in fact, our city finds that elevation as the only fail-safe, elevation of our federally defined historic district as the only fail-safe in the face of rising seawaters and storm surges, is the way to go, we have a deadline of the 2028 congressional funding request. And I will probably run out my time by briefly putting that calendar before you. If that goes to Congress in 28, we all know autumn of 28 is a presidential election. It will need to go to the government, to Congress by spring of 28. Meaning the Corps will need to have a year or 2 to digest this. So it needs to go to the Corps by 26 or 27 at the latest. Our assent, should we think it a good idea, comes presumably before the county's assent, and that would get the county to 25, and you see now the urgency of dealing with this, I would argue, by October at the latest. I would recommend that you put this on an agenda for one of your commission committees. I intend to present it to the Sustainability Committee with a request that we put it on our agenda so we can do some of that digestion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is David Fiorello. I live at 2740 Old Alton Road, Miami Beach, Florida. Our family has both the single-family homes and a couple of condos on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm a native Floridian, and I love our city. First of all, thank you to all of our elected officials for the public service that you give in protecting and promoting this fine, fine city. I'm a retired person, hence the very silver hair, and I am a registered feeder for Sobey Cats. I'm not the strange cat man at my age, but I'm a person who loves our city and respects all animal life. We have a very dedicated team of people that volunteer. We provide our time, we provide the food, we network every day on what we are doing and report in and out. When there is a health issue, we take care of it ourselves. We go fund amongst ourselves. The cats are neutered, they are spayed, and we take care of them each and every day. When you look at Smith and Walensky, the Jetty, the Dunes, people come by when we're feeding and they say, "What are you doing?" or "These are your cats." They love them. People that are tourists cannot give us any more praise when they see what we're doing. I do honestly believe that these cats are not destroying our dunes. If anything, cats have a natural ability to hunt and to take care of the rodent population. So I think it would be cruel, it's not necessary to relocate any of the cats within the Sobey Cat organization. Last year, I think you made a proclamation for one of our leaders, Holly Whalen, she's probably here today, on her efforts with Sobey Cats. Please let the people that are here to run the organization, please let the people that are volunteers to continue to do what we do. And here's a visual. This is Buddy, Snowball, and Tux. They all live in the dunes. They're beautiful cats. And we have some that only live together. They eat by themselves. We take care of them every single day. We ask that you protect them and let them be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Meredith Sellinger Elizabeth. Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Meredith Sellinger, and I live at 1260 97th Street. And I'm here as a proud parent of a high school student who is a member of the Miami Beach Rowing Club. He's also a leader of the Miami Waterkeepers, and he unfortunately couldn't be here today because he's in school, but I'm here to express our family's concerns about the increase of commercial traffic in the Indian Creek waterway. What we're observing at the moment is currently the commercial boats that are using that waterway are exceeding the speed limits. They're traveling on the wrong side of the waterway, and they're leaving large weights that bounce off the seawalls, which really threaten the safety not only of our rowers, but the coaches that are trying to manage the situation. We're also seeing charter boats that are illegally docking in the parking lot adjacent to our club on 65th Street. And they're picking up and dropping off passengers, and they're tying up to trees and electrical boxes. And they're really prohibiting our rowers from being able to dock in the club. I think that the charter boats have, the ability to use other waterways, for their customers. I think that it's also will create a lot more traffic backing up onto the 63rd Street Bridge, with that bridge opening and closing more due to commercial traffic. And lastly, I just think the presence of more commercial boats are contributing to the water pollution, which is an issue that the city is already, challenged to take care of. So I'm really urging the commission to take action to regulate the activities in the waterway, to prioritize the safety of our kids and to protect the environment.
Thank you so much. Next, please. Please state your name. Yes. Name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Kristen Reinhardt. I live at 110 Washington Avenue in South Beach. And Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, thank you for your time today. I come to you today to speak about the cat bill to relocate the cats. And I'm going to say right now, I'm relocated from New York State and from New York City. I think when I speak now, I speak for myself. I speak for everybody in my building. I speak for all my friends that I know in the Continuum, in the Portofino, in South Point Tower, in the Apogee, in Ronald Grand, and all the buildings and all the condos down in South Point. Because they're all my friends, many people are my friends, and they know people, and I've spoken to most of them. We know that there's a lot of dog lovers in Miami Beach, correct? Well, a lot of dog lovers also have cats in their house, and they're also cat lovers. And I see the dog lovers walking the dogs in the morning, and I talk to them, and we talk about cats. And they're huge supporters of the cats on the beach. And I want to put a context here. You're going to hear later about Sobe Cats and all the services that they can provide and so on. But for you to have a context of a city is judged by how they treat their denizens and how they treat their animals. And I think in the view of history, we're going to look at this and say Miami Beach treated their cats well. Now, we need to take care of problems, and we're working on it, and Sobe Cats has over 400 to 500 volunteers that work for free for Sobe Cats. That's a huge number of volunteers. I've worked for nonprofits my whole life, and I've never seen such a groundswell of volunteers to come and give their free time. It shows how much they care about the cats. All of these people will be affected. All of Miami Beach will be affected. And now I'm going to say something that's going to sound really pretentious. But everyone knows Jane Goodall and how she helped the chimpanzees. Well, she's gone down in the view of history as being a hero, practically a saint, for how she treated these animals.
You're running out.
I think if we just step back a little bit, think about approaching the problem again with some more resources, I think we can have some good success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Raquel Rothman. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Raquel Rothman. My address is 3235 Northeast 211 Terrace in Aventura, Florida. I echo the sentiments of Meredith Selinger, who spoke earlier. I'm also a proud parent of a child that is in the Miami Beach Rowing Club. There has been a disproportionate increase on the waterway of chartered boats creating hazards for our children, contributing to the pollution, not paying attention to the way that the proper way to use the waterway is, illegally docking at the 65th seawall, and people approaching to board over there vessels and to drop off people there as well. It proposes a big danger to our children and to other. Our children aren't the only ones that are using the waterways that are unmotorized vessels, but the wakes that are created by some of these charter boats that are not paying attention to what the rules are, and there's really no enforcement out there on a usual basis. These people are, using the waterways at their leisure, and there isn't any real enforcement to protect the people that they're affecting. And so I would greatly request that the charter boats not be allowed to continue this illegal use of the waterway, and that shouldn't be expanded. It should be prevented to prevent, a tragedy that could happen. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for taking a look at how you can increase the protections that are on that waterway. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Alexei Afonin. I'm I live on 1661 West Avenue, and I'm a retired captain and still have the captain's license, 50-ton master's license, and an actor. In 1973, at the age of 16, my family came from Soviet Union to United States. The reason was that my parents wanted to make sure that my brother and I live in a country that exercises democracy. Now, this situation, I live with my wife on a boat in Sunset Bay, And I didn't think I was doing something wrong because, as I understand, by state of Florida, we're perfectly allowed to live on the water in that particular area. Now, the city of Miami Beach restricted access to shore and completely thinking of cutting off access to shore. That's kind of making me feel that I'm doing something wrong. And I can't believe that the United States of America, the land of the free and brave, just exercises such a rude and a way of dealing with the problem. Yes, there may be too many boats there, and the mooring field is probably on the way, but meanwhile, don't treat us like that. It reminds me of Soviet Union, really. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Mira Kovacic.
Hi, my name is Mira Kovacic, and I live on Venetian Causeway. I've been a resident of Miami Beach since 1990, and on my out of my own initiative, I feed cats on the beach behind from 21 to Ritz-Carlton, and I'm greatly disturbed by this proposal about removing cats because that's a death sentence for them. Also, I just wanted to remind everyone that what's going on dunes currently is horse races. So in the face of that, this accusation on cats is absolutely ridiculous because cats are not damaging dunes, events are. And I really appreciate the opportunity to talk and be a voice for my dear friends from the beach. And I thank you all for listening to me. And I hope that you're going to take in consideration the ridiculousness of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm John Bradham. I live at 3737 Collins Avenue. And I would like to comment on the proposal to relocate the cats. I think it would be a terrible mistake and frankly a disaster. Most of these cats have lived on the boardwalk for years. It's the only home they know. They cannot live in cages. They would be terrified. If you try to trap them and move them, what will happen is you will have many frantic cats in cages by the boardwalk, many of whom will be injured trying to escape. This is what your constituents and your visitors will see. And where would you put them? If you try to move them to the already overcrowded shelters, most of them will be killed, euthanized for lack of space. The chance of a feral or semi-feral cat being adopted is de minimis. And if you try to relocate them and move them to another area, many of them will try to return to the only home they know, and they will be killed on the highways and the roads there. Secondly, this is totally unnecessary and a waste of taxpayer money. These cats cause no harm to the dunes. They are well monitored, cared for, trap, neuter, release colony. They're fed twice a day. This is a well-accepted and proven way of caring for feral cat colonies. Third, these cats are a well-liked feature of Miami Beach. People like cats, and harming them will not be well received. I see your constituents and visitors on the boardwalk every day. They take pictures of the cats. They pet them. They ask questions about them. The children in particular love them. And to move these cats would be cruel, unnecessary, a waste of taxpayer money, and it would detract from, not add to Miami Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Andy. Andy, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Andrew Dively, 1661 West Avenue. I would like to thank first the city manager for her exceptional service and also the police chief of Miami Beach for his exceptional service, especially during spring break. Today, I want to talk about the behavior of a certain public official who has publicly attacked our residents and the voters specifically. But not just that, at his first city commission meeting, he attacked the city manager, which I found very distasteful because he had only been in office for 2 weeks. And I would say, sit down, shut up, and listen to the experienced folks in the room. Don't attack people who have been here for years. Also, at the last commission meeting, he attacked the police chief, which I found very distasteful because the police risk their lives every day to do the work that we are not able to do as citizens. So I thank the police chief for that. Furthermore, I think it's very ridiculous that we have to have a bill to talk about how public officials should act. Harassing voters via text, social media, harassing voters with drones, and using his wife to take pictures of people, multiple police reports filed against him, threatening voters in person, which you can look up, and it's public video. And I would just say to everybody on this commission, you need to control this guy, because everything he does is also your responsibility. And the city is going to be liable for his actions. Furthermore, what you're doing is illegal at the expense of the personal freedoms of the voters, and the condo owners do not own the water. I remind you of that. The city of Miami Beach does not own the waters. Those are federal and state waters. And finally, I would like to assert my First Amendment right to say, stop harassing and attacking people, Mr. David Suarez. You should give a public apology. And Mayor Minor, I'm asking you to hold David Suarez accountable for the attacks on citizens.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker, in person. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Before I start, though, I don't want to use my time. I want to thank the police, and I have a check here for $5,000 that I made out to Miami Beach Police Athletic Association, which I think does a fabulous job. I go to Flamingo Park, and I see the wonderful work they do, and I want to present this check to the Chief of Police. And yes, the police in Miami Beach do a fabulous job.
Wayne Jones, Police Chief for the city. Jamie, thank you for this really, really thoughtful and generous donation to the kids of our city that attend and participate in all the programs the Police Athletic League has to offer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Job well done. Now, my name is Jamie Losky. I live at 321 Ocean Drive in Miami Beach, and I'm a concerned citizen. I would like to say that I'm honored to be here to speak on behalf of Miami Beach residents and the Jewish residents of Miami Beach. Miami Beach is a great city with visionary leadership, passionate leadership, great people working in the Parks and Recreation Department, and probably the best police force in the entire nation. That said, as a lifelong Jew, I am sickened by Jew hate and anti-Semitism, especially when it's carefully disguised. I understand that many non-Jewish people do not understand our particular life experiences, the hate, the pain we feel, and how we were taught to ignore it all our lives. I just can't ignore it, though. It's become normalized because as a minority, 1% of the population, nobody really wants to do anything. Everybody wants to sort of look the other way and talk about it, but at the end, nothing gets done. So, as a child in Canada, I experienced violence, discrimination constantly. The police did nothing. There was no iPhone, and we had to live with it. We had to ignore it, just like our grandparents ignored it when Hitler came to take them away to the gas chambers. So here I am 50 years later in Miami Beach, and recently I've been experiencing, and I know many people have, the same pain, the same fear, and I kind of feel betrayed in some ways. A few months ago, I have a video of it. There was a huge riot on Ocean Drive. The police were there. I thought they did a great job corralling the riot, but in the end, these people were in front of 321 Ocean Drive for hours, and it lingered on all afternoon. I have a video of it, which I want to play for you guys so you can maybe just hear it. And that's from my balcony. There are at least 500 to 1,000 demonstrators, very organized, signage, leaders, you name it, they had it. So it wasn't like just a bunch of kids. And one lady was screaming, Hitler should have finished the job. And there's 16 million Jews left in the world, and she's screaming on Ocean Drive, I don't know what the purpose was, because we can't fix that situation. We can't fix Gaza on Ocean Drive. And, you know, it was very uncalled for. Now, again, the police were there. They corralled them. There was a very large police presence. I thought it was done professionally in that way. But I don't really know why they were there. I don't think they should have been there at all. So that said, I agree with free speech. And according to law, this mob was spewing hate speech. And according to the Constitution, that's unlawful. We don't have to put up with it.
Thank you, sir.
Why do we allow these activists to take away our rights of residents and taxpayers, blocking access to our homes, blocking streets, harassing people? It's not right. It's not acceptable. Tolerance is very nice, but it sends the wrong message and it destroys our society. These people see Miami Beach as a weak city. They're coming back. Okay, I'm almost done.
Okay.
I have a lot of stuff here, but I'm almost done. They have websites. It is organized. And the thing that happened the other day at the Temple Emmanuel, that's a Miami Beach landmark. That was on TV nationwide. They saw these people harassing Jews on the sidewalk. They saw them inside the temple. And I don't think anything happened to those people. So that sends a message that it's acceptable in Miami Beach. And they're laughing at us, and they're getting likes on Instagram, and they're thinking about it. And, you know, this weekend they were in the Catholic Church in New York, St. Patrick's Cathedral, doing the same thing.
Thank you, sir.
So the message is, if we don't get tough, this is going to be going on and on and on. We got Passover coming, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were in front of the temple and trying to break in the temple again. And so it's a warning, and I think we should take it seriously. Thank you very much.
Our next virtual speaker is Casey. Casey, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Casey Felbaum. I live at 6770 Indian Creek. I am here in opposition of relocating the beach cats. I have been privileged to be a volunteer feeder for the 69th Street route, in addition to a volunteer at the Sobey Kitty Campus. The cats are well taken care for, they're neutered, they're friendly, and they're an overall net positive to our community. I think it would be incredibly cruel, for reasons that multiple people have stated, to relocate them. It will lead in deaths, and it will be very disappointing to know that it was our city that was responsible for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm Ruth Prado, 6900 Bay Drive. I thank you all for giving me a chance to express myself. I just want to support with all the previous speaker talk about relocating the cats. I've been a registered feeder for over 12 years and work very closely to most of the feeders, and I want to thank all of them for what they've been doing. Incredible. And I also want to explain that I work at an animal clinic where we provide the spay and neuter program, and we do about 50 cats a month. Most of them is from Miami Beach area, and a lot of the feeders not only trap them, bring them over, spend their money with gas, and if the cats have any additional problems, they end up paying for the bill for additional to the spay and neuter. Some of them take them home, even though they don't have enough space, including me, and to foster them, and then help them either be adopted if they are friendly, or put them back, and to remove the cats from the dunes like they had done in the past at a certain area of the park. They all end up dead because they were put in an enclosed area and then they removed, we don't know by whom, and they disappear. So this will be repeated again, and this is considered animal cruelty, so I'm totally against this proposal. And I suggest that the officials maybe set up a meeting with us, because some of them already did in the past, follow through, learn what we do, and how can this be solved without killing the cats, because that's what it's going to end up being, killing the cats. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Payam Ibithowith.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. My name is Payam Ibizadeh, and I live at 1260 97th Street in Bay Harbor Island. I am a owner of several Marriott hotels, and also my son is a part of Miami Beach Rowing Club. I'm calling on in this session on behalf of Miami Beach Rowing Club because I've seen firsthand what's happening there and how dangerous it is for the young children there. And I think that it's time that we do something before someone gets hurt. And more so, I want to give you my expertise in tourism and hospitality ownership. Despite what people say, even from the hotels there, no one really books a hotel based on a commercial charter boat that they're going to get. People come to Miami Beach because they want to come to the services that that hotel offers, and so there's a lot of locations in which these chartered boats and motorized sports can happen. There's in Miami altogether. So there's no reason why we have to keep them there. So that's, business-wise speaking, yes, is it easier for people to come across the street, potentially during the day or at night drunk, going in and causing issues and causing problems with the police? Yeah, it is easier. And would they book more services while they're at the hotel? Yes, they would. However, there's no way that anyone is not going to Eden Rock, not going to Nobu, not going to Fontainebleau because those boats are not there. That is a falsity. So, that's what I want to tell you. I think at the end of the day,
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sir, you're next. 2 minutes, state your name and address, and the young lady at the end is the last person here in the audience, and anyone with their hands raised at this point will speak. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so very much for your time today. My name is DeLon White. I'm actually not a Miami Beach resident. I represent Sierra Gold Foundation of Homes Incorporated. We are a nonprofit organization out of Honolulu, Hawaii. We have what we thought was a charitable solicitations permit to solicit the public on the Miami Beach Boardwalk to raise money for kids to attend college for the marine biology sector of the education program that we're sponsoring. We were submitted by the Department of Tourism and Culture, the permit that was signed by a Marcia Montserrat. This is the official permit here that we were given, and her signature is on the back of here as the person that approves this permit. According to the permit itself, it says that the permit shall not be valid unless approved and executed by the city manager, which is, I believe, Ms. Aluna Huback. Nice to meet you today. The problem that we're having is that we've received 3 of these permits. These permits for us last about 3 months apiece. We started with the city back in August of 22, all the way into June 30th of last year, as far as having the paper permits. Each one of them was signed by Marcia Montserrat, and on its face, it appears fraudulent. The problem that we're having is that the police has shut us down again since March 8th. We did not have a permit because we had submitted renewal packets from June 30 last year to the department, and we were unable to receive a physical permit from them. So I'm asking for help. We are a 501c3 public charity, and we also have a state permit as well. We'd like to have the city permit, but there is a part of the city code that says that that we can be exempt because of the fact that we are a charity and we are licensed through the Department of Treasury Internal Revenue Service. If one of the commissioners could help us, and maybe particularly Mr. Fernandez, I believe that one day you were on the 43rd Street with a number of officers, and including a sergeant. I wrote you about that. And this sergeant actually approached me. I displayed to him the last permit that we had received, which was as of June 30th. And he did not shut me down. The officers did not shut me down. And actually, code compliance came out, and they didn't shut me down. So I was under the understanding that because we were exempt,
Thank you, sir.
that we would be able to operate. But we have not received any help, and we're just crying out for help for one of the commissioners to help us, and we appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Given that we've already gone over the half hour, let's give the remaining speakers 1 minute each.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wally Moran. No, I'm keeping it.
Good afternoon, Wally Moran from Melbourne, Florida. I'm the president of Roots Rights Network of North America. I want to address agenda item R5AA. The city, of course, as those of you up front know, has been advised by the Florida Inland Navigational District that you cannot restrict the use of the docks without violating the grant conditions that Florida Inland Navigational District put in place when the city was given the money. That's approximately $250,000. Is Miami Beach prepared to table this agenda item, or do they intend to continue on with it and find $250,000 that Miami Beach taxpayers will have to pay in their continuing attempt to get the boaters who are legally anchored out of Sunset Harbor? That is my question, and I would appreciate an answer, and I think the city taxpayers would appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Stillman. I live at 3015 North Bay Road. I'm here to talk about the potential relocation of the boardwalk cats, as I like to call them. I'm a registered feeder with Sobe Cats for over 7 years now, and Linda and expensive. Recently, an elderly woman next to me died, next to my home died, and she was a feeder. And I have tried to move 7 cats 30 feet. It's never going to happen. They just don't move. So I have an alternative for you, besides just complaining. Outside in Atlantic City, they have the boardwalk cats. They even have their own TripAdvisor page, and it's actually a tourist attraction, and it's hugely popular. They have a place where people can donate to the feeders. You're welcome. Thank you.
Apologize. Our next virtual speaker is Kim Sabia. You have 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I would like to also say that relocating community cats is not only is it cruel, but it's ineffective. It doesn't work. More cats will just fill that, more cats will be dumped and need to be spayed and neutered. The solution, and many studies have shown this, the solution is spay and neuter. And the cats that are there will hold the territory so no new cats can come in, and eventually the overpopulation will decrease. I know that Linda, Diamond, and Holly, they are the experts, and they've provided the links for the studies that show that the only effective way to reduce the population is spay and neuter, and that removing them, it just doesn't work. More cats just come in. And that is, so it's ineffective. The cost is, and it's not practical. It wouldn't really be doable, as the last speaker said. There's nowhere to take them to. The cruelty issue is just one of many, but I'll appeal to the taxpayers for practicality. It doesn't work.
Appreciate it.
Hi there. Not to sound like a broken record. Sorry, my name's Cassandra Aguilera. I live on 16th and Meridian. I am a voter. And not to sound like a broken record, I also would like to oppose the proposition of relocating the cats. I'm mostly here just to show the amount of support that we have, the amount of people that put effort into the community, and how much we care about our community and want to make it better. We want to eliminate the cat population. We're not part of the problem. We are neutering, we are taking care of them and giving them medical treatment, and largely out of our own pockets. So please consider not voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Miami Beach Boat Association. Sir, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Carlos Leon. I'm the president of Miami Beach Voters Association. I'm just calling because I'm how I said before, very sad about how people are treating other people. I'm a boater. I live on a boat since 3 years and a half. COVID made me move into a boat. I lived in Miami Beach 10 years prior to that. And it's very sad to be treated worse than animals. Okay, I see everybody fighting for cats, and I'm with the cat situation, and it's crazy that we can put boaters in that conversation, and it's the same thing. You guys want to relocate us, cut our access to food and water. Now you want to cut the only way that we have legally to get to land, to make us criminals. I'm very, very saddened that one commissioner is pushing everybody to do this. And the common thread is that they're scared of him.
Thank you
Why?
so much.
Because he's a bully.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. The next caller is Daniel Grimes. Sir, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Daniel Grimes. I'm a 24-year resident of Miami Beach in the Lakeview neighborhood. I'm a father of a Miami Beach Rowing Club member, and I have a suggestion for an immediate solution for this discussion related to the waterways. I don't think it's realistic that we can seize all commercial operations, but I think it would be difficult and argued and would cause a deferral. But a decision I do think you can make today would be immediate accountability for the honest boat companies, and enforce law and order and effective immediately using the budget surplus we have today, and get some policemen out there as of tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Our next caller is Janessa Strode. State your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Okay, hi. My name's Janessa Strode. I live at 525 79th Street. And I'm calling also to oppose the bill for the cat relocation. It's just not an efficient way to solve the problem. If there's an overpopulation issue, the only solution to that is the TNVR, which is trap, neuter, vaccine, release the cats. And eventually, you know, hopefully it will solve itself. However, people will always be the problem. People abandon cats. They leave them where they go. So even if you want to get rid of all these cats, more cats will appear, because people will always litter. People will always abandon their animals, because that's the unfortunate circumstance. So I oppose the rule and ask everybody to possibly do more funding for programs like that, and for bowls that actually are dissolving recyclable.
Thank you so much.
That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes Sutnick.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Let's call C7Y.
C7Y is direct administration to explore construction of new theater, Jackie Gleason site. C7Y was separated by Commissioners Bott and Commissioner Dominguez. C7Y.
Who wants to go first?
You can go first.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. We once again have an opportunity to do something potentially transformational for the city in regards to the existing Fillmore Theater. If you haven't been in it for a show, I suggest you go, because it's a great small venue. But it is a venue that, and obviously, it has just a wealth of history. It's called the Jackie Gleason because Jackie Gleason moved to Showdown here when the show opened up. The video montage was a zoom in from the water over the buildings of Miami Beach all the way to the theater. So, you know, we've had performers of every imaginable stripe performing there, from people's kids in ballet recitals or camp activities to the leading luminaries of the artistic world. This theater is in disrepair. The building is in reasonably good shape. The structure, it just passed its 40-year recertification. The innards are being held together by baling wire and bubble gum. So the $30 million that we have could be used to get rid of the theater and build something new in conjunction with a partnership of Live Nation or AEG or whoever might come and put forth the best proposal. And that might be a reasonable way to go. There's an opportunity, if we go that route, to potentially use the land that the theater is currently sitting on when it gets relocated, and use it would get relocated to the grassy part, if I'm not mistaken, and then you would then free up almost 2 acres of land that could be used for housing for the missing middle in the middle of our city, which would be a great spot for that kind of housing. There's another way to go also, which is to do a full gut rehab. So the structure could stay intact, or elements of the structure could stay intact, but the innards, which are the things that are being held together by baling wire and bubble gum, for instance, we have to rent a lighting rig for the theater, because even though there are lights built in, only half of them work, and you can't advertise to touring acts as having a lighting rig if it doesn't work. And there are no pieces available for it to make it functional again, so we have to rent one at the cost of, I think, about 20 grand a month. So before we direct ourselves and our staff collectively all to move forward in one direction, I would like to have a brief pause so that we can get some additional information which might best inform the direction that we take. You know, the theater was originally built as basically a copy of the, I don't think I'll get the name right, but the Miami-Dade Performing Arts Center, or Miami-Dade County Performing Arts Center, built by Russell Pancoast, noted Miami Beach architect. The theater today does not look anything like that original theater. I mean, not a whit. Another Miami Beach luminary architect, Morris Lapidus, did a renovation on the theater. Another current luminary is Ira Giller. He's an architect and the son of another famous Miami Beach architect. Did probably the most recent architectural renovation. So there is a lot to contemplate in this, and I would just like us to, before we move inextricably down one path, because we know that that has gotten us in trouble before, I would like to encourage my colleagues to support me in asking for the staff to do a research report to identify exactly what, if anything, can be salvaged from the integrity of the building structure itself, understanding that the innards are probably not salvageable, understanding what remnants might remain of any of the architectural significance. There's an opportunity to reimagine the inside of the building to make it feel as swaggy and shagadelic and swingy as the 1950s and 60s were. So when you walk in, you feel like you're going into this fabulous theater that exudes that era, which it doesn't currently. There are a lot of different opportunities that we have. And I just feel like before we march along this one path without all this other information to help us make the best decisions possible, that we should take a quick second and have our staff do the excellent research that they do to give us all the information that we can collectively use to make the best possible decision.
Mayor Dominguez.
Thank you. So the only thing I will add to Commissioner Bott's item is to also, for the city administration, to get community input, because when I read this item and I started seeing different items come up in email to me and also throughout social media, the community is pretty passionate about keeping this building and rehabbing it. So I want to make sure that the residents are heard and their opinion is taken into account as well.
Commissioner Suarez.
Through the chair, you know, I'm going to be supportive of waiting another month, but I wanted to ask Commissioner Bott, you know, I think recently there has been a change in historic preservation where replication is a form of historic preservation. I wanted to know what your thoughts on that are.
That's a good question. I haven't contemplated that in great detail, so I don't have a very well thought out answer. But I'm not sure if replication would be the best way to go, or if we can save what's there and just do, like I said, a gut rehab, if replication would be necessary, or if there is nothing that can be saved, do we have an opportunity to inform the design of whatever is new, to both on the inside and on the outside take its cues from the original architect's motifs. And again, without doing the research, I don't know what of those things would be necessary. I mean, the building as it stands now is a bit of a hodgepodge. And so I'm not against it for sure. Without having more information, I don't know.
So the only reason I asked that is because if Elizabeth Miro's here, I don't know if she's here, through the chair, you know, we had a discussion at finance, right, about the Jackie Gleason, the Fillmore Theater, and we have, I believe, $20 million to 30 to repair. If if you can just real quick, what's the funding that we have to repair the current?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Elizabeth Miro, Interim Director for Facilities and Fleet Management. We have approximately $29,110,000.
Okay, and so that is to repair the Jackie Gleason?
It is to make repairs. It's a capital projects. It includes some of the ask that we had from the tenant as well, but the majority do come from the MC Harry and Associates assessment report.
And I think at the finance meeting, you said that the 30 million wouldn't be enough to really repair this building.
It wouldn't be enough to do a state-of-the-art building as has been conceptualized by Live Nation.
Okay, well.
Funding beyond that, I think will be required.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're all on, I thought at the finance meeting, we were in supportive of this. I think Commissioner Bott was in on there. I'm okay with just a referral or deferral. But, I think if $30 million can't even make a dent in this building as far as repairing and making a real venue. And that's why I ask if replication is on the table. So, because if we're going to, if we're going to have to tear it down and then rebuild it in the exact way, I don't know if that is going to make a difference as far as building a world-class venue, but I'm certainly sensitive to the fact that this is a beautiful building and people really do care about the historical architecture of it. But I want to throw that out there to see if we can rebuild it in its exact shell instead of keeping the shell and then doing the inside. So
Commissioner Bott?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that in theory. I just feel like we don't know yet. We don't have enough tangible information about what is salvageable or not salvageable and what the compelling architectural details are. And I think that would be a big part of the outreach to residents as well, to help them understand, this can work, this could work, that can work, and give them some options and give them an opportunity to have input into the direction. I mean, one way or the other, we're going to get a new state-of-the-art facility, whether it's replication, whether it's a gut rehab on the inside, but protecting the existing structure on the outside, or building something new. So that is good news for everybody. So again, that's why I'm just asking for a deferral for a month. Hopefully that would be sufficient time for our staff to pull together a thorough compendium of information that we can collectively take and inform ourselves and our residents with, and then have a conversation about what's the best way forward to try to make everybody happy.
I second that motion.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. That has a nice ring to it, especially during Women's Month. Yeah, I'm supportive of this. Wasn't specific for this item, but I have a little note that I scribble in front of me. I said, I always try and follow. Remember, it's not personal, just trying to do what's best for the city. Right? I think so many times we overcomplicate matters. Let's ask staff to come back and deliver something very simple. 2 proposals, a rehabbed gut reno of the existing structure and a new structure. And for both of them, say, here's the pros and cons of A, here's the pros and cons of B. And we can have a full slate of, here's the different directions we can go in. The one thing I would suggest, or maybe even urge, is involve the operator with that, because it's not just, okay, how can we rehab the building, but it's also what types of events would we be able to host in the existing facility under the existing structure versus if we would create a new structure. And that's important because we can't just think, okay, what do we want the building to look like? We also need to think about what do we want the building used for? And there could be a totally different set of events, performers, attractions that we're able to attract in a new building. So let's just have that very simplistically. Gut rehab, here's the pros and cons. New building, pros and cons, and we can all collectively engage our community in a very easy manner. And then we sit here and make a decision. I think we can really use that model for a lot of different infrastructure projects that we're looking at. Thank you.
So there's a motion to defer and to prepare this report, and it's been seconded.
Yeah, I mean, I picked this up as a sponsor because it was, sorry, through the chair, it was being heard at finance in the previous years, and I wanted to pick this up, continue the conversation. I didn't want just a simple change in city electeds to completely derail months or even years of progress that we had. But I don't think we're not going to stop Live Nation in their tracks of, preparing their designs. So I don't really look at this as some sort of waste of time. Let's just have city staff work with the operator of the building and say, here are different options available to us.
Well, I'm glad we're proceeding. I took a tour with my team of the facility. It's not in great condition. We have a report from the consultant, MC Harry. It's pretty much tells you what your eyes see. So definitely, we definitely need to do something there. So glad to see this moving forward. Call the vote.
So all in favor of deferring this item with a report upcoming to the May 15th commission meeting, please say aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries 7-0. The item is deferred. C7Y.
Let's call R9AG.
R9AG is discuss action selection of city attorney. R9AG.
So, Raphael, big shoes to fill. You've made your mark here in just a couple of years. Some people get to spend decades in a position. We weren't as fortunate to have that long with you, but you definitely made your mark, and it's I'm proud to have worked with you and call you a friend. Some people you know that's probably the last time you're ever going to speak to them, other than running into an event. And I have a feeling you and I are going to be continue to be friends. So I look forward to that. Why don't you set the posture? I mean, basically, we're down to, we had agreed to call an in-house position, whoever applied, and we have two candidates, but I'll turn it over to you.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your kind words. And at the last meeting, the City Commission directed HR to post an internal recruitment in view of two very strong internal candidates who had expressed interest in the position. That posting happened and was closed. The two applicants, the two candidates applied. You've all had an opportunity to interview and meet with them, and they're here before you today. And so hopefully, with feedback from the body, hopefully you'll have broad consensus.
And thank you both for applying. It's I said this last time. It's never easy to put yourself out there. We're in obviously a very public forum, so you take there's a level of risk from a public standpoint, putting your name out there. So much appreciated. And no matter how this vote goes today, I hope and I believe my colleagues agree with me, but I'll let them speak for themselves, that you are both valued members of our city and our city attorney's office, which is I've said this, our city attorney's office carries way above its weight in the sense the volume of work that's done out of that office with the amount of people is absolutely staggering. And now we're even seeing more and more of our city attorney's office doing the arguments and oral arguments, so we're saving a tremendous amount of money and not having to go outside legal fees, and doing a great job, very well prepared, passionate, persuasive, and we're winning a lot of these cases. So just the thank you to both of you, and however way this goes, please, you should hold your head up high, and you're an incredible asset to our city.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to echo so many of your words because our legal team is one that I think all of us city commissioners should be very proud of. The change in this office from years ago to today, it's incredible. The strength that it has, the respect that it has, seeing this legal team perform in court during spring break, it truly was a privilege to sit in that courtroom. You never want to be sued, but if you're going to be sued, you want to be well represented with the very best. And I was so impressed by you, Mr. Attorney, by the work you've done over the years, leading an incredible team, and bringing and emerging from that team of individuals to incredibly talented individuals who really have dedicated so many years. Rob Rosenwald, I've known for so many years, has dedicated so much to important fights in this city, and Rick Dopico, who brings more of an outsider perspective to our city, but still very skillful, very strong as a candidate and the highest level of integrity. And so I want to thank the office, the entire office. You all represent us, from the city attorney down to the paralegals and the secretaries. All of you represent us with great honor, and I'm proud to be working in a city that's represented by all of you. Mr. Mayor, I really think we need a tough negotiator in this position. There's so many projects in the pipelines. Someone who's a strong leader, someone who's diplomatic, with impeachable character, and who is able to hit the ground running from day one on some of the major complex matters that we have on the table. I really think it's without question to me, the Rick Dopico has risen above in those categories to hit the ground running, and I think we'd be very well served by having his talent at the helm of this incredible legal office of the city of Miami Beach, and I'd be honored to move his appointment to be our next city attorney.
Anybody want to be heard? Anybody want to second the motion? Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. First of all, Rafael Paz, you have been absolutely amazing, and we'll miss you tremendously. And I think I better take a breath, if not I'm going to start crying.
No.
But you are absolutely terrific. And I have had the opportunity of working for the past year with both of the candidates, and I've interviewed them and had separate conversations with them. They are both outstanding attorneys, and they have terrific skill sets. And either one would serve our city well. At the end, I am with Commissioner Fernandez. I think that with Rick Dopico at the top, giving an analogy of what Mark would say, he could see all the chess pieces and know several moves ahead. And I think that will work well. But I also think that Rob is terrific. He's authentic, he's compassionate, and he's been great at his job and will continue to be that way as well.
Commissioner Bott.
I think it's a testament to our city attorney that we have such a tough choice to make. I've learned through, as we all do, the hard knocks that we go through in life, that every unfortunate circumstance has a silver lining, and getting to know you, Rafael, was the silver lining of the Deauville debacle. That's where we first met, and we've been pretty darn good friends ever since, and it's a thrill that not only have we become friends, but I got to be your colleague as well. For not long enough in my book, but it's a testament to who you are and your leadership, that we have this torturous choice to make of two excellent attorneys and good people who have been serving our city well in their respective capabilities. I've also spent a good chunk of time talking to both of you, work well with you both, like you both as people, and am awed by your knowledge and skill set. I guess what it came down for me was the breadth of experience in terms of different legal disciplines, because what the city attorney has to deal with is the most head-spinning range of legal matters, and so for that reason, I'm going to be supporting Rick to be our next city attorney, and Rob, I'm going to continue relying on you for your excellent guidance and deep dives on the most arcane subjects and your commitment to doing what's right in the most compassionate way. And so I look forward to continuing to work with you both.
Commissioner Magazine.
First and foremost, Raphael, thank you. I will miss your legal presence. I will miss your friendship. One of the things I've enjoyed most about my time here thus far is stopping in your office, not just for legal advice, but just contemplating what's going on in the city, what's going on in the world. I think the world of you. So thank you so much. And thank you for leaving this department in such good graces, evidenced by we are left with an incredibly tough decision. I won't belabor this, but last night, ironically, I found myself watching one of my favorite movies as I was preparing here, that's Gladiator. And as Marcus Aurelius says to Maximus, he says, "Maximus, I want you to be the emperor of Rome." And Maximus says, "Caesar, I cannot." And Marcus Aurelius says, "That's why it must be you." And this applies to the earlier talk as well, with Eric and Raquel and Mark. It applies to Rob and Rick. None of you, despite all this staff turnover, has orchestrated in the background for your own benefit. You haven't lobbied us and say, "Hey, it must be me." In fact, these two great candidates we have here to be our next city attorney, they both came to us and said, "We're going to support the other person." No matter who is the choice, this is a team effort, and we're going to support the other person. And if one of you would have came and said, "It must be me," that would have given me pause. But you both said, "This is about the office, and this is about the city." And that's a testament to the type of people that we have working in this incredible city. I'll be joining my colleagues and supporting Rick. But that decision was also helped along knowing that, Rob, you're going to be an integral part of that team. And I look forward to working with you to elevate your status and your contribution to the city, because we are blessed to have had that over the years, and we're even more blessed that you're committed to remaining as a critical part of that team. So thank you all.
Okay. Thank you for quoting Gladiator. Great movie. You're motivating me. I may watch it tonight. But yeah, that was in meeting. Obviously, we work closely together a lot, Rick and Rob. But it was interesting that in the meeting, both made the pitch for their own merits, but also spoke very highly of the other, which is a testament to their individual character and I think sort of what we're trying to build here in Miami Beach. So I'm comforted by that. Should we take the vote?
So there's
a motion, but no second.
That's right. And
I'll second.
And if I can just maybe clarify what the motion would include, so it would, what you would be doing today would be, you'd be appointing Rick DePico as acting city attorney, effective immediately, or tomorrow, with Rick to assume the duties of permanent city attorney upon my departure. You would also, as we have in the past, have Rick meet with the chair of finance to, negotiate the terms of his employment agreement, which will come back to you on May 15th. And then there's the question of my departure date, which I've spoken with several of you, and my ask would be that my departure date be May 3rd. But I would like to continue to be available to Rick and to provide advice and support every single day, and to be able to take unpaid leave from my new employment whenever I need to get Rick through the June and July commission meetings. So that would be my ask, to have set a departure date of May 3rd, but to continue to receive my contract payments through the July meeting, if that is something that you're amenable to.
Mr. Mayor, I amend my motion as stated. I think it's a value added to have Rafael with his institutional knowledge guiding our new acting city attorney. So I move as amended, as stated by the city attorney.
And I'll second.
Thank
Could
you.
we
And
perhaps
just so
have
you know,
Rick come
that
up
this is
before the
something
vote?
that the prior commission did for Raul Aguilar that I found extremely helpful, because there are a million questions, random questions that come up every day. And I want to be able to help Rick succeed.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So there's a lot of people that might not understand exactly what we're doing right now, appointing our city attorney. Miami Beach has a strong manager form of government. So this board right here, we appoint a CEO who runs our daily operations. But there are 3 charter officers. These officers are voted on by the commission. And those officers are 4 charter officers. Thank you, Eric. Who's the 4th? The Inspector General? Oh, got it. Okay. So we have the Inspector General, the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city manager. So these are very important positions. And really, this is one of the most important decisions that we are making, because as you can see, we get thousands of pages of documents that we have to go through, and we constantly have to call on our legal team, especially the city attorney, who's going to represent all 7 of us. He has 7, and none of us are easy. And all of us want certain opinions. And the city attorney is the one who will facilitate our legislative priorities, policies that we set for the city agenda. Raphael, you've really been wonderful. You know, when I first started out when was it, 2015, many moons ago, I would propose something legislatively and everybody would look at me like I was nuts. But over the years, I've figured out a little bit better how to navigate our system. It takes a very, very long time to understand our city charter, how it works with the committees, getting the votes, how many votes. And you have always answered your phone when I've called you, and you've never blanched when I've given you the craziest legislative ideas ever, things that we thought, you know, we wouldn't have been able to do. And you have just gave me a wonderful team that you've built of lawyers, and I'd like to say, you know, thank you to Rick and Ferosha and Rob and everybody who's been writing, you know, the resolutions for us tirelessly many times. Some of us might write our own resolutions, but it's very hard, you know, and they have to navigate all of us, and many times none of us agree on anything at all. So, you know, you have to navigate all of these different personalities. And as I've been through this process, I like Rob, I've worked with you for many, many years, and Rick, recently, you know, more recently, you joined the city team from the private sector, and both of you are wonderful candidates. You know, and it's good. These are huge shoes to fill because he has really done an amazing job. So much so that I think we burned him out. We burned you out with probably getting phone calls at like 6 a.m. I've called him on like a Sunday at 7 p.m. And I guarantee you that's probably the last phone call he really wants on Sunday at 7. And many times it's with a crazy idea. So thank you. Hopefully, whomever, you know, becomes our next city attorney, you will realize that, you know, we're all up here doing the best that we can to create policies that are fair to everyone, fair and equitable to every single person in our community. That is not always easy to do. We do our best. Rick, I'm going to vote for you today, but Rob, I really enjoy, you know, working with you too, and I hold both of you in such high esteem. And I look forward to working with you. And please continue to say yes when we propose something legislatively, even though you think it might be a reach, because there are so many things in this world that we need to take stands, like Jamie Lowski said about protecting our community. There are so many times that what Miami Beach says really does make a difference. It makes a difference in the state of Florida because we are one small island, but we are a powerhouse. We are internationally renowned, and when Miami Beach speaks, people listen. So please continue to say yes and to facilitate all of our legislative needs, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Maybe we could have Rick come up for the vote to the podium. I wasn't saying to speak, just when we call the vote.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
We do.
Take the vote.
Roll call or voice vote?
Let's do voice. Roll call. I think it's going to be.
Roll call. Commissioner Bont.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved, 7-0. Congratulations.
Thanks to each and every one of you. I'm honored that you have selected me to serve as your next city attorney, especially since I had such a formidable competitor as Rob Rosenwald. So I know that it was a hard decision to make. I vow to do everything that I can to continue to provide the same level of excellence that you've become accustomed to, thanks to the incredibly talented and unstoppable legal team, including our attorneys and support staff that my predecessors have set up. And I will do everything I can to help you all implement in collaboration with the administration your policies for the welfare, safety, and general well-being of the residents. So thank you, and I look forward to serving you.
Thank you. Two of our most important positions are all discussed in the same day, so it is definitely a time of change. We have a 2:30 time certain, so we're a couple of minutes early, but let's try to knock out a couple of second reading items. They'll probably be quick. Let's do R5A.
R5A is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Division 4, RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity, Section 7.2.4.2. Uses, RM1, and amending Division 5, RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity, Section 7.2.5.2. Uses, RM2, to adopt hours for the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages on premises at alcohol beverages establishments on Belle Isle, providing for repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5A.
Mr. Mayor, if through the mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you.
Also
Thank you.
sponsored, you are the sponsor and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. This is my legislation. It's not my legislation. It's our legislation. But it's a legislation for the rollback of alcohol hours in Belle Isle. We've slowly been doing this in different areas of our city where we want to preserve the residential quality of life and prevent to change the character of those areas with extended hour alcohol sales for on-premise consumption at these locations. It's a very direct item. I'm sure my colleagues, you're all familiar with it, so I moved the item.
I have a question. I'll go ahead and speak. When this item came on the agenda, I got a message from Sean Patrick of the Belle Isle Residents Association, and I had been under the impression he was going to call you and ask for it to be deferred. He had questions on it. Did you hear from BIRA?
I got an email yesterday through the chair, through the mayor, of course. I got an email from BIRA yesterday about it. If it's the preference to have this deferred, I'll be happy to defer the item. Just for the record, this item started as a referral June 28th, 2023. For a year, we've been working on this legislation. But of course, if it's in the interest of better policy and to better protect the residents of Belle Isle who we represent, I'd be happy to defer the item.
I'd make that friendly suggestion only because I think they have more things they want to discuss with you on.
Okay, they should reach out to me.
Yes.
They can call me, and I'll be happy to defer the item so we can incorporate their suggestions. With that, Mr. Mayor, I do a motion to defer the item to the next meeting.
May I just, because of the 4-year cycle that we have for zoning amendments, it would have to be deferred to the July meeting unless declared an emergency by the city commission with a 5/7 vote.
Then I defer it to the July meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other suggestion is if you wanted to call Sean in the interim, and we can call it later. I don't see any emails from him on this issue. But
yeah, well,
up
if
to
you,
you.
if you
You're
don't
the
mind,
sponsor.
yeah, maybe can we continue it to a little bit later in the meeting? Maybe call it up a little bit later in the meeting
Yeah.
to see if I can.
I mean, I'd hate
connect
to
with
wait
Sean.
3 months if it's not necessary, but.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
Sure. We have, let's call one more item before our 2:30 time, sir, an R5B.
R5B is an ordinance of the mayor, city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Division 4, RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity, Section 7.2.4.2, Uses, RM1, amending Division 5, RM2 Residential Multifamily Intensity, Section 7.2.5.2, Uses, RM2, amending Division 6, RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, Section 7.2.6.2, Uses, RM3, amending Division 11, CD-2 Commercial Medium Intensity District, Section 7.2.11.2, Uses, CD2, and amending Division 15 Performance Standard District, PS, Section 7.2.15.3, Commercial Performance Standard District, CPS, to adopt and or amend hours for the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages on premises at alcoholic beverage establishments in the area generally bounded by Biscayne Bay on the west, Lincoln Road on the north, 5th Street on the south, and Lenox Court on the eastern boundary line of properties fronting the east side of Alton Road on the east, and providing for repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5B.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is companion item to the other piece of legislation. Finally, our alcohol rollback legislation for Alton Road and West Avenue. And West Avenue, this creates a hard stop at 2 a.m. preserving this very residential corridor in our city, preserving the quality of life for this very residential corridor in our city. And then on Alton Road, creating parity on the east side with the west side. On the west side, we already had a prospective rollback on the west side, and now it creates parity on the east side as well for any existing establishment or approved land use order. But it establishes the same prospective policy on the east side of Alton Road. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the item with the amendment that's been distributed by the city attorney.
So,
Commissioner Suarez.
yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can you explain a little bit more, Commissioner Fernandez, about it says, or an approved land use order?
Yes. In other words, they've been granted already the legislative approval, either by the planning board or by one of our quasi judicial boards, in order to be able to establish. They just haven't opened up yet. And so they have their approvals. They've gone through the process. They've, hired, the attorneys, done all the paperwork, participated in the public hearings, attended the quasi judicial hearings that are held here, and the public hearings that are held at the planning boards, and they've earned a land use order approval. And I don't know if Mr. Attorney, if you'd like to add anything to
Well,
that.
yeah, so unless you have a board order or a BTR, then this new ordinance applies prospectively and would prevent any new 5 a.m. establishment.
Right.
So this would be just for the people in limbo, or that already been
People that are in
approved,
process.
that aren't
Yeah.
operating right now?
Yes.
Yeah, that they've been approved, and they just, they haven't.
That's fair.
Yeah, flicked the light on.
Commissioner Dominguez.
So it's prospective, so it wouldn't affect the Bikini Hostel?
Well, this is on Alton Road is prospective, and that's the parity that we're creating. It already exists on Alton Road. It's just that the east side doesn't have it. It's on the west side, and now we're creating this parity to treat, give the same protections on the east side, because we do have residents who live east of Alton Road on Lenox Avenue, up and down in our city, and we have to make sure that we protect their residential quality of life as well.
I move the motion, I move the item.
It's been moved, so I'm going to make you a second.
As amended.
As amended, yes.
Yes. And I don't know if Nick, I don't know if there's anything else that you'd like to say about this,
Mayor,
the
if I
king
may,
of alcohol rollback legislation.
Mayor, if I may, just to respond to Commissioner Dominguez's question.
Please.
The portion of this ordinance that applies to both sides of West Avenue would apply to both new and existing establishments.
So the Bikini Hostel's liquor license for 5 a.m. would go away?
This
Who else would be affected?
There are
three: Mondrian, Barton G, and Bikini Hostel.
And have they been notified?
Through the standard processes of the constant contact that's done for all ordinances, but I don't believe they've been specifically contacted.
And if I may, through the chair, this has been, again, in the works since January 28th, 2023, when it was initially placed on this agenda, then it went to the planning board, then it's had first reading. All of these require resident right to know notifications, mailed
And
public
newspaper.
hearings, I believe, and newspaper notifications. So there's robust outreach sent to the different stakeholders or affected parties throughout the legislative process. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And this is consistent with the policy the commission has settled on, that in residential areas, 5 AM is inconsistent with the character of those areas, and certainly West Avenue is far more residential than you'd see along the Alton corridor. So that's part of the basis for the legislation.
Commissioner Magazine.
I'll be supportive. I don't love taking existing rights away, but the one thing I really think we should collectively talk about as a body is that notification process. These are people's livelihoods, right? And it could be a fundamental part of a business model, and that's not to say we don't do it, but it gives me great unease sitting here saying, okay, we're going to remove a critical part of somebody's operating business, and maybe they were notified through the newspaper or by reading an agenda on Miami Beach website. I don't like that. I'm going to be supportive of this. I know my colleague has worked incredibly hard on it. I think probably through the grapevine, the 3 impacted establishments, I would guess, have been maybe unofficially notified. But going forward, if we're going to have such impactful and lasting legislation, it's incumbent upon us that we firm up that notification process.
And Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, and I completely agree, and I commend you as well as Commissioner Bott. I think both of you are working on legislation having to do with this. The more notification we provide to the public, certainly. I just want the record to show it initiated January 28th. It first appeared on the agenda as a resident's right to know item. Then again, the planning board heard it on July 25th, 2023, receiving a favorable recommendation, by the way, of the then planning board, including some of our colleagues, and thank you to my colleagues that were sitting on the planning board at the time. You get to vote on it now on the city commission. And then again, it appeared on an agenda with notifications. On February 21st, it appeared for first reading on the agenda with now this public hearing before us. Throughout the process, I just want to confirm there's been mailed notices. Is that correct? Emailed notices.
I don't know that a mail notice would be required for this item, but there was email notice. It would have been published in a newspaper. We would have sent constant contact, and it's been on all of our online agendas.
Perfect. And we'll continue working on making it even more robust. Thank you.
Mail notice is only required when it affects an area that's less than 10 acres. This affects a larger swath of land that's over 10 acres, so we do those other procedures Nick said.
Thank you.
In 5 seconds through the chair, Commissioner Fernandez, you did everything perfectly. It's just the process that we can work to firm up. So thanks
I
for
love
your
it.
commitment, especially to my neighborhood on this.
Take the vote.
It is a public hearing. I have one person on Zoom, Gail Durham. Ms. Durham, please state your name. You have 2 minutes, please.
Oh, hi there. My name is Gail. I was the president of my neighborhood association here on West Ave for 12 years, and I also served on the planning board where we voted unanimously to pass this, and there was no pushback from the planning board. It passed. We've been working on this for like 5 years, maybe even longer. So I think there's been a lot of notice. The notice has been perfect. It started with Commissioner Joy Malakoff when she restricted alcohol on the west side of Alton Road. I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear that most of the venues that have a license or can have 5 a.m. alcohol, they choose to close at midnight. For example, go on the website or go visit Barton G. You know, he closes at 10 o'clock during the week and by midnight on the weekend. Same with most of the other venues. So this isn't going to harm anyone. It's only going to help the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the audience? Seeing none. We have no one else on Zoom.
Let's call a vote.
So it is a roll call. Commissioner Magazine on R5B as amended.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved. The item is approved as amended.
Before I call the next item, I just want to acknowledge Nick Kalergis. Come on up.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of change in this meeting, and you're one of them. We're losing you, unfortunately, your last meeting. And I think you've done 1 or 2 alcohol items in your career here.
I've lost count.
Multiply that a bit.
I've lost
But
count.
You've lost count. But really, it's much more than that. We joke about this item, but so many different zoning and land use items. It's tremendous. You know, there's obviously a lot of things that we all do as electeds. We're constantly working, and you know, this is the once a month meeting, but you know, you're a perfect example. Pick up the phone and you literally have an answer at your disposal on very difficult, intricate questions. And then obviously answering emails about different zoning and land use items. So it's a tremendous asset we're losing, but we're obviously happy for you and your endeavors.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I want to echo your words because I got to tell you, first, as a resident, and then as an aide at a certain point, and then as an elected official, it's been in every step of the way. It's been such a privilege to work with you. I think I remember actually the first time I interacted with you, and you were reminding me of this the other day. There was once this idea, this kind of controversial idea to host a Cuban consulate in the city of Miami Beach. And at the time, I was the chair of the city's Hispanic Affairs Committee. And of course, that wouldn't be a controversial issue that we would discuss at the Hispanic Affairs Committee, and I wouldn't place it on the agenda. Of course I did. And Nick was there guiding the process, making sure everyone got a fair hearing, guiding me, making sure I handled everything accordingly. And from there on, I saw in Nick, someone that not only is a great attorney and a dedicated public servant, but someone who really cared about the community, about the citizens, even volunteers on a committee that really had no power, no authority, but making sure that acting on behalf of the city, we did everything legally and properly and the way that it should be with the utmost of respect to the public. I then had the opportunity to work with you when I served on the Charter Review Task Force. And yet again, you are a bookworm. You knew that charter inside and out, and quoting parts of the charter without even having to look at the charter. And yet, most impressively, on the planning board. Oh my goodness, I don't know how you know our land development regulations the way that you do, but thank you. Thank you, because I think some of the most important pieces of legislation we've worked on over the past few years, including today, you've been a force behind it together with our esteemed city attorney. And I'm so proud and grateful and so sad to see you leave, but I'm only proud because you're going to go work at a great place at Miami-Dade County, and I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you.
And I just wanted to echo everyone's comments. You are a true professional, and it is a huge loss to our city. And I have always enjoyed our meetings and discussions, and you're always spot on with anything and everything land use. I appreciated your guidance, and I wish you the best with the county.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If we keep this up, we're going to lose people just so they can hear how great they are. Commissioner Bott.
Nick, is this because I've asked you about a moratorium once too often? I first met you when I was appointed to the planning board, and for as much as I thought I knew about how things worked, I knew nothing about how things worked, and you were a stalwart guide on how things were supposed to work, how things could be made to work better, how to take rough, unformed ideas and make them into good policy. And that is a role that you have continued to perform for my benefit and for my colleagues' benefit as well, all the way to today. And it is a thrill to have gone from planning board to commission with you as an able and fabulous and advisor and remarkably wonderful human being. And just because you're not in the same building doesn't mean you're not still going to get calls. So I wish you very well. I wish we could change your mind, but onward and upward. So go get him, Tiger.
Thank you.
But now Nick doesn't have to answer those calls. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I'm so proud of you. I mean, I feel like you were here when I first got here 8 years ago. How long have you been with the city? About
More than 10, yeah.
more than 10
Yeah.
years. And I feel like we've gone through this whole process together over many moons and helped me so much and been supportive, even when it was controversial. And I'm really going to miss having you around, Nick, because you're like one of those people, I'm like, oh, I like him. Not that I, so you are. And you're so talented. And not that there's people that I say, no, I don't like you, but no. But really, I don't know who else will understand our LDRs, like land development regulations like you do. And we probably still will be calling you when there's a question. So good luck at the county. We're sorry to be losing you, but you're on to bigger endeavors. And I think you had great training here with the team in Miami Beach. So congratulations.
I sure did. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So Nick, should I let your boss, Rafael Paz, say something?
Oh, here it comes, here it comes. So thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for giving us this moment to be able to recognize Nick for his years of service. We started on the very same day, on October 1, 2014, and it's, we started this thing together, and it's fitting that we're finishing it together. Beyond land use, Nick has been a steady hand in nearly everything of importance that I've ever had to deal with. We've drafted over 50 ballot questions together. When you were all meeting during COVID every single day, 7 days a week by Zoom, and we had to draft those COVID orders, emergency orders with far-reaching implications. Nick was there for every single one of those, and we drafted all of those together. He has drafted all the alcohol hours legislation, and if it feels like we've been talking about alcohol hours for the last 10 years and forever, it's because we have. So PJ, could you please pull up my R5M? So this is a young and fresh Nick Kalergis on December 9th, 2015, presenting an alcohol hours ordinance. And I just want to show this because if there's any question about whether this man has given his youth and his best years to the city, this picture leaves no doubt. So I just want to thank you, Nick, for everything that you've done for me and for the city and the office. We wish you the best.
Thanks so much. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. If I could just say one thing there.
Please.
Just how eternally grateful I am to the city, to the city attorney, to Rafael, and to his predecessor, Raul, who's my mentor, and to my friends and colleagues in the city attorney's office and the administration. I will miss the city very much, but I know that the city's always home, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you again, Nick. C4V.
C4V is a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, relocate cat colonies away from beach dunes. It has been requested to be separated by Commissioners Dominguez and Commissioner
Gonzalez.
Rosa Gonzalez, yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so I separated this item because instead of a referral to public safety, what I would request the sponsor is to take this item to the Animal Welfare Committee and have a conversation with that group and give your ideas and opinions and all of the great items.
Yeah, I don't,
Because I pulled it too, and my suggestion would be I like sending it to the Animal Welfare Committee. Could we also send it to Finance at the same time? Because I would like to get more funding for cat trappers. And we know that this needs, I know that we got an additional trapper, and it is such a small drop in the bucket. And we know that we have a huge population of people who love cats. I have a cat from the kitty campus, and every time I go back, I end up with another cat, so I can't go there anymore. I can't. And you know, so I feel the love. I do, and I think that this body here, is ready to make a commitment. And I know that Commissioner Suarez was probably shocked by the response to his, to his item on the cats. And we understand how important those colonies are and how many people love them and feed them. And, and that there are some residents out there who are not comfortable with the cats and mistreat the cats, believe it or not, and are terrible. So I think we're all committed to funding more solutions and getting the colony, in check. So I would say that if we go to animal rights, could we also go to finance so we get some extra funding so that maybe we can get some trappers and have a dual conversation? I don't know how you feel about that because it's his item, because it's Commissioner Suarez's item.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yep. First of all, I want to say, I'm a huge animal lover. Okay, I would never be in a position where I would intentionally want to harm any animal. I don't even like killing cockroaches, to be honest. I usually put them in a cup and I throw them outside. I just want to start there. I have 3 dogs. I raise clownfish as a hobby, so that pet stores don't have to buy them from Indonesia, and source them over there and bring them here. So, and I give it away for free. And on top of that, I donate 100% of my salary to Pelican Harbor. I'm a huge animal advocate. But I think there's definitely a growing issue, right, with the number of cats that are breeding and getting larger and larger as the population. And I had a great conversation with Linda last night, and to my surprise, there's 25,000 feral cats in Miami Beach. That's a lot, and in 3 years, that's going to be over 100,000 easy. And what brought me to this item is there have been reports of cat feeders going into the dunes and leaving garbage in the dunes, and I think we can all agree that that's unacceptable. I don't think there should be anyone that goes in the dunes to feed the cats, and I'm hoping everyone can agree on that. And but I think and believe it or not, Commissioner Gonzalez said that we have she would like to do something. I actually put that on the May agenda to put serious funding toward spaying and neutering every single cat in Miami Beach over a 6-month period. And that's gonna, in all honesty, from what the numbers show, that's gonna take millions of dollars. And I'm ready to put an item forward about that, at least whatever staff decides to give us. And it's gonna be an all hands on deck with volunteers, private agencies, the county, and the animal services, and doing whatever we can to hopefully find them a home, first of all, because I don't think cats belong in dunes. I don't think that's their habitat. I don't think that I think a much more humane solution would be finding a home for these cats. I have I did a little research on the issue, and in 2011 and 2012, there were dozens of cases of hookworm, okay, in Miami Beach. And that specifically came from cat poop, because that's where hookworm originates. It starts in cat poop, and it's transmitted by skin contact. So, you can imagine that if you have a cat colony in a dune, and there's no litter box, let's be honest, and there could be poop anywhere, wind blows, and then there's cat poop on the sidewalk, someone steps on it, there's a real chance of getting of hookworm. And back in 2011, I believe there were only a couple thousand cats. Correct me if I'm wrong. But now we have a situation where in a couple of years we could have over 100,000 cats, and I'm going to stand firm. I don't believe that a dune is a proper home for a cat. And so, when I looked at the FWC guidelines, and they much rather have local governments handle this, and which is what we're going to do. But this is straight from the FWC. It is the policy of FWC to protect native wildlife from predation, disease, and other impacts associated with free-ranging cats. According to FWC, feral cats prey on common and rare species of native wildlife in Florida, including rare species listed as threatened and endangered by state and federal government. Cats can be detrimental to wildlife populations. They recommend humanely working with local animal control authorities and human rescue groups to keep feral cats removed from public conservation as humanely as possible. However, the dunes are not technically public conservation lands. With the state and FWC would not come down to implement this policy here, they preferred it to be handled at a local level. So, look, I think we really can't put our head in the sand, no pun intended, to this issue, because it's just going to grow. And when I spoke to Linda, we have a full-time trapper. That full-time trapper can maybe catch and spay 500 cats a year.
Still need to sign off, though.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that's not even going to make a dent in the program now and the number of cats. And so, my item in May is going to specifically ask staff, what is it going to take, funding-wise, to spay and neuter every single cat in Miami Beach over a 6-month period? And as far as the dunes, as long as we can come to an agreement where that program is successful, and in 6 months' time, every single cat in Miami Beach is spayed and neutered, and we stay on top of the program, then I think the dune situation will naturally resolve itself over the next decade, and I'm totally okay with that. So that's why I put this item. This item wasn't this item. We were not going to take action today. This item was just a referral to neighborhoods. I don't mind doing a dual referral to Animal Welfare Committee, but I certainly would like to continue the discussion at neighborhoods, and we can have an honest discussion about this, because I don't think that this problem is going to get any better. And so I'd like to hear what my other colleagues
Commissioner
have to say.
Fernandez?
Thank you. And I was just going to suggest that perhaps a dual referral would be appropriate, because we do have this great committee, and they do such incredible work. But I do agree, what is, to the ultimate long-term solution? And that's what we have to be looking at. What is the ultimate long-term solution to control the population even further? And certainly funding. I think Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez mentioned that, but I'm glad that you're working on an item about that. That way we don't have to do a separate referral to finance. You're working on that already on an item for next month. So I'm happy to second your motion. So there's a dual referral to the Neighborhoods Committee and to the Animal Welfare Committee, because we're not really taking action. It was just referring a discussion to see how we plan forward, how we move forward, how we handle humanely this situation we all love animals, I think, up here. I had a cat till last year, and she passed away, unfortunately, but we all love animals, and I think we're all working towards the same end goal. And mad respect for you guys. I see you guys out there feeding the cats, and not everyone really is that caring, that loving, of that goodness of heart to care about homeless animals like that. And I really have great respect and would love your feedback when it goes to your committee.
Commissioner Bott?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bott?
Thank you. So I've lived here for 21 years. 13 years of those 21 were in Bayshore, where plenty of feral cats made their way over. And my girls and I had a little cage that we would trap them in, and we'd bring them to whichever vet we could beg to give us a good price for a neuter or spay. And we fed them, and they were our extended outdoor family. I will not ever be supportive of trying to relocate them. I think it's not a thing that's reasonable or not reasonable. It's just not realistic. It doesn't address the issue. TNR does, and that is really the only way to move forward to address this issue. And I love cats. I had cats way before I had dogs, and the only reason I don't still is because I became wildly allergic when I hit puberty. So that was fun. I would actually recommend a triple referral. I don't know if that's a thing that we can do, but I think we do need to take a hard look at the numbers, because we are collectively adding a lot of dollars to our budget for next year. Where's Jason? He's probably fainting. But it's an expensive project. It's an important project for the well-being of the city, and we need to figure out how to do it in a responsible way, in addition to all the other factors. Let's not forget that we have multiple vets in our city, and maybe there's something we can do to incentivize, let's say, 100 spays a year, or spays and neuters a year for each of those veterinarian offices. I don't know what the issue is, but we've got to find solutions where the net result is mass TNR if we want to get a handle on this.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to get ready to call for a vote so we
Show-
can
show
move to
us.
the next item.
Show
Commissioner Magazine?
When we heard the exciting item earlier about the hard packed sand bike path, my biggest fear is the cat lobby was going to come out against it. We got 500 emails probably in the last 24 hours. So up until this point, this wasn't really something that was on my radar, but I'm an elected representative, and I've heard loud and clear how many of my constituents that this is important to, which by definition means it's now important to me. So happy to support my colleagues in where we're moving with this and be supportive of these items.
And can I make a couple comments before we close it out? And I'm not going to be repeater Rita.
Yes.
I know you guys have heard a lot of this already. A few things. Hookworm is actually spread by flies. Primarily, it's not a cat thing. Cats bury their feces. Homing feral cats is not possible. They will rip your curtains down. It's just, you can't. So they have to remain outside.
Linda, I'm sorry, can you state your name just for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda Diamond. I'm on 400 Alton Road is where I live. I am the president of Sobey Cat Spay and Neuter, also Kitty Campus, also on the Animal Welfare Committee, volunteering on both of those. And this is lovely Holly Whalen,
Cat program coordinator for the city.
the very first ever. So, so a couple things I wanted to point out. It's not just a matter of do we need more trappers? Absolutely, but there's also a shortage of veterinarians. So our outlets to get them trapped and actually fixed is difficult. You mentioned going to veterinarians. There is Miami Vet Foundation that gets grants. We only have one vet on the beach that will do the spay and neuters. We have a truck that we just got in our yard that is run by Darbster. They can't even get enough vets to do. They used to do spay and neuters 2 days a week. Now they do it one because they can't get veterinarians. Out of the blue, Animal Services will close down for 2 days because they don't have enough vets. Then it's difficult to get the people to do the trapping. It has taken us 2 years to get this position approved. Finally, we got someone picked, and we still haven't gotten it signed off on for the salary. It's sitting on someone's desk out there. I don't know whose. So we have an offer we want to put out. We need to get that done. So it's a two-sided issue, trappers and also actually having the surgeries performed. Another thing I wanted to point out is the maps of where the feeding stations are have been carefully picked with the city over the years. This is pages and pages, really 50 pages long. So if the cats were going to crush the dunes, they would have already, because they've been here for over 100 years when they were brought here by Mayor Loomis in 1920. So I don't want to blame anything from the cats in the dunes. There also have been aggressive approaches to cleaning up the dunes because of homeless living in the dunes, because of invasive species of plants living in the dunes. So I think that needs to be looked at. Some of the dunes are lush, some of the dunes are not. And so I can't think we can blame that on the cats. I also wanted to point out that this commission and mayor have been phenomenal about this cat program. We have been approached by Best Cities for Pets, which is a national organization, to do a case study just on the City of Miami Beach's program. That's number one. Number two, Jackson Galaxy, if you've heard of him, he's a world-renowned cat behaviorist. You may remember him from his show on Animal Planet called My Cat from Hell. He approached us, her in particular, at the Humane Society conference because he heard about the City of Miami Beach cat program. He invited us, handpicked us to come to one of his conferences to be a part of that. Also, we have been reached out and done presentations for even the city of Honolulu, who wants to hear about our cat program. So do we have a lot of work to do? Absolutely. COVID crushed us. Spay and neuter clinics were closed down. Those cats were not told they should stop procreating because it was COVID. So after COVID, the problem got exponentially worse. So we do have an adoption facility for those cats that are adoptable. That's also brand new. We've had it for 3 years. We've almost had 1,300 cats put up for adoption, meaning they're not returning to the streets at all, primarily kittens. So we're trying to get them out, and we're trying to get the ones we can fixed. The best situation for any neighborhood is to have a lot of fixed cats, and they will keep away the rats.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's work towards that together. I'm happy to meet with all 3 committees and make it happen.
The motion on the table is a triple referral, 1 to neighborhoods, 1 to finance, and 1 to your committee. Tanya made that motion. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Well, I have a question? Since the dunes involve sustainability, maybe we can send it to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee too. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. Quadruple referral. No, I'm kidding.
How many committees do we have to meet with now?
All the committees, meet with everybody.
So it's a
I
triple.
could hardly wait.
Triple referral. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. The item is referred to Public Safety, Finance, and Animal Welfare.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Vice Mayor Dominguez. It's called R9Q.
R9Q is discuss use of pastel colors palette on city buildings. It's Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez's item, R9Q.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Ms. Hulaniki. We have with us an international style and design icon. I was just looking at your book, From A to Biba. Biba of London. We are so lucky to have Ms. Hulaniki as a longtime Miami Beach resident. She was pivotal in the Art Deco movement of, coming to South Beach and renovating these beautiful hotels and working with Craig Robbins and Tony Goldman and all of these real estate developers to really realize the renaissance of South Beach. And when I ran in to Ms. Hulaniki, when was this, a couple of months ago? She said, I have the best idea for South Beach to reinvigorate South Beach. It's not going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to inject a lot of life into our historic district. I said, let's meet. I had the privilege of going to her studio, which is a really wonderful place. And I know that we have a deck and presentation, and I'm very excited about this item. We have some tough technical difficulties. PJ, are we setting it up so that Ms. Hulaniki can present? I'm going to turn it over to you, but the way that this is working right now is we will be repainting several buildings, starting off, And then these are public buildings. We're going to start with public buildings, and hopefully we can expand this program after, get a paint sponsor, start to offer to paint the private buildings as well. And I think as people see the historic district begin to pop with color, we are going to get some wonderful positive press. And at this, I would like to turn it over to Barbara Hulaniki. I'm so happy. Thank you so much for coming here and waiting. And I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you.
That's wonderful to talk to you, but I'm in shock about the cats. It's terrible. Because it's an island.
Yeah.
This is an island, isn't it? And there are too many, I'm sorry, cat films on Instagram about cats dancing. I mean, I'm sorry, I must stop.
I agree. I get them on my feed too.
Yeah.
They make me laugh.
My husband and I came here like, he's not with us anymore, but like 20, 30 years ago, and it was magic. And it was a direct flight from London, and we were completely enthralled by this part of Art Deco, because we didn't have Art Deco in England, and my idea of it is to try and get a bit of colour back into the buildings, who are so fabulous.
And I know we have a presentation. Are we working on?
I'm sorry?
We have your presentation deck. Oh, here it is, right here.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The idea is that you keep the building as it is, base, so you're not spending huge amounts of money, but just do all the detail, color detail, on all the to bring out all the lovely work on the buildings, and that, you know, it would look very lovely slowly but surely, and maybe the people would help you with doing the umbrellas the right colors too.
Oh, matching umbrellas. I hadn't thought about that.
Yes.
But I know that we are moving forward. This first item, we are going to repaint the Colony Theater with you as an advisor, and we're also going to repaint the lifeguard station on, is that 10th Street? On 10th Street. These are two iconic buildings. I think that once we do this, we're going to have a better idea of what the cost is to paint a building, which was the best paint that we should use. You know, I think we directed the administration to also reach out to these companies to see if a paint company would like to sponsor this.
Yes.
And we're going to issue some
Yes.
press releases, and we want you to pick the colors, of course, because you are the iconic designer. And I'm very excited about this item. This is not an item that costs a lot of money, but the impact is going to be tremendous, and we need positive impact. You know,
When we first came here, there were Leonard Horowitz who was doing these beautiful colors, very gentle, very pastel-y, but the paints didn't last very long in the sun. And I think that's why that broke away, that maybe we could get a paint company to do something, because it's very important that it could be really beautiful.
Commissioner Rosenthal, are you moving the item?
yes, I was waiting for, are they in the bathroom? I guess they're in the bathroom. I would rather wait until everybody's here to
Commissioner
vote
Magazine?
for it, but.
Commissioner, super cool idea. Awesome.
you.
I would say let's even think grander. Think of really innovative ways to even further this, and maybe there's sponsorship opportunities outside of even paint companies where it could be a social media campaign with social media influencers that could go viral, and we could get funding opportunities. Way to think outside of the box.
Thank you. Wow, it was actually Miss Hulaniki's idea, but and she has amazing ideas. She, you know, on some of the streets, she even said, you know, maybe like one block should be like all pink pastel, and the next block should be all yellow pastel. And when we start to make these bold statements, we're not only going to show our appreciation of Art Deco architecture and how important it is to us historically and to our anthropology and history and who we are as people. So thank you for your support. And not everybody's here.
I think
but-
you have the votes.
Okay, so I'm going
If
to
you
move
don't,
my.
if you don't, I'll wait,
Okay.
but I think you do.
Okay, I'm going to, with that, I'm going to move my item, and I'm very excited. And I guess, Debbie, are you going to be working with Ms. Hulaniki to make this happen? I just want to make sure that everything is set.
Yes, through the mayor. Yes, absolutely. We look forward to it, and I think it's an exciting project.
Okay, so I look forward to seeing the colors that we're going to use on the first building and our ribbon cutting when we have a beautifully vibrant Colony Theater freshly painted, and also the lifeguard stand. So this is just a start.
Okay, so the motion is for Colony Theater and the lifeguard stand?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is consistent with the memo, correct?
Yes.
Just a question. Since the Colony Theater is in a historic district, does it need to go through HPB, anything at all as it
No.
relates to that? Just want to make sure I understand that process.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you for your question, Commissioner Fernandez. The paint colors can almost always be approved administratively through that certificate of appropriateness process, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. And by the way, I fell in love with this idea after Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez brought this up. You know, walking Ocean Drive, and Ocean Drive, what's the beauty of Ocean Drive is the buildings, but you really get to see the details of the buildings. You know, I think of the Leslie, I think of the Breakwater and so many others, the Penguin. There's just so many others that they really are beautiful because their architectural features have been accented with the colors, and it'd be great to see that bleed into other parts of the city.
Magical.
Do we have a
So,
motion and a second?
Happy to second the item. Thank you.
Okay, call the vote.
Favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay.
Anyone opposed? No, and I have Commissioner Botts.
She said yes when she stepped down.
Commissioner
Okay, well-
Kubica says a yes.
Thank you, and hopefully this is the first of many buildings that we'll be painting around South Beach.
Great, thank you. Let's call R7A and B, budget items.
Yes, sir. R7A is a public hearing, adopt third amendment to fiscal year 2024 operating budget. R7B is a public hearing, adopt fifth amendment to fiscal year 2024 capital budget.
Welcome, Jason and Tamika.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director. This is a third amendment to the operating budget. It contains 5 items and recommends an increase of $577,000 to the operating budget. The first item is additional support for the city commissioners. This item was approved at the March 13th commission meeting, and it would allocate $120,000 per year, prorated for the remaining 6 months of FY24, for a total of $360,000. The second item is for additional allowances for members of the city commission. This also was approved at the March 13th commission meeting, prorated for 11 months back to November of last year, for a total of $91,000. The third item is for a constituent services manager that was requested by the mayor's office, and this would be a full-time position to help with proactively addressing constituent concerns, and this would be prorated for 6 months of FY24 for a total of $56,000. The fourth item is a Miami Beach Public School graduation sponsorship of $50,000 that was approved at the March 13th commission meeting. And the final item is a security camera pilot program that was also approved at the March 13th commission meeting for a total of $20,000.
It is a public hearing. I see one hand up if you want to call.
I just
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then we'll go
I
to
have a question on the constituent services manager. I mean, we all do constituent services. Does this mean like at the front desk, everybody's going to be directed to, to whom? I don't really understand how this is working. What is that? Mr. Mayor? Is this your item? The constituent services manager? I was asking you a
Yeah,
question.
it's a position to help me and our office with resident outreach. The volume is, in a good way, I think when you're very responsive to residents, as I am, and I know our commission is, we get more people reaching out, and the volume is actually quite intense, and I think is requiring additional resources.
Mr. Mayor?
And that's consistent, I think, with the item that we approved last time, that was more for the commissioners to, I think that's about to say, to approve additional resources for the commissioners to be able to bring on additional people to help. But Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and I want to thank you for leading with this. I think, people demand a lot of the office of the mayor. I know you dedicate so many hours to this job and with passion. And we dedicate so many hours to this as well. There's great expectations from us. And sometimes it really is hard to keep up with everything that people ask of us. And it's around the clock. And so anything that helps us improve the delivery of service to the residents that elected us to these positions, if it means that the office needs an additional position so that we can be more responsive to the residents, I'm fully supportive of.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott.
Just, I think it sounds like a great idea. I'm just trying to understand how it would work. Like, I mean, we all get copied, almost always, all of us get the same email at the same time from the person who sends us a well-founded inquiry about something. So would the idea be for us to forward, any of us, all of us, to forward that email to this person to respond? Or how would that work?
Well, potentially, but I would disagree with that because I was commissioner for 4 years, and I can tell you I get a lot of emails that nobody else is copied on. It's just the nature that people will reach out to the mayor. So I do get a lot more emails than I did as commissioner.
Okay. No, I'm not questioning that. I'm just asking, I was just trying to understand, because we all get emails that are just to us. I'm sure you get way more than all of us. But in theory, would this be something where the desire would be to have them all get funneled through this person, or for us to handle them individually? Or you're saying it's really
I think it's up to.
overflow?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think each commissioner has their own way of doing things. I'm not going to direct anyone to. It almost sounds like that I'm telling people or commissioners how to operate their office. We're each independent offices.
No. Please don't mistake what I'm just trying to understand what your vision for this role is. If it's predominantly because you're completely inundated because of your role, cool. If you had a different idea for it, cool. I just am trying to understand.
Yeah, and I think it's somewhat flexible depending on the needs of the mayor and commission's office. I could tell you that we are literally maxed out. I mean, myself and my team, and we're working around the clock, weekends, late at night, early mornings. We're at max capacity. Somebody joked around that Rafael Paz is burned out. I get concerned my team is going to get burned out, and we're only 4 months in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez.
And when I read the item, I also was confused about it, and what had come to my mind is that we oftentimes get the same email, and then the 7 of us are sending the same email to code or different departments in the city, and they're having to respond to the 7 of us. And so the thought that I was thinking was similar to what Commissioner Bott said. Do we all send it to this one person so that the city administration is only getting it one time? But that could be a conversation for a future.
Sure. By the way, it's not just emails. Let me just be clear. There are meetings that residents ask for, and I try to take every meeting that's requested of me. But whereas I used to be able to schedule the same week, now there's a backlog because there's only so many hours in the day. There are residents who bring up issues and they want me or someone from the mayor's office to come out and see an issue, whether it be a traffic issue or there's a public works issue. There's it's constant, and we just right now I'm short on the resources to be able to comply with every request that we're getting, and I think that's what we're in the business of, constituent service. And if and I'm finding that the requests are legitimate. These are not people asking unreasonable requests. These are legitimate issues that we're trying to address in our city, and I'm trying to meet that demand.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And I want to say, part of the reason why I support this as well is because I think you are a fair director of our office, because you are the director of the Office of the Mayor and City Commission. And I think you've done some great additions. You've made some great hires to this office, and I trust your judgment that you're going to continue bringing in the caliber of individuals that you've been bringing. And one of the things that resonates with me is that what I've seen with the office is, like, for example, DeGiorgi. He's the marketing director or the graphics person for our office, but you don't keep him to yourself. He's a resource to all of us, and I'm grateful for that. Or even Chris, our new public safety advisor, you hired him and it's a great position, but he's offered to make himself available to all of us. Your chief of staff, Veronica, that has such great institutional knowledge, and she's been a good sounding board, and that's something that I value very much. And so that makes me feel comfortable that, yes, they report to you, but I know that you're making a hire that is accessible to the entire office of the mayor and commission. And so I want to thank you because you've been very good about that. And I trust that it's going to be the same with this position. You're bringing them in as a resource for the entire office. And I'm grateful that you've taken that approach to the office and how meticulous you've been about your hiring. And I know you've been very precise about the positions that you hire.
No, and thank you for that. And I'll just throw in again, you mentioned number Danny Summer as well, the Senior Policy Advisor, obviously always available to anybody as well. We had a caller?
We no longer do. Is anyone in the audience? And there's no one in Zoom. Seeing none, we can close the public hearing if you wish.
Call a vote?
So this is both for item R7A and R7B. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. Second by Commissioner Fernandez. If so, it is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? An addendum item, so Mayor, are you adding the item C7AB?
Yes, I'll add it. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank you for bringing this item forward. I think certainly we all share in the desire to see increased police visibility, to see increased community policing efforts. I just have a question about this because we're asking the police to implement a strategic plan that prioritizes foot patrol, bicycle patrols, and other forms of high visible police presence. Certainly, foot patrol and bicycle patrol is something that I think we all support. I would love to see more of. Since I would imagine, I know we're down 28 cops in the department. Is this to bring back a plan, before it's implemented and tell us, where are the bodies coming from for this? Because I know your intent, and I agree with the intent, and I think we want to see officers on foot, on bicycles, engaging more with the community, with the residents, with the visitors, with the businesses. But I don't want to take away from investigations, or I don't want to take away from response times. And so I just want to see,
Sure.
have a better understanding how we're going to expect our police department to accomplish this. If it's going to be through more funding or through more hiring of cops, or if they're rearranging certain positions. So that's my question here.
So I did make it fairly broad, as you see the item, and it's all-encompassing, but if I had to narrow it down and simplify it, it's having officers out of their cars. I think it's something we've discussed, and by the way, as you know, I'm extremely pro-law enforcement. I don't think anybody can question that. And I do see a lot of good officers out and about. I actually just saw the other day there was someone actually acting erratically, and before anyone had a chance to even call an officer, there was an officer on bike patrol a block away, saw it, came over within seconds. But not every area has that, and it's actually one of the biggest issues we hear residents raise is that they're not seeing the officers. They may see the car roll around, but the windows are tinted, which is for the officer protection. I'm not questioning that, but it's difficult to see the officer. I mean, one of the things that I literally always envision and is if the officer is parked and literally just standing right outside the car. Can you imagine that was happening? Now, I understand there are times they're writing reports, there are things, I get that. But literally just standing against the car, that would allow residents to engage with them, to have a conversation with them, to tell them things that they see, but also that visible presence. It's unquestionably the biggest deterrent that we can have in our city. And it's something that we've talked about for a long time. It's something we hear our residents say. It's something we hear our commission say. It's some things we hear our police chiefs, I say chiefs because this predates Chief Jones, talk about, but it never happens. But the reason why I brought it now is, one, it's extremely important to me and our residents, But I also feel we have the commission now to get it done.
Yes.
I think this commission can force the issue and say, now it's time. This is a game changer. It literally, I could not think of another thing we could do that's more important than our city, that if police officers literally stood on the sidewalk, and again, one of the issues I hear is that, well, if they're too far from their cars, you don't even have to be that far from the car, just outside the car.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I completely agree with you, 100% agree with you. I'm just thinking about, some of the dynamics. Oftentimes, our officers are not parked, they're driving through neighborhoods, or they're driving from point A to point B. I think it's probably the minority of the times that they're parked. Most of the time, I think that they're patrolling. Most of the time, I think I'm going to support obviously your resolution. I think it sends the message of the expectation. The expectation is, as you well stated, if you are parked, be out of the car, be accessible, be approachable, be vigilant, be able to respond, react, and be there to uphold the safety of our community, and not just to uphold the safety, but understand the dynamics of the area. 100% on that. I think to achieve what the expectation that we have, I think part of the message has to be to the police department, what are the resources you need to accomplish this? And that's where I think, Mr. Mayor, you're right about this being the right commission for that, because I think ultimately they would probably be doing this if they had the sufficient resources to do this. I think you have been such a strong leader for this. You've been asking for it. You've been fighting for it. You've brought it to committee so many times. You've brought it to the commission dais so many times. But the reason why I think we don't have it is not because they don't want to do it, just because we don't have the resources for it. So together with supporting your item, if you allow, perhaps just an amendment asking the police department to come back with a recommendation as part of the budget process of how to fully roll this out. Even if it's not all completely within the next fiscal year, even if it takes several fiscal years, but to see that plan, and so that we can build up to the goal to be able to truly have what you're asking for. Because I think it's ultimately going to be a matter of resources, and I think you are 100% right. This is the right commission to support it and to dedicate to it the resources it's going to need. And so that's the reason why I want to support it. I want to support your item, but I think we also need to ask them, what are the resources you need to truly implement it to the way you envision it to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're two different issues, quite frankly. And as you recognized early in your comments, there's 28 vacancies right now, so that we have that. And I'm going to call the chief up. I mean, we have 28 vacancies that I believe are budgeted, so we got to fill those positions before we even talk about increased budgeting. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wayne Jones, Police Chief, City of Miami Beach. So just to give you some historical perspective, 30 years ago, then President Clinton had this idea to put 100,000 police cops on the street to do community policing. Many of my senior staff today, including myself, was hired during that period. So we're all trained in the concepts of community policing. We were all expected at the time to go out as new police officers to apply those concepts. And today, still, we train all of our new hires in community policing. So we want officers out of cars as much as reasonably possible. Right now, we have walking beats and bike beats in the city. North Beach, for example, business district daytime, so walking beat. 41st Street has a walking beat. Lincoln Road, walking beat. Bike patrol on and around Entertainment District and Ocean Drive. And so to the extent that you're asking cops to be out of the car, we're practicing that right now. We would like to do more of that, obviously, but it does come at a cost in terms of calls for service, in terms of response time. And so to offset that reduced or extended time in terms of calls for service, if we want to have more people just walking, period, not having to respond to calls for service, really just sort of walking our business districts, walking our neighborhoods, meeting people, residents, business owners, then that would come at a cost in terms of expanding the department. workforce.
And I get that. I guess, and we've had this conversation many times. I mean, quite frankly, I think you share my belief. I don't want to speak for you, but I mean, is there any obstacles? And I've given this example before, and I'm going to give it again. When there was an officer, there was an event, and the police were kind enough to send an officer. They didn't have an event. It was a non-for-profit. Many people were there. The police sent the car to keep everyone protected. There was hundreds of people in outside by a parking lot. And the officer literally, all he did was get out of his car and stood at the entrance of the parking lot. And I can tell you it was a game changer. It was a game changer. Everyone saw it. Everyone went over to the officer and thanked him. And it was a level of protection that, whether in reality or just the perception,
Sure.
it just seemed much safer because you saw the physical person. But that, again, there are a lot of us. I don't want to make it sound like, because I see a lot of officers who do it, but there's a lot of officers who don't, and that's what I guess I'm getting at. I mean, I don't see why that's a resource issue. I don't even see why that's an issue of getting a call for service. The officer was literally within 10 feet of the patrol car.
Yeah.
He can answer or she, in this case it was a he, can answer very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, with few exceptions, Mr. Mayor. For example, during daylight hours, daytime, and now that we have extended daylight during evenings, when the sun is out, it's really easy to see a police officer walking or on a bicycle or on an ATV. Obviously, at nighttime, the dynamics changes quite a bit. And so at night, what is preferable from me and from the police department is the cops in cars, cruise lights on, so that folks can see them from a distance away. Bad guys or people intent on doing bad things, so our residents can see a police officer from a distance away and maybe think of not do those bad things. Our residents, our visitors can see cop cars from a distance away and think, hey, I feel safe because I can see cars. So I think we're saying the same thing. I do agree with you that having cops outside of cars interacting with the community is a good thing for us.
So that's my item. But it's not consistently happening. I'm hearing from residents all the time, why don't we see more of the officers out of their cars? So we're saying we're in agreement, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
Well, I'm sure we can do some more work on that and do better with it. But I think to that extent of your item, yes, we can do a better job with that. I think more broadly speaking, I thought you were asking me something a little different, the way the item reads. Am I confused about this?
But what do you think my item reads?
Just comprehensively across the board, having beat officers 24/7, 7 days a week. That's what I sort of gather from it.
Well, it is. I mean, I wanted you to come back with a comprehensive plan, because
Okay.
I
We can do
personally,
that.
again, I don't have GPS data backing me up. That's a different item, but I don't have GPS data backing this up. It just seems like the presence is not as robust at night.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that, because the shifts, the numbers are the same, but it just doesn't seem like we have the same level of patrol presence. That's my perception.
Yeah. Yeah, so at night, you won't see a whole lot of cops on bicycles or walking. That is true.
No, but even cars. I don't see as many cars.
Well,
And I've shared that with you as
Yeah.
I drive around the city. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, and we've talked quite a bit about this, and I think I made the analogy, not to be funny about it, Mr. Mayor, that the cars are there. That's where you have the cruise lights on, and so people can actually see them. It is possible to miss them because they're patrolling, all through the city. So I'm sure you're not seeing them as you suggest, but I'm telling you that they're there.
So really, if I had to narrow it down to one word, what my item is, visibility.
Understood.
And it's in cars and the individual officer.
Understood.
And I support that, Mr. Mayor, and I'm fine with that. And even if it was more than that, I would be fine with more than that too. If there's resources involved, then I would want to see what that is. But I fully support your item, the intent of the item, the idea of having more visibility out there. And certainly, since we have the chief in front of us, ultimately, I think it is the desire of the community to see, more officers, engaged on foot patrol, bicycle patrol. And certainly as we go into the budget process, just to realize that this is a very supportive commission, and if you do need more resources. But again, to the mayor's point, we do have 28 vacant spots. But, you know, if there is a need for more resources to be able to accomplish this and more, you know, this is the commission that wants to back you in that. And so, I read the item differently, Mr. Mayor, and that's why, you know, I wanted to ask the question. Because for me, I didn't see it was just about enhancing the visibility. It seemed, to me, it read as, you know, implement a plan to put more bodies out there. And so for me, I'm, you know, wondering, okay, how do we accommodate those resources? We certainly want to see that, but how do we accommodate that in terms of resources? But I'm happy to support your item.
Okay, thank you.
And
And
th- thank- go ahead,
you're not
Mr.
wrong, sorry, Chief, you're not wrong. It is a more comprehensive, and if, for example, if there were some administrative roles that could be out on foot patrol, I mean, that's something I'd want the chief to come back with. So yes, you're right, you read that correctly, but ultimately, it's a visibility item, however we get there.
Yeah, and also, by the way, off-duty, one of my frustrations is sometimes when you drive around the city, you'll see officers, and even sometimes it's not our agency, sometimes it's outside agencies that they're doing, you know, an off-duty detail, you know, manning traffic because there's a construction site. It'll be great, you know, in situations like that, if they can be outside their car, because the whole point of having a police car at a construction site, for example, is to help, you know, navigate, reroute traffic and that type of stuff. And somehow we need to work on that a little bit better. But my answers, my questions were answered, and I appreciate the chief for answering them.
So, appreciate your support, sir. Happy to come back with something for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So do we need to move it?
I do believe we need to move it since it's been pulled.
I'll move it.
Call the vote.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor of item C7AB?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Item passes 7-0. Commissioner Bott was the maker of the motion. Commissioner Fernandez seconded. C7AB.
Commissioner Suarez asked me to call R9AH.
R9AH is discuss take action, require electrical outlets in public right-of-ways by covered, locked, secured. Be covered, locked, and secured. R9AH.
Commissioner Suarez.
So we had a discussion item to have staff come back and enhance our electrical outlet situation on Lincoln Road. And the Lincoln Road bid is here. I'd like to, before you ladies speak, I'd like to have Elizabeth Miro present some of the findings that she had in analysis. She spent a couple months on this, and I reviewed it with her. I believe there's 3 options for us to consider, and I think some of those options we can mix together. But I'll let you tee it up for me, Elizabeth.
Sure. Good afternoon again. So we did look at the options within Lincoln Road. Originally, Lincoln Road had about 220 electrical outlets. Through the years, many of these have been capped off, and right now we have approximately 120 active electrical outlets. These are used for the markets, for special activations and events, and also for the restaurants who have an outdoor cafe or concession agreement. What happens is that the outlets where the concession agreements are typically active all the time. What that does is most people try to plug in their telephones, and what we're trying to do is try to discourage that altogether. So in review of that, what we did is that we mapped out all the circuits, and we found 2 proposed solutions. One of them, it's probably a long-term solution. It will be to use smart panels. This allows us to control each of the circuits programmatically as we need to, or on demand. We can also see energy consumption. This is a very innovative technology, but it does offer the most control, okay? The second one has to do with installing electrical timers. Again, this allows us the ability to program on schedules so we can turn off these outlets on the times that the restaurants are not operating. The first option is a little bit more cost prohibitive, and because it is new technology, and does require some additional infrastructure. It probably would be best to do this specific option when we upgrade, say, to fiber optic, okay? And then the second option is a little bit more immediate. We can probably deploy this within a few weeks. Both options have been provided to you as exhibits B and C respectively.
Vice Mayor?
Did you want to address? the
So,
public?
yeah, can we bring up the Lincoln Road bid, please, to discuss the issue?
Hi, yes, we are definitely supportive of any measures that can help
If you could just state your
minimize.
name, just-
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Raphael. Annabelle Yopes, Executive Director, Lincoln Road Business Improvement District.
Claudia Jagged, I work with the Lincoln Road Bid.
Thank you.
So, you know, when this opportunity came to our attention, we feel this is a great way to minimize what possibly, you know, can help with people coming to the road and plugging in their laptops and their phones. And, you know, I think that will help tremendously with that initiative.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so, look, you know, I think every outlet on Lincoln Road has been tampered with and broken into, right? And it's just a free-for-all. You know, Lincoln Road is our sort of one of our crown jewels, and we want to make sure that we can do whatever we can to enhance the quality of life on Lincoln Road for not only the residents but our tourists. And so, Elizabeth, if you can give over the numbers for options A and B. And then there was also another option, which is a little bit, I guess, more tangible, where you can put a real cover with stainless steel, and
Yes.
but it's $600. I think that's a little too cost prohibitive, obviously. But if you can
Yes.
give the two main options, what the price is, and I'd like my colleagues to understand that what's in front of you is sort of very short term. It can be up and running in a couple of weeks. But the long-term solution would be something where we can control for the next decade. I mean, we can, you know, I believe a lot of these cafe stands rent out, or the city rents out outlets to the outdoor cafes, and I think we just charge like a $20 flat fee. But what this program would do, we would actually note the actual percentage consumption for each outlet. And so, whenever shows come on, it can be programmed for it, I believe, from an iPad. And so yeah, let's, what are the prices for these two
Most
options?
certainly. Okay, so the first option, let me go backwards. So the first option, which is the smart boards, the smart panels, that's approximately $217,000. It does require to install 9 panels throughout through Lincoln Road. We have, again, mapped, this is also an attachment on all the specific area, in the 400, 600, basically the whole entire road. Okay, so that's $217,000. The other option, probably the most immediate option, if we wanted to deploy that, is approximately $64,000. Okay?
Okay. So, colleagues, what you have before you, we got two options. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, and see where we can land this.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a question. Is this for the 2025 budget cycle, or is there a line item, or do you want it out of this year?
Well, if we go with the less expensive option, we can decide on it today because it's less than $75,000, and we would have an immediate solution in a couple of weeks. The other option would be we can either vote 5/7 on it, or we can bring it to, I guess, the 2025 budget cycle. So, but I wanted staff to bring it today and see what the pulse is from my colleagues.
Colleagues? I would be comfortable with the immediate one, because it would start working on this issue right away. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues as well. Commissioner Magazine?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I like that.
That is nice.
I agree with you. That's a solution I think Lincoln Road bid is asking for and is very in support of, and let's move with immediacy.
Okay, I think we have,
I have no problem with this. I do know that we are in the process of upgrading. We're going to be upgrading the electric all up and down Lincoln Road as the first phase of this it's not James Corner. Who is the architect? It is James Corner?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, that, So listen, what I'm wondering is, as we upgrade the electricity and we're actually going in and changing these lines, why are we not doing the outlets at the same time?
It's more of a
David?
question.
I mean, we're opening up the lines. David, we need you to implement this technology, because otherwise we're gonna open the street twice. Doesn't make any sense.
Through the mayor, David Martinez, CIP Director. Commissioner, the scope of work that we have for the remaining Lincoln Road work, Phase 2 and Phase 3, does not include replacing the electrical infrastructure along the corridor.
So what are you replacing?
Yeah, I think this is what the item's for. It's-
Wait. Well, I've had an item about, where we are in the Lincoln Road process on the agenda for probably like 6 months now. I mean, I could probably pull it up, right now and just get rid of it, very quickly, if you guys would agree to hear it. So just so that we can understand where we are in that project. I know that it's a $60 million capital improvements project. I know that we're starting Phase 1. This has been in the pipeline now for 10 years. 10 years.
Well,
Yeah,
that-
but my big concern is that we're gonna do this with the outlets, fine, I'm on board, I'm supporting you today. But what if we just added to the scope that he's doing and get the best technology at the same time? You can't just add that to the scope? David?
Again, through the mayor, if I can. Phase 2, which we had out to bid, we received bids yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Phase 2 was for the reimagining of Meridian from Lincoln Road to 17th Street. It was also for the conversion and pedestrianization of Drexel Avenue. Bids came in, one bid, almost double. And that's just Phase 2, and we still have to continue working on Phase 3. So that's what's happening in the industry. So we can add anything you'd like, but something else would have to come off the list of the scope that we have to do.
Something is wrong with the way that we're doing these bids. I find it very difficult to believe that we just added an additional $20 million to this project to make it $60 million. And now you're saying that the bid that came in has come in at double. I understand that we have inflation, there's construction costs, but what are we doing wrong in this process? Something is not right. And at this rate, now that you just got a bid back that was double, does that mean that we need to add more money to that project? Or narrow the scope of the project? Or do we even have a Lincoln Road project? Because this is very key. Because in the interim, over the past 10 years, we have seen the decline of our greatest pedestrian district. And we're sitting there, we're waiting for this project to happen. It's not happening, and I think that this is one of the most important things that we need to take care of. It really is. So Phase 1 was what? And did you do Phase 1?
We did Phase 1. Phase 1 was changing all the light fixtures and luminaires along the whole stretch, including the high mast lighting to improve, with modern fixtures.
And Phase 2, you got one bid and it came in at what price?
The construction estimate was about $16.5 million. The bid, one single bid came in at over $28 million. One single bid.
And what is Phase 3?
Phase 3 is everything else, which includes restoring the Lapidus Follies. It includes the street end security bollards. It includes signage at both ends on Alton and Washington Avenue. It includes fixing all the trench drains along the way. It includes the Euclid Oval construction. It includes the water fountain at the 500 block, several other things.
And we have the money to complete Phase 2, correct? Even if we budgeted 16 million, it's 28 million, and you have that, and you got the construction bid.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Again, to the mayor. It's a little tricky because the way that Lincoln Road is funded, that we have certain money that has to be used on Lincoln Road based on the RDA, and some on what's called the connectors, which would have been Meridian and Drexel. So we have to figure out how that works in terms of mixing the different funding to deal with the different parts of the scope.
Will you be bringing this to us soon? I'm going to bring an item in May saying that we need to really prioritize this construction of Lincoln Road, like make it a tip-top priority. I would even make a motion right now, even though this is your item on electricity and I kind of merged my item with it.
Yeah, I think, you'd have to call your items
Okay.
as well if you're
Fine.
going to make a motion,
Call.
but.
I as part of your item, like, can you just push this through? Just
Well,
just
I-
add the phase two to your
Well,
electricity
I think-
item and
I
make it
think
all
for-
happen together. And you do, let's spend one time, but let's spend on the better technology. And let's use some of this money
Through the
to
mayor.
getting the best.
Commissioner Suarez.
Through the mayor. So it looks like we have support for the much less expensive option, Lincoln Road bid. I think if we, when you look at Lincoln Road now, it doesn't look good. And what I don't want to happen is we get mired down in a process that could take another 10 years, unfortunately. But, I think when you look at the cost and what it's going to help for Lincoln Road, I think that's the values there. I'm certainly open to exploring the more enhanced option as part of the bid, but if you're telling me it's going from 16 million to 28 million, I know it's just one bid, but, that now it's going to be 28 million and a $250,000. So I think that's going to be a longer discussion. I certainly didn't want to get into that discussion and take away from the need of what Lincoln Road wants or needs right now.
So why don't we call your vote on your item?
Sure.
We have a motion and a second?
I have a motion, I don't have a second yet.
Yeah.
I'll second.
So this is a motion on Exhibit C, after the fact resolution, short-term immediate solution, $64,000. I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, second by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes 7-0. R9AH, and after the fact reso is needed.
Mayor, do you mind just calling that item that's been there 6 months? We already did most of it anyway.
Yeah.
So we are talking about item R9H, discuss update on Lincoln Road Master Plan, R9H.
Very briefly, because I know that,
Sure.
what's going on. And
Sure, so
what do you
I
need
covered
from us?
most of it already. I'll just for the record, Phase 1 was completed. It was, recently it was done as Phase 1 because it was the proverbial low-hanging fruit. It was something that was relatively simple to do, which was all the light fixtures along the corridor. Phase 2, which as I mentioned, was put out to bid, came in yesterday. I personally, myself, have not even looked at the bid forms on the bid. That one bid that came in. It just happened yesterday afternoon. So all I have is the information on what the dollar amount was. We will have to analyze that. I already discussed it briefly with the procurement director this morning and probably set up some industry meetings to understand why. Because there appeared, and I don't want to speak for the procurement director, but there appeared to have been a lot of activity with interested contractors, but yet we received one bid. Phase 3, which is what I was mentioning earlier, is the remainder of the work that would happen mostly on the actual corridor and the mall itself. Includes a lot of different scopes along that addresses elements at every block. In theory, that's a larger scope of work in which our early cost estimate is approximately $24 million. Again, it's a cost estimate. The idea was to have that out to bid by the end of this year, 2024. But now we have to circle back and understand what's going on with the market.
And with that one bid that you got, I mean, are you considering accepting that bid? Will you put it out to bid again?
Commissioner, to be honest, again, since it just happened, we first have to understand that number, why that number is what it is. I don't know that I'm prepared yet to recommend that we accept that bid. I'm certainly not comfortable with it for whatever reason. I think that's something that we may probably be able to come back next month and explain a little further what we have found out.
Okay. Thank you, David. I would just like everyone to know that I really think we need to make this a top priority with the new convention center. The hotels are under construction right now. The businesses are suffering. Our capital investment is going to be pivotal, I think, to just creating a buzz, something exciting, something new. So I'll bring an item next time to prioritize, like at the top of our capital improvements, and start this. And I think, Mayor, as part of your administration, you should really take the lead on getting this done, because 10 years, has it been more than 10 years or 10 years? 10 years?
Probably started in 2015 or
2013,
14,
yeah, it started
14,
about,
something around
yeah,
there.
2013. So we're now going on 11 years, I think is unacceptable to redo the road. So I will bring that item, hopefully you guys will support me on this, and I'd love to, hear your thoughts about getting going on, and
Yeah.
it's very frustrating to get, only one bid.
Yeah, and I support your efforts on that, and I will, it'll be your item, but yes, I will be pushing this along as well. I have some theories, and I share your concerns about the lack of bids on not just this, but on other things. I have some theories why that may be, but I'd like to move this along, but I don't want to.
I couldn't agree more with both of you. This should be of the highest and utmost priority. Though I will say, when we start talking about $20 million financing gaps, we have to think of a way to be more innovative. Perhaps go out and look at public-private partnerships and things like that, because as much as we would all joke around with the previous finance chair about having a secret money tree, we need $20 million here, $20 million there. These are real tangible numbers that just can't be plugged overnight, but that is also at odds with needing to move expeditiously and prioritize this. So we may have to really put on our thinking caps and prioritize moving forward, but also be more innovative about the way we go about that. So I'll be happy to support your prioritization of this, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, but I also think that we need to widen that net about how we move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Can I ask
and then
one
we'll
question?
wrap it up.
I know, I know we're in a rush. David, if I pass a resolution that we need to prioritize this, and that we want to see phase 2 moving within, I don't know, 6 months. Okay, started, shovels in the ground. Is that a possibility?
Commissioner, what I will tell you, that is absolutely my priority also on this project. That was the whole intent. We were basically very, put off by what we saw yesterday with the bid. That is my absolute goal, is to begin construction in less than 6 months. So I guarantee you that that's the intention.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Very welcome.
I see our police chief is still here. I wanted to call item R9AI.
R9AI is discuss implementing Star Chase GPS tracking darts pilot program, R9AI.
Yeah, and thank you, Chief. I just wanted to get an update. I brought this
Sure.
initiative in lieu of high-speed police chases that can get dangerous, a new technology, GPS darts that can be launched either handheld or from a vehicle that can track a fleeing vehicle.
Good afternoon again, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. Mr. Mayor, this is one of the things I'm actually really excited about, to be honest with you, because, this is one way of using technology to work smarter and not harder, and really sort of keep people safe, not only the public safe, but police officers safe. High-speed chases can be quite dangerous. I've asked Major Magalos to sort of do all of the legwork for this and gather all the information, so he's here to answer all detailed questions you may have about it. We're excited about it. We're looking forward to entering the pilot program if we can. It would be an unfunded cost, nominal cost for the time that we'd enter into this pilot program for. But like Major Magalos sort of talk you through what that would look like, what we'll be getting if we want to move forward.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager. Daniel Morgallo, the Support Services Division. So I first want to thank the Mayor and the Commission for asking us to look at this technology. I had first looked at this technology when I was a sergeant in training about 10 years ago when it first came out. And it was very new and it was very unproven. Looking at the technology now, there is a very viable opportunity for us to make our officers safer and make our officers more effective, and at the same time not demoralize our officers by having people flee from us and not be able to catch them. It gives us a mechanism to utilize our real-time information center and other electronic resources that we have in the city, combined with the Star Chase technology, to make us more effective at catching individuals that want to flee from us using technology.
Great. What's the next steps?
So the next steps, really more than anything else, we would be the first agency in Miami-Dade County to deploy this technology. To talking to the vendor within the state of Florida, there's several agencies that use it, but south of Palm Beach County, we would be the first. What we're proposing is to initiate a pilot program to see how viable this technology is for use in our city and how effective it can be. And that would give us basically 5 units permanently attached to different vehicles. It would provide the training. It would provide the training for our staff or our upfitters to install this equipment in the vehicles. Gives us unlimited GPS darts for the duration of the pilot program, and it gives us a handheld deployment capability for our undercover units to use as well.
So 5 for the car, how many handheld?
1 handheld, 5 for the car, unlimited darts. All expenses are covered for the duration of the 3 years in that proposal. And then if at some point we want to expand beyond the 5, we can absolutely speak to the vendor about doing that.
And when would this start?
As soon as the commission appropriates the funds, we could contact the vendor, initiate the procurement process, and then it's a matter of policy and training. I would say probably within a couple of months, 2 to 3 months, we could have this out.
And what's the funding you need?
It's about $62,000 for the 3 years, Mr. Mayor.
City Attorney, can we approve that now?
Yes,
Excellent.
Do we need to vote on that?
yes, you would need.
Yes,
need a
thank you.
motion, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the 62,000 immediately and move forward with the program. But if it looks like a Spidey sense thing where it shoots, I want to have a go at it.
You have to do training first.
I will definitely do training.
Well, thank
We have
you.
call the vote?
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bottas, second by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor?
Aye.
None
Thank you,
opposed?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you
None
so much.
opposed,
Thank you,
and
Commissioner.
we will
Thank you,
need
Mr.
an
Mayor.
after-the-fact
Thank you.
reso
Thank you.
on this one, so R9AI needs an after-the-fact reso.
I'd love to come see the training once we get it in.
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. Thank you. Why don't we go back to R5A?
R5A, I had read the title already. We were discussing whether to defer the item to May, July, or hear it now.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move the item.
So motion to approve the item by Commissioner Fernandez. I think I heard Commissioner, Vice Mayor Dominguez?
Yes.
And it is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience, and I see no one in Zoom. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez? Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5A.
If we can go at that speed, the rest of the agenda will be in good shape. R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 13, entitled Historic Preservation, Section 2-2.13.7, entitled Issuance of a Certificate of Appropriateness, Certificate of DIG, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition, by amending subsection 2.13.7.c entitled Review Procedures to establish an administrative review process for accessory dwelling units and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is R5C.
Well, we have Commissioner Fernandez and then we have 5 sponsors and co-sponsors.
In that spirit, I move the item, Mr. Mayor.
A second.
Call the vote?
It's a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. That was a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Dominguez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved. That was item R5C.
R5D.
R5D is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 2 entitled General Development Application and Hearing Procedures, Section 2.2.4 entitled Public Hearing, by amending subsection 2.2.4.1 entitled Public Notification to establish a notice procedure for certain discussion items that are scheduled by land use boards and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. Is item R5D.
Sponsored by Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Bott?
Joe, do you want to take it? I don't think this is very controversial, in the spirit of residents' right to know, spearheaded by the late, great Mark Samuelin and Miami Beach United, and residents all over the city, and the commissioners seated here, and many of the commissioners in our previous compositions.
You have a second.
We want to give residents more opportunity to be better informed about things happening in their neighborhoods, even if they're just coming into the discussion on land use boards. So we have a second.
So you're moving the item? Oh,
Second, third.
Okay, so
take your pick, Rafael.
I heard Commissioner Fernandez. I saw his hand.
Okay, so Commissioner Bott moving it, Commissioner Fernandez second.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
get the next one. All right.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. I see no one in the audience.
Okay, take the vote.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5D.
Good item. R5E.
It's yours.
R5E is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 12 entitled District Regulations at Section 7.2.17, CCC Civic and Convention Center District to modify the height limit for hotels and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5E.
I'm the sponsor. Commissioners Bott, Dominguez, Suarez, Fernandez co-sponsoring. We have 5.
I move it.
Second.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. I see no one in the audience. Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner
Oh,
Bott?
sorry, yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5E.
R5F.
1, 2, 3, 4 sponsors.
R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 1 entitled Land Use Boards, Section 2.1.2 entitled Planning Board, at subsection 2.1.2.2 entitled Membership and Appointment, Section 2.1.3 entitled Design Review Board, at subsection 2.1.3.2 entitled Membership and Appointment, and subsection 2.1.4 entitled Historic Preservation Board, at subsection 2.1.4.3 entitled Membership and Appointment to provide that the water management expert position on the land use boards may alternatively be occupied by a person who is a resident at large as set forth in the ordinance, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5F.
I don't think I need to explain it again, so.
I
I'll just
second the
move it.
item.
Can we call the vote?
It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5F.
R5G, the sponsored Commissioner Magazine mentioned he wants to defer it.
I second the deferral.
To May 15th.
Perfect. I wouldn't have come around for
May
that easy.
May 15 work?
Yes.
So R5G is May 15th, deferred by acclamation.
R5H is open and continued. R5I.
1 second, please. R5H is open and continued to July 24th, 2024. R5H.
I hope so.
Yeah.
R5I.
Give me 1 second. R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by repealing Division 14 entitled Next Generation Council, providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5I.
Sponsored by me and Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Magazine wants to speak.
Thank you for this. I'm going to go along with the will of the body here. You know, we talked at length last meeting about the importance of getting young people involved in our city, and I remain very adamant about that. I understand the burden on staff that incremental board positions can have, and I think there's some innovative ways to get younger people involved. If a year from now, it seems as if we have a good momentum in getting younger people involved and we could resurrect this, that's fine. But I know several of my colleagues have been out, things like the Miami Business Club and some extracurricular activities that are focused on getting younger people involved. So there's other ways to do so just besides the city board.
I'd like to move the item.
A second.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So are we repealing it? And what about the members of the committee? They're just done?
Well, right now, there's no quorum. By the way, partly why I brought this item was I'm not looking to necessarily disband it. If we can get the interest in having it, I'm happy to continue it. It's just, I don't think there's been a quorum in 2 years or so. And I just think if we're not going to have it, then disband it. If we can get interest, great. By the way, we could always bring it back.
I mean, the thing is I like these committees because it represents resident participation. And I do think that we have a new commission. If everybody appoints somebody to the Millennial Council, they're going to attend the meetings. And if you have a liaison, and Commissioner Magazine said that his office would be the liaison, then we'll have a quorum. As soon as everybody appoints a member, and by the way, it gives you the opportunity to meet young leaders in the community and appoint young leaders and have conversations with them. So I would suggest that we don't do this, that we each appoint somebody to the Millennial Committee, and that you schedule a first meeting, and that you will have a quorum at that first meeting, and that we move forward and we encourage our millennials to get involved. I mean, I think that that's what the whole idea of these resident committees are. So, I mean, I'm a no, but I want to be a proactive no. I don't want us to just say disband the young people, you know, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't, you know, yeah. I mean, just make your appointment and schedule a meeting and you'll have a quorum. What's the big deal?
Through the chair, perhaps we defer this for 3 months, and in the interim, we'll try and put it together.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
And could I just,
Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps maybe we could refer this to one of our committees, because maybe, and just sitting here, I got an idea of perhaps how we could still keep the council, but perhaps we restructure how it functions. Perhaps rather than meeting as a body, we can each appoint individual young members of our community to it. That rather than meeting as a body, each one of our appointees almost serve like almost an intern or advisor to us individually, volunteer people that, you know, to get younger view on things. I can think of a few young people in our community that have given me insightful views on some of the issues. Actually, last week I was working out and I was speaking with a young person that actually read the entire Barclay item for me. The entire Barclay item. You know, this is someone that's 27 years old that is, you know, in fintech stuff and that type of stuff. And he took an interest in the finance agenda, and he read the entire item and was giving me his perspective on it. And I think there is a role for young people in our city to be involved and to be giving us their feedback on stuff. Perhaps it's not as a council giving us recommendations as a body, but perhaps if we refer this to committee, we can come up with creative ways of still us individually having this board, but the members providing us more direct feedback individually to us as commissioners. So I'm just.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll support the deferral but if maybe we can send it to neighborhoods so that we can further review this committee on neighborhoods.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I would say that, is the committee full? Have we all appointed somebody to this committee?
I did.
Okay, so I saw that you appointed Amber. Congratulations, Amber, a new member of the Millennial Committee. What I would say is, why don't you host a gathering for the members of the committee? If you, like, someplace like the Room, I don't know if we can ask them to do that, and have a little social in these first 90 days with all of us and the young members of the committee. And at that little, social at the Room, we'll just say to them, hey guys, we're about to disband this committee. We need you to show up, quorum. And I think that now that we've made these appointments, it's just a question of scheduling a meeting, because what had happened was the liaison was Ricky Ariola's aide. And he had kind of, toward the end, wasn't even there because he had applied to the fire department, gotten accepted, and he wasn't even really working. So they lost the liaison, which is why they had no meetings. They had no liaison. They switched the meetings to quarterly meetings, and nobody was excited about it. But I guarantee you, we'll fix this. And if they don't want to host the social, where's her aide who's going to take over this? Louise. Louise, schedule a little cocktail thing for the Millennial Committee, and I will make a commitment to show up. And if you wanted to even, I would host it at Cafe Bernie if you want to have it there, or if you want to do it at the Rum Room. Find a place. I'll host it. We could even give them a little bit of a budget, like $5,000, so that they're excited.
Make
And
sure
you
to
know
check their
what?
IDs though, okay?
What?
Make sure they check their IDs though.
These are millennials. They're already
Well, it's
they're
also
in
Gen
their
Z.
late 20s.
I think we're all in agreement.
Okay, so
but-
good. Okay, I know we wanted, so 90 days from now, and let's try to revive this.
Yeah.
And it's actually good for us, especially old ladies like me who really want to reach out and meet the young people in the community, get them excited, get them activated, and it's good stuff.
I just like Commissioner Fernandez's humble brag that it came while working out.
I noticed that as well, by the way.
So did I.
I held back.
So,
But, well, by the way, I don't know all the details, so, but I'll defend Eric here, because I think there wasn't that any quorum, so I'm not
I
sure it
agree.
was his fault, actually.
I think
that,
Eric was such a great, liaison to that committee, and hats off to him, because I know a lot of people celebrated the good work he did there.
Okay, thank you.
so,
Is that a motion and a second for Eric?
Yes.
so my notes reflect that this is a deferral for 3 months, so I'm bringing it back for the commission meeting of July 24th.
Yep.
And there's also a referral to Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee
Yep.
prior to that. By acclamation, may we defer it?
Yes,
So done. That was item R5I.
great. R5J.
Yes, sir. R5J is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 21 entitled Marine Waterfront Protection Authority by amending section 2-190.49 thereof entitled Powers and Duties by creating subsection 4 thereof to authorize the Marine and Waterfront Protection Authority to make recommendations to the city manager and the city commission regarding potential suspension or revocation of business tax receipts, BTRs, for commercial charter operators that engage in nuisance or habitual unlawful activities and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5J.
Commissioner Suarez.
I move my item.
I would actually like to, through the mayor, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Bott.
Sorry, wrong item. Never mind. I'll second it.
It is a public hearing. I see no one requesting to speak in Zoom and no one in the audience.
Call the roll, Mayor?
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Which item is this?
R5J.
Empowering the MWPA to revoke BTRs.
Yes.
Commissioner
This
Bott.
is the one that relates to the Marine Authority
Yes.
Committee, yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5J.
R5K. 6 co-sponsors on I5K, so hopefully this one goes fast.
R5K is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 106 entitled Traffic and Vehicles by creating Article 12 entitled School Zones and Speed Detection System by creating section 106-495 thereof entitled Speed Detection Systems in School Zones to authorize the placement, installation, and operation of speed detection systems on specified roadways maintained as school zones, establish traffic enforcement procedures when speed detection systems are utilized for school zone speed limit violations, and create hearing procedures relating to such school zone speed limit violations, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. It is item R5K, second reading, public hearing.
Sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez and co-sponsored by Commissioners Dominguez, Magazine, Suarez, Bott, and me.
And I'm gonna move the item, and it's, in general, it's gonna potentially improve safety for students walking to, South Point Elementary, Miami Beach Senior High, Maybe, let's see here, North Beach Elementary, Nautilus, the Hebrew Academy, so anything that we can do to improve the safety of the.
Biscayne Elementary.
Biscayne Elementary as well, and other schools. So anything that we can do to improve the safety of these kids walking to school or bicycling to school using technology, better leveraging technology, I'm all for, and I'm glad that we're doing this. So thank you to all the co-sponsors and for you, Mr. Mayor, for calling up the item. I move my item.
Second.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I believe in policing the school zones, but what I would like is a few text messages out to the electorate, letting them know that we are going to begin to enforce this so that we don't start, I understand that you have to enforce in order to change behaviors. I think that most people speeding through school zones don't do it on purpose. I think they have, like a little, so just how can we educate people to let them know before we start, ticketing everyone? I just want like everybody to say, hey, heads up, we're gonna start ticketing you. So I don't know if that's a marketing thing or, do you have text message capabilities through the transportation department? What can we do?
We do,
The morning that we start this, just a couple of text messages. I would do it like every single week for several weeks. We're gonna be ticketing you, please do not speed through our school
do.
zones, something.
We have the
like that.
capability, Commissioner, and just for the record, this will not be implemented until we procure the actual cameras, which was actually, the advertisement was on this agenda. So that's a point that we'll certainly prepare for.
So these will be red light cameras in school zones?
They're not red light cameras.
They're not? They're just speeding cameras in school zones?
This is to give a ticket to anyone that is speeding, what is it, over 10 miles, more than 10 miles or more during school periods. And anyone who is speeding over 10 miles during school period in the proximity of these schools should be ticketed. And we shouldn't have to rely solely on having a police officer there if we can leverage smartly the use of technology to create a safer environment for children who are walking to school or bicycling to school, and not just children, even the teachers, even the parents. They deserve a safe environment. And I'm sorry, if you are speeding, if you're going above 10 miles an hour, shouldn't even be 10 miles an hour if you're going above the speed limit. But this goes, if you're going above 10 miles an hour. This is one of the great tools that the state legislature has given us to make our communities safer. And by the way, it not only makes things safer for the kids going to school, this has camera technology that can be used later on as part of investigations or to be able to catch individuals that may have committed crimes in the adjacent neighborhoods. And so there's an added level of public safety resource here that we're putting that will make our neighborhoods safer. So yeah, it's not a red light camera. These are people who are speeding through school zones.
Those evil people. Okay, listen, I hate cameras like this. I hate ticketing people. I'm gonna have seniors coming to me on fixed income saying they can't buy their medication because it by mistake is sped through a school zone. I think it really punishes some low-income people, but I understand the need.
But you see,
I guess the need to have cameras. I mean, look, it was my turn. I'm not done.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we just
I'll
finished.
call on you next.
My thought. I really do despise red light cameras, and frankly, I think we finally got rid of them on Miami Beach. So I hate the idea of putting them back. I wish that we could just change behavior by having some officers there at the beginning and talking to people. Do we have the red light cameras? Didn't we finally abolish? Well, they stopped. I haven't, I mean, like, not that I used to get them all the time.
I have one right in front of my
but
house.
I haven't gotten one. No, it used to be really, really horrible, and it was an expensive violation too. And like how much, it was so obnoxious, like $157. And I can't stand the camera people because it's really about making money rather than enforcement. And I know this because in the campaign, they donated $25,000 to a PAC because they were so mad at me because I was trying to remove them in some areas of the city. Seriously, the red light camera people. So it's a money gimmick. I just hope that, look, we want safety in our school zones. I just, I can't vote no against it. I can just express the fact that of education surrounding it. Yes, Chief Jones, I see that you're there on the red light. Okay, it is what it is. I guess we can call.
And
Call
Mr. Mayor,
the-
if I-
what can I
Commissioner
do?
Fernandez, if-
And,
if I
you
may.
know, don't speed through the school zones, even if it's by mistake. Can we,
Mr. Mayor, you recognize me, right?
I don't want to cut you off,
Yeah,
Commissioner,
go ahead.
but we,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
we have the
I
votes.
mean,
but,
we have the votes, but
Commissioner
I just want to
Fernandez.
say, I find it so highly offensive to say, you know, that it's poor people that are going to be, you know, getting these tickets. It's anyone. It's anyone that is speeding through whether you're poor, whether you're rich. Don't speed. The laws apply to you as well, regardless of your income level. Laws apply broadly across, you know, people's income. And to say that because, you know, someone is poor, well, you know, everyone should be observing the law. No one should be, you know, getting a hall pass on following speed zones in schools if based on their income level. And I get the concern about someone of a lower income getting this ticket and being and you know their ability to make ends meet. But the
no, it
reality is that
cripples people for the month. I mean, they get that ticket and then they're really in trouble. And I just hate doing that, especially to a senior who maybe just sped a little.
But I had
like,
the
at
floor. But
beginning.
imagine
I know,
a
but you did
child.
that. Okay. I know,
Imagine
we're
imagine a
voting for
child.
it. We're voting
Imagine
for it. I can't.
imagine a child or a pedestrian getting hit and killed in a school zone. That is you want to talk about crippling? That is worse.
Listen, I know, I don't,
I think we're
I'm
go-
gonna support it. I'm gonna support it. I
For the mayor?
just,
I think we're going for the world record
Can we-
for 6 sponsors and how long we can discuss an item. Commissioner
If I could,
Magazine.
Mr. Mayor, ironically, my 7-year-old child that goes to South Point Elementary came in the middle of this and ran up to hug her dad. I would much rather get a call from somebody saying they got a ticket and they're pissed than get a call from a parent and say they don't have their child anymore. So I hope we can move forward with this, and I'll make a motion.
I second.
And Commissioner Fernandez is a good item. That's why you have 6 sponsors to it. Call the vote?
Yes, sir. And originally I had a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, a second by Commissioner Bott. There is no one on Zoom requesting to speak, no one in the audience. Commissioner Bott?
Commissioner Bond said yes.
Yes. Commissioner Fernandez? Yes. Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion is approved, R5K.
R5M.
R5M is an ordinance of the mayor and city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 30 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Code Enforcement by amending Article 3 entitled Enforcement Procedures by amending Section 30-72 thereof entitled Conduct of Hearings by creating subsection C, allowing only one continuance for city and one continuance for the alleged violator, except in exceptional circumstances, providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. R5M is a second reading public hearing.
Sponsored by Commissioner Dominguez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the second reading. Its the intent of this ordinance is to improve our special magistrate's office, and with that, I move the item.
Call the vote?
So it is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. A motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
What was
husky.
that?
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
R5M is approved.
For Commissioner Bond.
Yes. And welcome Rick DePico to the floor.
Thank you.
Well, R5N is Commissioner Bott's item. She stepped away for a moment, so we'll skip over that. Why don't we go to R5V?
Yes, sir. R5V is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating section 2-2 thereof entitled Alternate Publications of Legal Notices Online to provide that in accordance with section 50.0311 Florida statutes, wherever the city code requests a legal advertisement or publication in a newspaper of general circulation, the city may use publicly accessible websites hosted by the counties as an alternative mean of publishing notices and advertisements, except where the newspaper notice is otherwise required under the city charter, county charter, or county code, and providing for repeal or severability codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading, item R5V.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to have our city clerk tee up this item because he has a presentation for everyone.
Thank you, sir. On the screen, we have, just as a recap, Section 50.0311 of the Florida statutes allows cities to post their publicly noticed advertisements on a county-hosted website. So a couple of things have happened since we last spoke on this item. Next slide, PJ. Yesterday, the county approved an ordinance allowing the county to do the same thing. In other words, the county will now be publishing its publicly noticed advertisements on a website. So the county has taken that step. Additionally, the county, next slide, please. The county adopted a resolution directing the county mayor, to look into the feasibility of creating this website. If it is economically feasible, less expensive to advertise on the county website versus a newspaper, the county mayor has been directed to establish this website within 60 days. Now, we anticipate that it's going to be less expensive to advertise on the county website than it is in a newspaper of general circulation. The clerk of courts right now advertises in such a website, and they charge $50 per ad, unlimited time span. So that, next slide, PJ. In addition to that, the Charter Review Committee passed a motion, a unanimous motion, supporting, for cost-saving purposes, supporting this initiative. In addition, since the charter requires that ordinances be advertised in a newspaper of general circulation, the Charter Review Committee also proposed, suggesting to this commission when it provides its recommendations, to change the charter to allow ordinances also to be advertised in a publicly noticed website. Next slide, PJ. Since we last talked on this item, the Herald has increased its advertisement rate for the neighbors. It has increased the quarter page by 10%. It increased the half page by 11%, and the full page by nearly $100 more at 12.24%. So in general, all advertisements in the neighbors are now 11.5% more expensive. The neighbors also consolidated from 4 regions to 2, which is actually what concerns me the most. Since I've been city clerk here in the city, the Herald went from 2 publications on the neighbors, one on Thursday and one on Sunday, to just one on Sunday. It has now gone from 4 regions to 2. So this city was very lucky recently when the Daily Business Review no longer prints. The city, all the larger cities were using the Daily Business Review because it was more economical than advertising in another newspaper such as the Herald. When that went away, they've been forced to either advertise in the Herald in the main section, which is quite expensive, or advertise in other free newspaper circulations. There's only one other approved, which basically has 0 circulation as far as we've concerned. So next slide, PJ. At the request of Commissioner Suarez, we did a study of how much money we spent from March 2023 through the end of March 2024 on the different types of notices. For meeting notices, we spent close to $49,000. On resolutions, we spent close to $12,400. For meeting notices in Spanish, close to $3,000. On election ads in English, $20,600. Election ads in Spanish, $53,200 roughly. So if we would have had this opportunity to advertise on a website, out of the $178,000, almost $179,000 that we spent on advertisement between March and March of 2023 and 2024, $137,600 would have been eligible for the website. So it would have been a significant cost savings. Next slide, PJ. Well, mind you, I can't tell you that would have been the cost savings because we don't know what the county will be charging. But for instance, right now, if the clerk of the courts, the website they use is $50 a pop one ad in the Spanish Herald costs $3,000, I would have done, what, 60 ads? So it will be a significant savings if we go there. Mind you, we still need the county to create that website. And even if we pass the ordinance, we still need that step to happen. So we will know more in 30 to 60 days whether the county's going to do it, but all the clerks have been asking the county to do so.
I'm going to co-sponsor, by the way.
Okay, thank you. If, on the last slide, we asked the Herald in February what was their circulation in the city as far as on Sundays, which is when we advertise in the neighbors, what was their circulation? Physical newspaper deliveries to homes is 1,354, and the digital circulation is 1,062. I'm not sure if there's overlap, if these are the same people, but even if we assume we're not, out of a city of 80,000 people, roughly, a little less, 2,500 are getting the newspaper either digitally or on print. So the other advantage to the website, which is once the newspaper publishes on Sunday, that's all you get. The website, you get it for 2 weeks. You can go at any time on the website. We are required to publish at least once a year and notify people that we are advertising on the website. And we also have to give the residents the opportunity if they want to receive email notification of the ads or mail notification of the ads.
So, through the chair, yeah, okay, so just to reiterate a couple concerns, our clerk has mentioned that, if the neighborhood section is removed and we are, I guess, basically forced to publish the notices on a physical newspaper, I mean, that's gonna, what would that do to our cost, Rafael?
If the neighbors no longer,
Yeah.
it would be, I don't know. In other words, it would be roughly between $1,500 to $3,000 per ad. Our most expensive ad right now is $800, so it would be significant if that was,
Yeah.
if that was ever to happen.
So this was so concerning to the Charter Review Board that when I brought it to their attention, that they actually gave a favorable recommendation to put this on the ballot for a charter amendment for us to consider. So, I mean, I think you saw the slide, only basically 1,300 people in Miami Beach get a physical newspaper, and only 1,000 people subscribe. And I believe that's an overlap, because once you get the newspaper, you also get the digital print. So, this was handed down to us from the state. The county adopted it, unanimous, correct, Rafael Clerk? And I'm being proactive. I'd like to save as much money for the city as possible. And I'm even willing to, when I was discussing this with the clerk, is yes, there's definitely a concern for our senior citizens who may not, who read the paper, and we have an option for that. So I think every week when we post our rezos or our meeting notices or in election time, for election notices, the clerk's office is willing to go to all the senior centers in Miami Beach and post it in the community room in the lobby, so that everyone sees it. And to be honest, I think that you're going to get a lot more visibility that way than in a newspaper. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say about that.
Rafael, quick question before we get, you don't usually hear someone in your seat advocate, but I can tell you feel very strongly about this.
I do. I am scared that something may happen and we'll have no fallback. So that's one, which has happened now in most other cities who are using the Daily Business Review. And I've been talking to my colleagues and meeting about this, and we've been very fortunate. I think what putting them on the website allows us much more flexibility to put them when we basically if it's the same website that the clerk of the court uses, is within seconds you post it. You can amend it at any time. There's many times where we spend money because there's an error in the ad because something has changed. So I'm not advocating it as a policy decision, but it would be very cost significant savings, and it would be much easier to operate, at least as far as we're concerned. Again, this is dependent on the county saying yes to it. We hope and we think they will, but again, that's the extra step that we're missing.
Understood.
And it's important to note that, you know, the process that we do now, you have to prepare, what, 2 weeks in advance? And if we adopted this, you could do it in a day, right, an hour?
It's, the one we've been shown is basically seconds. It takes minutes. It doesn't happen often. It has happened in the past where the Herald does not publish an ad that we sent, so that we're scrambling. So that's why we publish so early, because if something happens, we need to have a fallback.
Got it.
Okay. Just call the vote.
I need a motion and a
I
second.
move the item.
I'll second.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is May 15th.
Go to R5N, as in Nick.
Allergis. R5N is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 33 entitled North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Committee to amend Section 2-190.151 thereof entitled Composition, Knowledge, and Expertise to add a representative of the Normandy Fountain Business Association as a non-voting ex officio member of the committee and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. R5N is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 4/7 vote. R5N.
Commissioner Bott.
So this item is intended to ensure that the Normandy Fountain Business Association continues to be represented on the board. The person who had been representing them and who's been instrumental in revitalizing that area of North Beach is now on a different board, and so is no longer able to operate as a voting member. So this would be a non-voting member, but still be able to advise and participate in the discussions. And I think it's, having been in North Beach for close to 7 years now, the transformation in that time has been and continues to be remarkable, and a large part of that is due to the Normandy Fountain Business Association and David Sexton's efforts, and I think it would be a loss to the community and to the city as a whole if we lost his services as an advisor. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
I second it.
Call the roll.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience. I had a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, motion carries. The item is approved. R5N.
We made it easy for you, Raquel. R5W.
R5W is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida Code entitled Fee Schedule to standardize and simplify certain parking rates and clarify an inconsistency in the fee for removal of a parking space and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. R5W. First reading.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mayor Minor. I'm going to not even try to explain all of this because it's very convoluted, but the intent is to streamline and codify parking rate increases, which we're required to do to make them manageable so that they don't become excessively expensive, so they happen on a predictable schedule with predictable increases in a manner that is compliant with the law. Have at it, Monica.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, Madam Manager. So you summarized it beautifully. That this is I'm Monica Beltran, by the way, Parking Director for this month, and you summarized it beautifully, and that's all it does. This is really to change the language in the code so that when we apply the CPI, which happens every 5 years, and it's cumulative, so that when we apply the CPI, the rates are consistent. Additionally, we used to have 4 rate structures, and we're changing this to 2. One for Mid-Beach, 42nd Street Garage, and then all the garages in South Beach. And that's what it does. There's also one change, and that is that the permanent space removal was codified to be subject to CPI. However, the code reads also that the space removal shall be equivalent to the fee in lieu of parking, which is not subject to CPI. So to remove that inconsistency, this is what this item does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You could have done that.
Yeah.
She did, actually.
We got a
So-
second. Are you moving it?
I'm moving it. We've got a second.
Call the roll.
So Fernandez, second. Commissioner Bott made the motion. Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor. Commissioner Suarez? Yes. Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez? I'll take that's a yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. R5W, second reading, public hearing is May 15th.
Thank you, Monica. R5X.
R5X is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Part 1, Subpart B, Article 9, related special acts of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Pension System for Disability and Retirement of Members of Police and Fire Departments. By amending Section 62, definitions relating to actuarial assumption rates, amending Section 66, service and disability benefits generally related to implementing the conclusive firefighter cancer presumption established by Section 112.1816 Florida statutes, amending Section 84, Secure Act 2.0 provisions providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. R5X is a first reading.
Welcome.
Hello.
I'll turn it over to you.
Sonia Walthour. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. This is an item for the Police and Fire Pension Plan that makes 3 changes. It includes language for the state firefighter presumption for cancer. It just adds the language to their pension plan. Number 2, it changes the age for distribution of benefits under the pension plan from 72 to 73. That's a mandate by the federal government. And number 3, it changes the actuarial assumption that was produced by the actuary for the fire and police pension plan to 7.5%. I'm sorry, to 7.2%. Those are the 3 changes that are being made to the fire and police pension plan.
And the last part about the percentage, is that mandated?
It was something done by, the percentage is not mandated. That was something done by the actuary for the actual pension plan. So that's not a mandate.
On the recommendation of the fire and the pension board as well.
Okay.
Right. That's it. Those are the 3 changes.
Okay. Do we have a motion? We have a second.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Call the roll.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Suarez is absent. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is May 15th. That was item R5X.
R5Y.
R5Y is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code by entitled Administration by amending Article 2 entitled City Commission by creating Section 2-16 entitled Code of Professional Conduct to establish a code of conduct for interacting among elected officials, administrative staff, and the public, and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. R5Y is a first reading.
Thank you. This is my item. I put it on, even though it encompasses many different aspects. It's how elected officials deal with the public, with each other, with staff. I put it on the genesis, why I reached out and discussed with the city attorney was I was hearing from a number of staff that they felt they were sometimes under attack by the electeds, and obviously there's a lot going on. Government, we want to be responsive to our residents, but I also want to make sure that morale stays high, and that's why I put the item on. It's a set of guidelines and sort of instructive. There's nothing mandating it. I thought it was just a good code of conduct policy to have. I think every government should have it, and I'd love to see the support, and hopefully we can all live by it. Commissioner Magazine.
Get it started. I'm actually curious to hear my colleagues' take on this. I don't come down immediately one way or another. I do believe that we should be operating with a code of decency, decorum, and respect. I also believe each of us has 87,000 bosses that we are ultimately accounted to, and if we do not conduct ourselves with that decency, decorum, and respect, we will be held accountable by them. So I don't have my mind made up here. I'd like to hear where my colleagues take this.
Well, I will. If I could just comment, and I'll call on you in a moment. A lot of this goes on behind the scenes where residents don't see the interactions, and so that's really where this comes from. So I don't know if people would even know. And it's just I think it's a good outline and guideline for how we should conduct ourselves, and that was the spirit of it. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So when we are sworn in, we all take an oath of civility. We all take this oath very seriously. I think we try to be as civil as we possibly can. I don't think that this needs to be codified, because I think that as a leader, you should try to intrinsically motivate us instead of this somewhat punitive, what I see as being overarching and heavy-handed and autocratic and everything that is not what a democracy really is all about. I would like to see a leader who inspires us via example, a leader who inspires us, without creating unnecessary code. I think that we're adults. I think that we will be held accountable by the electorate. I'm not going to support this today. When I look and all things created equal. I mean, when I look at my items, we have something called the consent agenda, and we put items on this consent agenda. Okay, and I look at this here, and these are the items that we pull. We have these items, and if you're against somebody's item, you can pull that item, and then we have to really wait for the mayor to call that item. So when I look at our consent item sheet, and I see that Mayor Minor has pulled all of my items but not called a single one of them, it gives me great pause, because I don't feel like I'm being treated with the civility, decorum.
I think I just proved my point why I have this code of conduct.
No. The point is that all things are not created equally, and I think that this could be punitive if you don't agree with the mayor. And and I don't think we need it. I don't think we need to be guided by this. So I'm not very supportive of this today, but I am supportive of being civil. I'm using this moment to ask you to please call my items that you've pulled. You pulled no one else's items except for mine, so I am feeling discriminated against right now. And all I would like is that, equality, fairness, nothing punitive based on other things that have occurred today. I would like my mayor to be a mature, fair mayor.
You got one. Anybody else want to be heard? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not against this. I think anything that we can do, sometimes even stating the obvious, it's good. It's good to hold ourselves to a higher standard of decorum, of conduct, when we are engaging in our official business, when we're sitting on the dais or engaging with our very valuable city staff. There's nothing wrong with setting this clear for ourselves, for future bodies, and so I come professionally, I come from a place where rules and procedures and decorum exist. They're codified, and they're practiced to ensure the civility and the proper decorum that the public deserves in the public discourse. So I'm not against this. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that I usually like anything that establishes a procedure, a standard, that keeps us in a certain checks and balances. And it applies to all of us, and it applies to future public servants, and I don't find offense with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott?
I think it's a little bit sad that this is where we are. I think going back several commissions, there have been episodes or individuals or groups of people who have not upheld their oaths of civility, going back to, a decade or so when I started really tuning in. I was shocked then, and I've been shocked in my tenure as an elected official by things that I've seen happen either in public or in writing. So I think, while I wish we didn't need this, it is obvious that for years we have, and that to me is sobering and sad, frankly. I ran on a platform. One of the biggest planks of the platform was collegiality and collaboration and treating each other with respect, because no one, no matter how much they like each other or how aligned they are on so many issues, will agree on every item. And so I'm very sober-minded about this. My question, and I don't want to get into overreach, but there are good guidelines in here about how to proceed and how to conduct yourself and how to speak with decorum and how to not insert yourself into staff meetings where you're not part of the staff meeting, and lots of things that don't seem like they should need to be said out loud or codified in our city code, which is sort of mind-boggling. At the same time, though, there's no consequence if you do. And so, since you're a lawyer and you wrote this is your item, I want to hear your thoughts on that and how you think this serves the greater good, which your goal is, and I understand and I respect that.
Well, it's a reminder to everyone. And again, by the way, there was some discussion about actually having some force to apply these, which I wasn't comfortable with. I pulled back and made it a guideline as opposed to something that could literally have some teeth in respect. But people that I had, when I say people, staff that I had worked with for 4 years, were telling me that they felt a level of disrespect and emails and certain comments that were being made to them that they found highly offensive and impeding their ability to focus on the task at hand. I made the decision that I felt as the mayor that I wanted to at least bring that out and try to remind people of what because I'll tell staff if I disagree with them as well, but and I hope they don't disagree with me. I do it professionally, and we'll have disagreements, and I'll be very firm in how I feel and if I think something should be done. But there is crossing the line, and what I was hearing from staff was that the line was being crossed, and a lot. So that's why I brought this item. I'm not calling anybody out. I'm not mentioning any names, but that actually might violate the code of conduct that I'm proposing. But it's a reminder to everyone to adhere to it.
If I may.
Yes.
So, and it's not this commission's exclusive purview, or that's the wrong way to phrase it. It's not just this commission that has had concerns. I've, like I said, going back a decade at least, I've heard stories or witnessed firsthand conduct unbecoming. So I think you know, it's not my normal inclination to do this, but I do think I'm going to support this, in part because there are no penalties. It's just, you know, it's rules of engagement. And I would add, because if we're holding ourselves to this, as we absolutely rightly should, I would suggest that the public, in their passion and fervor for what they think is right as well, and as pissed off as they get with us, and that is absolutely their right, it would be nice if they could separate some of their vitriolic rage and unprofessional behavior towards my colleagues, or towards me, as the case may be, and try to just say there is an issue, it's not being handled well, what are you going to do about it? That's pretty directed. So I would say it does cut both ways. In a surprise move to everybody, including myself, I think I will support this.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah, look, I think the pink elephant in the room is me. And look, I think I came out of the gate swinging, but that's not warranted. It wasn't unwarranted. It wasn't that I just decided one day that I want to go up and rattle the cage of the administration. You know, I knocked on over 5,000 doors. I spent a year of my life campaigning because of major quality of life issues in Miami Beach. And there were some serious inefficiencies in our city government. And I am just a messenger of the electorate. And, you know, look, you may not like my approach. You may not like me, okay? But I wasn't elected to be friends with staff. I wasn't elected to go to the parties. I wasn't elected to cut ribbons. In fact, I've never been to a ribbon cutting. I was elected for serious business. And my approach, in my opinion, is needed right now. And, you know, I might have a colleague up here that ran on collegiality and playing nice. That's not me. I got elected in Group 5 because of what I campaigned on accountability and better government. And so I think that, you know, I applaud the mayor for listening to city staff, but, you know, where do we draw the line? With the next commission meeting, we could have penalties for this. And you know, I wholeheartedly agree with Kristen, Commissioner Gonzalez, that, you know, it's a free speech issue. You know, I got on here, I have a certain approach, and in my opinion, I think it's working. I think, by and large, Miami Beach is a much better place than it was before November, okay? I mean, everyone is reaching out to us about spring break, quality of life issues on the water, public safety, and to say that, hey, look, you know, we don't like your tone, Commissioner Suarez. Look, like I said, I was elected in Group 5. There were many people in Group 5 when I started my campaign, but they all moved, and they all moved for a reason. So I think that this is uncalled for. I think this sets up a slippery slope on our effectiveness as elected officials. And let's be clear, you know, we are the board of directors. We should not muzzle each other on what we think is right. I may not agree with my colleagues, but I will never, ever tell them how to handle themselves. That is their responsibility. They are adults, as am I. I don't need, I don't think we need a parent on this commission. We are all grown-ups, okay? So I think, I think we're setting ourselves up for things that we can't change in the future if we really want to speak our mind. I mean, look, I haven't even read this code of conduct, but I can tell you one thing. As long as I'm not name calling you, shouting down to you, or interrupting you, that's my code of conduct.
Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. By the way, you're not the only one that I've heard comments from staff about. And by the way, I take it, I don't want to just say that I heard it, once or twice. It became a thing. And here's my concern. Nobody on this dais can do anything that we vote on and approve legislatively. We are a legislative body, but we are not going to make an arrest. We are not going to draft a contract. We are not going to be issuing code violations. And I'm not saying we're at that point, but I'm hearing it a lot from staff that they don't want to work in a hostile environment. And ultimately, there's a measure. By the way, your items are outstanding. I think you see we're aligned on almost everything. And I'm not questioning that. And you have an effectiveness. I am not questioning that. And I'm not looking to muzzle anybody. That's not the intent of this. But I do have a concern. And if you're asking me, I am the mayor of this city, and I am, if you want to say I'm the leader of this city, as you mentioned, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, I do have a responsibility to make sure that we have the staff and the administration in place that can do the things that we're asking them to do. And I just think if we keep going down this road where we embarrass people, where we humiliate people, where we have people fearful for their jobs constantly, I mean, there's one level of accountability. There's another account where people don't enjoy going to work. That's not a healthy environment. We're going to be in a lot of trouble because all the good legislation, and I think this body, by the way, is passing some really good legislation. I mean, the last 4 months, I think we could all be very proud of what we are doing as a body. But if we lose all our directors and middle-level staff, then nothing's going to happen. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a good discussion to be having. It's a healthy discussion to be having. It's actually the type of thing that sometimes it's even better to have it in a workshop or in a retreat, but I think it's a good conversation to be having. Our colleague, Commissioner Suarez, mentioned something that does resonate with me. He knocked on 5,000 doors. He was elected by the voters. I take a different approach to things. I think we all are very unique individuals, and we take different approaches to the way we handle issues and the way we communicate our concerns and the way we engage with city staff. I think perhaps, being that this doesn't have any teeth, the purpose is being achieved. We're having a conversation about decorum. We're having a conversation about engagement with city staff, about the words that we use, the tones that we use, the boundaries that should exist. And I think out of trust and respect for each other, as not only as colleagues on this dais, but individuals that were elected by the voters, perhaps let's consider deferring this item. And I put that out there respectfully. I don't mind the item. I don't mind governing myself under these rules. I think they're good rules. It's the obvious. But at the same time, ultimately, each one of us were elected by the voters, and they knew our style, and they sent us, on a mission. We don't have to agree with the style of someone sitting on the dais, but we have to respect the fact that the same people that elected us elected our colleagues. And so the intent is being achieved. We're having a conversation about it. If this passes and there's a violation of it, nothing can come of it. But the real meaningful substance of it is happening right now. this discussion that we're having, the conversation, being more attentive to the work environment of our staff, of the men and women who represent us in the community, working on behalf of all of us. And so I would offer to support a deferral, because the real substance of this is just happening right now. It's having this conversation. And so I would say, let's trust each other to hopefully grow from this experience, be better in perhaps our communications. Sometimes it's hard entering public office. I know when I got elected, there were times I had heated discussions with individuals, and I didn't mean to have heated discussions with individuals, but there was a lot of tension. And we grow from experiences and we move from them, and hopefully this can be a growing moment. We go through growing pains as any other organization does, and hopefully we can grow from this.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
If you do a 6-month deferral, I'll second that. Would you make it a 6-month deferral and we'll revisit it in 6 months? That would be my, if you make that your motion? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Until November 3rd, 2025.
A 6-month deferral.
I mean, deferral takes precedence over my vote. I would just say vote if it gets it, it gets it. Like you say, it doesn't have teeth. And by the way, when I worked with legal, the original draft did have teeth to it. I actually took it out because we are independent. By the way, and if the person wants to share that it was, I don't like to repeat conversations, but I'll repeat the substance of it without mentioning who. But somebody mentioned to me about a year ago, like, because I was expressing some frustration I had on some things and what have you, and they said, well, why don't you express that more at the commission meetings? Why don't you? And I'm like, well, I kind of do, and I gave examples of items that I brought. I said, I try to work behind the scenes, but I didn't get it done, so I brought it to commission, and then we got it done. Well, he's like, well, why didn't you go, I'm like, because what does that accomplish? First of all, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but secondly, you're going to lose people. You need the different, the city manager, the different directors, because again, without them, we're just pushing paper. It's important paper, it's legislation, but it ultimately gets implemented by the city staff. The person actually said to me recently, like, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying because, if you turn away someone, you may not accomplish the goal. It's a fine mix. It's a fine balance, and it's a constant balance that I find that I'm weighing as well. Because sometimes a lot of times I'm very pleased the way things got done, most of the time, but sometimes I'm not. And you got to weigh that balance. We all deal with it. We all deal with that on an everyday basis. And ultimately, I felt, at least what I was hearing, because most of it I don't really see. I'm hearing this anecdotally. Some of it I do see in some of the emails. I felt it had gotten to the point where it was detrimental to our city, where we're trying to accomplish a goal, but ultimately, if we're losing too many people, then we're actually going to flip the other way. And that's why I brought this item. Simple as that. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
It was interesting this morning during the Sutnick Hour. I feel like the only person who violated the code of civility was the mayor.
I was actually surprised you waited that long to say it. I thought you'd bring that up.
Because there was screaming and there was snarling and there was cutting people off and there was everything that was completely uncivil. But you know what? I understand that you have your thoughts, and I would never try to codify you or silence you. I mean, if that's how you're going to behave, I mean, you are elected by the electorate, and I guarantee you that they will. Our personality, people know who we are. Personalities happen, and it's not my place to govern you because the only people that you're accountable to is the electorate, okay? And and it's been a slow burn taking away of our freedoms. At first, it was we can no longer, the meetings can't go longer than 7 p.m. Said fine. We used to go to sometimes.
I voted against that item. I voted against that item.
I'm being interrupted. See, this is a violation right there of your code because I'm being interrupted when I have the floor, and that is not right. Okay. It was a slow burn. First, then you limited the amount of items that we can bring to each agenda, and I found that egregious too, because sometimes
I voted against that too.
Well, then maybe we should reverse all of these things, and I'm being interrupted a second time. Okay, violation of the code. All right, imagine if it had teeth. Okay, the third thing. Now, you stopped us. We can no longer speak more than 5 minutes. I've never in my entire life, in my 10 years in politics, I have never seen an elected official not be allowed to speak more than a certain amount of minutes. This is our floor. We work very hard. We knock on thousands of doors to get these jobs, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer than 5 minutes, and I don't want to be cut off if I'm doing some very important work. It might not be important to someone else, okay? It might not be important to our chair, but it is important to me and my constituency, and I guarantee you thousands of other people. So as you limit our freedoms, we are entering a very slippery slope. Our right to, our First Amendment rights, even here on the dais. And I think that I would challenge you, I would challenge you, Mr. Mayor, to inspire us through action and not this punitive codification.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Our
And
colleagues.
speaking of time, we should try to move this item on.
Yes, I probably violate the 5 minutes all the time.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever enforced it, actually.
You have not. You have not. Thank you. Listen, I made a motion to defer. Our colleagues suggested 6 months. I think, we don't need a time, 6 months or 3 months or whatever. I think we can defer the item. I think it's healthy to have this conversation. It is healthy. And I think we need to trust each other, because the voters have trusted us. And so we've had this conversation, and hopefully we can grow from this conversation. I'll tell you, there's not an elected officials school. I try to pride myself on my decorum and my conduct, but I've had the privilege, since I was 15 years old, to have models in public service that held decorum and civility to very high standards, and I learned from them. And it's why I always hold the pencil. People make fun of my pencil because I try to remind myself of the specific elected official who always had a pencil. Rafael is laughing because he knows who I'm talking about. This is, for me, the reminder of being civil. And so I think we all grow from this. We can learn from each other. I can sometimes learn how to be stronger from some of you. Sometimes I feel I'm not strong enough on some issues. And I learned from some of you how to be stronger on some issues and how to be perhaps a little bit more thoughtful about the public on other circumstances. Or in other circumstances, be perhaps a little bit more mindful of impacts to business. We learn from each other. And perhaps one of the things we can learn from each other and grow on is on how we engage with staff, with our residents, with others, and we can learn from each other and grow from this moment. And that's thanks, even though we're deferring this item, you took the leadership to place the item, to touch a sensitive issue. And just that in itself, that we engage in this conversation like adults and public servants, it places us in a very good place. And I thank you for having brought it up.
Thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Mr. Mayor, you're a grown man, family man, man of faith, also the mayor, leader of our city, so you certainly don't need me to carry water for you. But when we're talking about being an example, you're an example to me. I think you're principled. I think you have a great deal of integrity. I know during your campaign, you would actually say, at an MBU forum, there were 6 candidates that were asked which public elected official would you most model yourself after, and maybe 4 or 5 of them answered you. So I agree this is a healthy debate, but when we're talking about maybe you should set a positive example, in my eyes, I think many in the city do. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, well, last time I speak. So, look, I think this is a learning curve, right? And I believe this is the 4th or 5th commission meeting, and we're all sort of getting settled in, the 3 of us, and like Commissioner Fernandez said, he perhaps needs to be a little stronger, and perhaps I need to be a little bit softer. And look, I'm not going to take away from this discussion saying I'm going to be even more abrasive That's not my intention. In fact, you know, since the last commission meeting, when I was interacting with the chief, you know, just the other day, we sat down for 2 meetings and hashed things out in a very amicable way, and we you know, we shook hands, and you know, we agreed to communicate, which is very important, and kind of put down this like arms race. And so, look, and this is to all city staff, I think the world of you. Okay, and the more I get to know you, you know, I see how hard you work. Can there be low-hanging fruit that you guys do better? Of course, that's my job. I'm here to do that, and I'm going to do that for the next 4 years. In fact, I'm going to run my first 4 years if it's my last 4 years. I'm not going to worry about a re-election campaign. I didn't get elected to try to get re-elected. I got elected to make things happen that's better for the city. And so I'm not going to want to. I won't support a deferral. I think we're here now. We had this great discussion. I think we can all move forward and say, you know, we're learning where we are, and we're going to be better elected officials moving forward. And so I think that's the more appropriate move forward instead of kicking the can down the road on this. And so we've already had this almost hour discussion. Let's just vote on it now. Let's see where we're at.
I'm fine with that.
Well, there is a motion and a second to defer, which takes precedence. So you'd be voting on that first.
Okay, so let's vote. I do agree with you, Commissioner Fernandez, though. I think in large respect, I'm very comfortable with the way this conversation proceeded, and I think it served its purpose.
Would you consider withdrawal?
I'll actually unilaterally defer the item.
Indefinitely or to a certain date?
Indefinitely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
But doesn't mean I won't bring it back if I feel it's necessary. I think the point's made. We have a time certain for R50.
Yes, sir. R50 is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the city code by amending chapter 2 of the resiliency code entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 13, entitled Historic Preservation, section 2.13.9, entitled Historic Designation of subsection EI, entitled Historic Preservation Sites, HPS, by designating the Collins Canal located between Biscayne Bay and Lake Pancos as a historic site to be known as Collins Canal, as more particularly described in this ordinance, providing that the city's zoning map shall be amended to include the Collins Canal as a historic site, adopting the designation report attached here too as Appendix A, providing for inclusion in the land development regulations of the code, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote, R50.
Debbie, you up?
Yes.
All right.
Good
Take it
evening,
away.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This particular historic site designation was initiated by the Historic Preservation Board. They were presented the designation report and unanimously recommended adoption of this to the Planning Board and to the City Commission. The Planning Board also reviewed the designation and unanimously recommended in favor. Staff is supportive of the designation. The Collins Canal is really a historical element of our city that has quite the history. It is the oldest man-made structure in the history. I think it's important to note that this particular historic site designation does not include any privately owned property. It also does not include the seawalls or the bridges. There are 2 existing sections of the Collins Canal in the section in Palmview and the section north of 23rd Street that are already located within a local historic district. So those sections already have oversight by the Historic Preservation Ordinance and Historic Preservation Board. I'm more than happy to answer any other questions you have.
Hi, Debbie, I have a question. The Palmview neighborhood voted against it, but it sounds like all of the other places that this item went was supportive. Did they reach out to you at all?
I have communicated with the Palmview Neighborhood Association. I advised them that their properties are not really impacted by this whatsoever, because the portion of the canal that abuts the Palmview neighborhood is already part of the Palmview Historic District. I think they saw some redundancy to this designation, and were questioning the reasons behind the designation. I can only speak to the reasons outlined in our historic designation report, which staff prepared, in terms of it satisfying the criteria for designation, which we have concluded that it does satisfy the criteria. Again, this was initiated by the Historic Preservation Board, who really, I believe, from my experience with the board and from their comments, wanted to really just celebrate the canal and potentially open up some enhanced funding options that may be available. We have not identified any. We do know historic sites throughout the city do have typically a higher degree of funding available to them, since there are state historic preservation grants that are mandated by the state to allocate every year. So it's really a celebration of the oldest man-made structure in the city and our rich history.
Thank you, Debbie. I just worry that the neighborhood that has this in their backyard is not in favor, and they wrote all of us that they were against it. They didn't initiate this, so it makes it hard to support, shoving it down a neighborhood's throat.
I would.
I was going to call you Vice Mayor. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. That is a nice ringtone to it. I'd like to make a motion to defer this, and let the Palmview neighborhood come forward and bring what they and bring forward their grievances against this. And so, I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about this, but I'd like to defer the item and give an opportunity for Palmview to come forward.
I'll second that.
Great.
May I call a roll?
Colleagues, okay, to defer the Historic Preservation Board recommendation of the Collins Canal. Palmview was against the item.
Can we do something? I mean, deferral takes precedence, but I certainly, this hasn't stalled by land use. I think I would, rather than deferring it, why don't we discuss it at land use? Have a proper analysis, vetting of it. If the residents want to come express their positions on it, would want to give the historic preservation stakeholders an opportunity to do this. So perhaps instead of deferral, perhaps the body could entertain a referral to land use where we can further vet this.
Is that a motion?
I'll move that, but I don't.
I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll withdraw my item, and I'll third that item.
May
Withdraw the deferral.
I ask a question? This is second reading, and I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, it sounds to me like Debbie has addressed a lot of the concerns that were raised. I'm very respectful of neighborhood resident input, so I'm not going to derail a referral to land use, but I am just really disappointed, frankly. I'm looking at you. I'm not disappointed in you, Debbie. It's nothing to do with you, even though I'm looking right at you. That we're, 5 seconds away from passing something on second reading that has had ample time to be vetted and for neighborhoods to speak out about this. And I just don't understand why now, when the concerns raised by the neighborhood were addressed. But if it, in the long run, gets us to where we want to be, I'm very willing to move this. I would request that it gets moved to, since it's practically done, gets moved to the April, what month are we in? April land use meeting. since I don't think staff, correct me if I'm wrong, if anything really needs to be prepared for it other than changing things. So, and, you know, letting the stakeholders in the neighborhood come and be noticed so that they can come, and from MDPL, and it can get hashed out once and for all, and then we can come back in May and hopefully move forward.
And I'd be happy to prioritize through the chair, through the vice chair, I'd be happy to prioritize the item. The way that I work the land use agenda, to avoid new items going to the bottom of the list, near items go to the top of the list. So I always start with the most recently referred item, which are usually the most relevant items. So certainly happy to discuss it at our next land use meeting.
Through the chair?
Yes.
My
Oh,
notes
another-
reflect that there is no April meeting, is that correct? Or am I wrong?
For land use?
For land
I
use.
believe there is an April meeting.
I'm not sure, but whenever the next land use meeting is, I'll be sure to prioritize the item. We're asked not to hold up the process of its consideration, whether it's April, May, whenever the next land use meeting
Yeah, there's
is.
2 March meetings.
When is it, Monty? May 1st. May 1st
May
is the
1st?
next land.
Yeah,
May
May
1st.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's call the vote.
So this is in lieu, this is a referral to Land Use Sustainability Committee of May 1st. May we do so by acclamation?
No, but this is a second reading, so we should.
Acclamation.
She was asking you a question.
Oh.
Is this for the referral?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I'm okay with that.
So for
But
the
we-
referral by acclamation,
It's a
7-0?
speak, and it's a second reading,
Aye.
so he should be able to speak. Right?
Yes.
Is he on? Just-
He's right here.
I have a motion by Commissioner
Okay.
Fernandez, a second by Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, and,
We're in the middle of a roll
Mr. City Clerk.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
There is a public, that wanted to speak.
We could do so just for the record, since there is a deferral, there is no public hearing, but you may do so.
Thank you, everyone. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. Yes, I mean, this has been vetted for actually now it's the 3rd year that it's been going through all the required processes. I also got a copy of a very short letter from one HOA along there with all of their concerns. And it's fine to hear everyone's concerns, but it's very clear that this doesn't even impact their neighborhood at all, because it only applies to the waterway. The Collins Canal, just like the Venetian Bridge, were the 2 things that the Collins family did, which really got Miami Beach going. And so my concern is hearing some comments that if one neighbor doesn't like something, we're no longer going to follow the code of the Historic Preservation Board, of the Planning Board of our city. I don't think that sends a message that we're trying to send, that we do support historic preservation in the city, particularly for a city-owned waterway. We were very interested in the environmental benefits of having the first waterway designated. There are concerns about pollution in the canal. We think we can work on that. So we hope that it can be a quick stop, but that we can't have veto power by one or 2 or 5 people just because they don't like it, when, you know, there are properties that are falling apart in that neighborhood that I think we need to look at without derailing the preservation that is such a core. And as someone that was there in Tallahassee, I take this very seriously. I came back.
Understood. I
Thank
think
you.
this is just to flush out some items that came up at the last minute from a neighborhood group, and
Yes.
then we can move forward.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Call the vote?
So back, all in favor of deferring this item, not deferring,
Referring.
referring this item to the Land Use Committee, next meeting, which is May 1st, respond.
Aye.
Aye.
No one against, it gets, it's 7-0, the item passes. It's referred.
Let's call R9AF.
R9AF, discuss take action, the Future Proof Conference in March 2025,
Miss-
R9AF.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the rowing club is here, and there was a time certain for 5:02. I don't know, and there's children in here, they may have to go somewhere. I was wondering if you can call that?
This should be a very quick item, then I'll call your item next. What,
Yeah, and I'm hoping it is, because we've already heard it, we've discussed it at finance. We have Matt Middleton, who has made the rounds to various HOAs, neighborhood associations. This March, we declared to the world what we do not want to be for spring break and what we do not want to be as a city. And now it's time to say, what we do want to be, and what fills that void. Matt puts on a tremendous conference out in Huntington Beach called Future Proof, and this is essentially a networking event for finance professionals. So I think collectively we all just got together with our electeds, our city staff, to talk about the great job that was done in March of this year, and taking that one step further of something that fills that economic void but no way overwhelms the city. And this is a mid-size event. It's not going to be overwhelming or strain resources or infrastructure or staff. I believe the thought is he'll have about 4,000 attendants, high-end business conference, and we've flushed this out at FERC, so this is just giving direction to staff so they can lock in a date for next March. This isn't a high-impact weekend. This is actually, goes from Sunday to Tuesday, I believe it is. Lizette, if you wanted to speak 30 seconds, or if we're comfortable enough, given that this has been vetted and various neighborhood. Okay, perfect.
I third the item.
So move that to call for a vote.
So all in favor of giving direction to staff?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm actually opposed, and the reason is March is very tough, and whether it's daytime or nighttime or not a high-impact weekend, this year was very fragile and stressful, but we had agreed the year before not to have any activations in order to have all hands on deck, and changing the course, I think, could change some of the outcome. But it sounds like an amazing conference, and for any other weekend except March, I would love it. So that's why I'm a no.
Mr. Mayor? Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. On that, just because I just want to clarify, the action that we took last year as it related to activations, it referred to city activations. I don't think we took a formal action on private activations, but we didn't take action on private activations?
Right, you're correct.
It was on city programmed activations, and we in fact defunded city programmed activations, and we said we didn't want to fund anything special during that period of time. That's what we did. That's the action that we took last year. For this year, we didn't say we didn't want any private special event. And so I just wanted to clarify that.
You know, and I will respond to that. The Creole Fest wanted to do it in March, and they were told no activations allowed in March, and that was a private event.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
The Creole Festival was in Childomate, was going to take place in Childomate. I think they met with a number of us. It didn't require a city special event permit, or it did, but it was mainly within Childomate. And I met with them, as many of us did, and when I met with them, I pretty much told them, you really may want to consider changing the date of your event. I don't think they were necessarily denied anything, but I see Lisette probably wants to clarify what I'm saying, but I did encourage them. Given what was going on, I encouraged them, hey, listen, you may want to go to a different date. Let us tell you what you're going to be experiencing. You're going to be experiencing closure of parking garages, increased parking, raids, barricades, no sidewalk cafes in certain areas of our city, LPR details, DUI checkpoints, 600 police officers from 18 different agencies, closures of the beach, and all this other stuff. But Lisette, it seems, if I may through the chair, because it seems like you want to expand on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, Lisette Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture in the City of Miami Beach. To answer Commissioner Dominguez's inquiry, with the Creole Festival, they were requesting road closure, and it was high impact, so we recommended a different date just because we wanted to have the city clear of any road closures with a street festival in the middle of
What
March.
private activations did we have during March, if you could remind me?
In March, we had private activations for Miami Music Week, so all the hotels, they celebrate all of that, so that happened.
That's inside the hotels, not on the streets of our city.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it
And
doesn't
so that's
count.
the only, we never denied their permit. We just, as Commissioner Fernandez said, we suggested giving all the different elements that are happening during, they wanted, I think, March 18th. So we were just giving them recommendations, so we never denied their permit.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. So I actually would like to put a motion forward to defer this to next month. I think the program is a great concept, and I would like to see it come here successfully. But I have an item which I hope is going to be heard before 7 o'clock today, which is to have a town hall forum so that we can all hear feedback from spring break. This is something that I vetted with the chief of police, with the chief of the fire department, with with Madam Manager Hudak and all of her staff, looking to do it in the second half of April once Commissioner Dominguez is back, something that at various points since March 4th, when I've been asking for this special meeting, 5 of my colleagues had been interested in supporting, but we are not there yet. So I'm hoping to get that support today when the item is called. But once we have that meeting, we will have a much better understanding of what pieces of this year's successful spring break worked or didn't work. And we will also have a much better idea of where we might have some tolerance. You were great when we met, talking about being flexible potentially on the dates or potentially on the location. And I believe that if we have this conversation so that you can move forward in the next month, we will have a much better idea of how to make our city work with you to make this a great experience for the visitors who come. And so to me, it feels premature to vote on this today until we have that discussion as a group where we have all of the information from staff, from visitors, from businesses, from residents who have something to share with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I 100% agree with Commissioner Bott. It makes sense. It makes sense to have this decision take place after we determine which of these policies are going to continue for next spring break. I don't want to jeopardize something that could potentially be good for our city. Do you think you can wait, I guess, about a month?
Yeah, unfortunately, no. Basically, this takes about 12 months typically. It's a multi-million-dollar event, so if we were to defer it, I wouldn't close the door, but I would have to look at another city as a location for 2025. So we're up against a tight turnaround time from a business standpoint. Now, I understand all the concerns here, so if that is the situation, I respect that, but yep, I would need, I mean, we're right now at the point where we would need to announce that soon.
Thank you. And where is it again that you are seeking to activate?
So we're proposing between 14th and 11th Street on the beachfront.
On the beachfront. So not on Loomis Park,
No.
actually on the beachfront. And this is a fenced-in area. It's a tent.
Yes, and we bring our own security and everything.
You provide security.
Of course.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
It's Matt Middleton, CEO of Advisor Circle.
May I speak?
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. You know, one of the, look, we had a great spring break, and you know, and for all intents and purposes, it was very successful. And you know, I think, you know, I had an item on the consent agenda for staff to discuss or explore a fitness wellness event such as CrossFit or like Wadapalooza across the bay, maybe perhaps bring it here. I'm fully in support of Future Proof. I understand there's a tight deadline. The fact that they're bringing their own security, it's on the beach, it's not in Loomis Park. We want to encourage good events like this to come to Miami Beach. I don't think slamming the door in their face in an attempt to kind of slow down the process is the right message that we want to send to future vendors who come here, who spend a month of his time, you know, meeting, engaging with us only to say, all right, we're going to put you in a bureaucratic process that's going to it's going to be mired in red tape and in more time. And so I think if the issue was a public safety is concerned, where they bring their own security, it's on the beach, it's tented up, I think that pretty much solves 90% of any concern on spring break. You know, our spring, we're going to eventually need to fill this void of spring break. And, you know, what a better opportunity for us to at least dabble in this, with this event, and tell the business community who, you know, who have had criticisms of our efforts on spring break. But now we can say, look, we are pro-business. We even want to bring a business event to Miami Beach during spring break. I think that should be championed, and I think we should encourage more of that, not discourage that. So I'm going to be a firm yes on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott.
Matt, you understand where we're going with this. Like, everybody loves the concept. I think it's innovative, having sat through far more conferences than I care to remember. I would have loved to do a conference like this. Would you be willing to work with us after we have this meeting, which hopefully we will agree upon today in short order, that if it's determined that we love this event, but it really needs to happen on a different footprint, you know, further north in Collins Park, or, you know, someplace, it'll still be South Beach, you know, we're not going to put you someplace where you can't walk to restaurants and bars and stuff like that after the sessions, the breakout sessions are over. Would you be able to be flexible that way?
I mean, ideally, the Loomis Park beachfront area is conducive for the setting that we have, which is a large footprint year one. We're calling it the Future Proof Citywide, with the goal that this has ambitions to be a long-term partnership. This isn't something that we look to go and sell to the next city every year. And so the identity of the event, as you saw with the pictures and examples I've shared, you know, the city becomes synonymous with the brand, right? And so the look that we are going for is very similar to what we had in Huntington Beach. So again, from a business standpoint, our ideal scenario would be that space. Of course, as I mentioned, we are very flexible.
Okay.
We would love to call Miami Beach home, understand everything that's going on, and appreciate everything that has happened over the last month. I look at this as like an opportunity for all of us to come together and grow together. And so, again, from a business standpoint, I unfortunately cannot wait another month for 2025. So yes, always open to flexibility. I've spent, you know, Commissioner Suarez mentioned it, I've been here 8 out of the 9 weeks. You know, I live in Massachusetts. So I spent a lot of time speaking to residents, a lot of time speaking to business owners, trying to understand what it is that is concerning, what it is that is a value add when events come in. So I'm certainly not looking here to come into a city and maximize my business interest. I'm looking at this as saying, what needs to happen for this to work, and so we can have a mutually beneficial partnership. And I think I've done that with the resident committees. They've all mentioned to me that they endorse this. I believe they've all reached out to you in various situations. There were some concerns about locations in terms of where, north or south of 10th Street. And again, I'm flexible there, but from what I've gathered, the local community was endorsing that space. That's not a problem.
Okay, so I will withdraw my motion for a deferral. I will support this, but I will just ask you that depending on what we learn, I mean, what we learn might have no bearing on what your needs are, but I would just ask that if we go forward, that you are as flexible as we need you to be. And like I said, it would still be in South Beach. It would be a matter of 5-10 blocks here or there, whatever, but it would all still be walkable. And, you know, if you're, let's say, for lack of a better term, the anchor tenant, if you will, for the new month of March in Miami Beach, and you get in on the ground floor and we all grow and we succeed and we learn what works, you know, as you said, it's mutually beneficial for everybody. And that's what, as my colleague Commissioner Suarez said, that is what we're trying to do. We want visitors in Miami Beach. We want people to enjoy everything we have to offer. And if you're a part of helping us redirect in that direction, then I will, with your cooperation and flexibility, I will be supportive.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez.
I just have a question for Lisette, actually. In the past, we've had meetings with neighborhood groups where they've begged no activations north of 12th Street, and then this one is going to be between 14th and 12th?
That's correct.
Why
And-
can't it be south of 12th?
They actually have received a letter of support from the Ocean Drive Association, and Matt can share he has already met with the different neighborhood associations, and they have provided support for this particular event.
I'm getting texts saying, no!
From the organizations?
From individual residents.
And if I could just add, regardless that the event has security, through our special event vetting process, all our city services provide feedback, including our police department. So events don't just have security, they are required to have PD staffing depending on their recommendations.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Dominguez, if I may, we're not beholden to that location. So I've heard the similar, concerns about, well, where does it have to be? And I understand that 10th Street you can't kind of divide that. And so if we need to go south, we're absolutely happy to do so.
And remind me from our conversation when we met, your event is daytime.
It's a daytime event, yeah.
Not
So it
nighttime.
starts Sunday, second half of the day, and would run
Through the
to
week.
Wednesday, yeah.
Can we call the vote?
Commissioner Suarez?
I was going to say, can we call the vote on
Yep.
this?
What are we, Rick, what are we exactly voting on? What's the action item?
Reflect this to give direction to staff to proceed with this.
If I may add, due to our special event guidelines, any new events that are coming between the month of March and the first 2 weeks of April require commission approval. So that's why we're here.
Okay, let's call the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine and a second by Commissioner Suarez. If so, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Direction is given, 7-0.
Thank you.
Call R5P, as in Paul.
R5P is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled Zoning District Regulations, Section 7.2.21 entitled WD Waterway District, and subsection 7.2.21.2 entitled Uses, WD1, to prohibit the rental of watercraft and at subsection 7.2.21.5 entitled Additional Regulations, WD1, to clarify existing requirements for legally non-conforming watercraft rental uses and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. This is a second reading, public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5P.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we got almost as many emails as the cat emails on this on this topic. It's neck and neck. So what this item does, again, this is second reading. What this item does is it codifies the language that was a little bit unclear in our city code. That the intent was to limit the charter activity to the 3 hotels operating on Indian Creek Waterway to hotel guest only. Another facet of this piece is it prevents the expansion of additional boats and operations with these 3 specific BTRs. One of the biggest threats that these charter boats have is they pose a threat to our school children. And the Miami Beach Rowing Club came to me and was very supportive of my item, along with the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, where they showed me videos of charter boats that go by, and their boats almost get tipped over, and we're talking anywhere between 12-year-olds to 18-year-olds. This rowing club, I believe they turn out one of the more Ivy League school participants than any other program in Miami Beach. And look, I full-heartedly believe that the residential waterway of the Indian Creek Waterway, it's never meant to be commercialized. Not to mention the traffic that happens because of the 63rd Street Bridge, because it continues to open. Our school children are on the rowing club, noise issues, and this is a step in the right direction for Miami Beach to be a resident-centric town. And we need to move away from the party scene, especially the party scene on the boats. And so, you know, the Indian Creek Waterway, it doesn't have parking, it doesn't have bathrooms, it doesn't have a dock master assigned to the whole waterway. There might be a dock master that's paid for by the hotel at individual docks, but I've certainly never seen any. Hernan, our code director, I don't know if he wants to speak to that and say, I don't think he's ever seen one. It just seems that there is a free-for-all there. And we need to really reimagine our waterways as not being can't just put the party from a club onto the water. So this is a second reading. As you can see, the people behind there, they're all from the rowing club. And when it's public comment, I definitely invite you guys to speak. And before that, I'd like to have Nick clarify exactly what the language is, because there have been many emails going around where it's unclear of what exactly this does. So maybe you can help clear that, Nick, and help shed some light to my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nick Kalergis.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This ordinance does two things. It amends the WD1 district regulations to list watercraft rental establishments as a prohibited use. And the second thing it does is clarify existing provisions in the WD1 district regulations, which require that any watercraft rental establishments in this area must be associated with an upland hotel of 350 units or more. So that's the requirement before this ordinance, and it's the requirement after this ordinance. What the ordinance does is clarify that those existing provisions to say that the rental of watercraft shall be limited to hotel guests only. It also provides that all existing legally permitted structures shall meet all applicable building, fire, and property maintenance standards. So upon the favorable recommendation of the Planning Board in February of this year, this ordinance took effect as to zoning in progress took effect, and this ordinance is now being enforced.
And through the chair, Madam.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. You know, there's already been like half a dozen operators that have been requesting BTRs, but since the Planning Board unanimously approved this, it was zoning in progress, it was able to stop that. And that's significant, because that's going to mean, you know, that could have meant more charters on our waterways. So,
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bott wanted to say.
go for it.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Commissioner Suarez, I applaud you on this effort. I have been working on trying to address the drawbridge issue with staff since the day after I was elected, I think, or the week after I was elected, before I was even sworn in. And it is a slow and cumbersome process. You have to request the logs, and then you have to get the logs, and then you have to analyze the logs, and then you have to talk to the Coast Guard, and you have to beg them to pay attention and take your needs seriously when they think their needs supersede 80,000 residents, traffic, and school, and doctor's appointments. And, you know, it's in process, but I think this is a great effort. My one request, because what we're learning, and you mentioned before, it's a learning curve, and I think sometimes in our zeal to make things better, we do things that have unintended consequences. And I don't I don't want that to be the case in a situation that we do harm while we're trying to do good. So if my colleagues would be amenable to this, I would love to refer this to the May 1st land use meeting to iron out any implications for existing businesses. It's zoning in progress, so no people can get new BTRs, but the people who exist, it will give them time to wind down their businesses and figure out what else needs to happen to make that not a, like you're just running into a wall effective at 5:01 today or 6:01, whatever time it is. And then it could come back presumably to the May 15th commission meeting, and we could vote on it on the second reading at that point.
Do any other colleagues want to be recognized? Commissioner Magazine.
Yes. I could entertain this, Commissioner Bott. Nick, do you want to jump in and clarify that? Because I'm 100% support of your measure, David. And even if it's deferred, these people took time out of their day to come and be heard, and I want to give them that opportunity, even if your motion does pass. Although I'm neither the mayor nor vice mayor, so I guess that really doesn't matter. But Nick, could you clarify?
Something before you actually make that?
Yes. I'm just saying, can we get further clarification from Nick? How many businesses are impacted? What is the extent of their impact? Where does this go? Is there a cutoff of some sort? If you can just really get into the granular details.
So I can tell you that the only 3 properties in the there are only 3 properties in the WD1 district that could qualify because they have upland hotels with 350 units, and one of those hotels is not currently operating, so it may actually only be 2 properties that are eligible. The other thing I can tell you is that in order to be exempt from this ordinance, a watercraft rental establishment would have to be legally established. So what does that mean? We look to see if they have, a city-issued certificate of use or BTR. And if they do not, then this ordinance would apply to them.
And through the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Suarez, is that your intent that the ones that are operating 2, 3? I know we heard the general manager from the Eden Rock, right? So let's just say it's 2. Is the intent that they'll continue to operate with these parameters that are in place, and this prevents any further proliferation of a system that seems largely to have been abused up on Indian Creek?
So,
Commissioner.
thank you. Madam Vice Mayor. My intent is to make our residential waterways residential. I don't see the need to go to a committee. I think we're all here. I think we can all speak our mind and let the hundreds of people that have emailed in know where we stand. I don't think we need to flesh this out. My intent is clear. I want to remove all commercial activity from the Indian Creek waterway. Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association unanimously approved this. We've got hundreds of emails that have been in support of this. If we are going to rip off the Band-Aid and really change our brand as a city from a party town to a residential-centric town, these are the wins that we need to make. And I don't think that sending this to a committee is going to solve anything. I think right here, right now, we have the decision to make whether is that the kind of city that we want to be. And look, I mean, that is my intent. I feel my heart goes out to the 2 businesses that are there. But right now, if we don't pass this, they can potentially get more BTRs or more boats under their BTR. And that's something that I want to avoid. And sure, it's zoning in progress now, we can send it to planning board, but at the end of the day, let's have the courage to make that decision right here, right now,
while everyone is watching us, and see what this commission is made of. Are we going to be resident-centric, or are we going to cater to the lobbyists that promote a party town? And so, you know, I think we don't need to do that deferral. I think we just like make a decision now. And look, if I don't get the votes, I don't get the votes. That's fine. That's my vision for Miami Beach. I may not have the same vision as anyone else up here. I understand the unintended consequences. I don't think they're unintended. I think they're very intentional of what my intentions are. So I'd like to hear.
Right, but
Yeah,
Madam.
Commissioner- oh.
Sorry, if I could, just because it's
Yeah.
kind of, I guess that's what I'm simply looking to clarify. I don't disagree with you, right? But I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding the ordinance. So this is just somewhat of a learning. So Nick or Commissioner Suarez, we mentioned, okay, these 2 hotel properties applied. It'll only apply to hotel guests. But then I'm also hearing, well, we're removing all commercial activities. Aren't those 2 things
So-
mutually exclusive?
So I have another item that was passed to explore the amortization of all commercial activity along Indian Creek Waterway. I believe Planning Board, Nick can also speak to that. That's a separate item. This item here kind of puts commercial activity, stops it in its tracks, and so allows the current BTR holders to operate. Now, just to clarify, what this does is it just clarifies the language of what we already have on the books. So if our city attorney wanted to file a lawsuit to enforce what's already on the code, we could do that. But this just clarifies that the charter activity is only limited to the hotel guests at that hotel. So that means that no one from anywhere in the Tri-County area that isn't staying here in those hotels gets to book a room. So, and it also prevents any expansion of their current business. So if they wanted to, let's say, build out their dock more or add more boats, that prevents that as well.
I have a question.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, and this is a water-related item, and I'm not an expert on water-related matters. I'm not a boater, so here's my question. My birthday, 7/11. If on my birthday I want to go on a boat to celebrate my birthday, Robert and I want to go on a boat, and I won't be able to go anymore. That's to get on a charter on Fontainebleau or Eden Rock, because I'm not a hotel guest. Is it? Yes, please. I want to know the answer to that.
What the law is before this ordinance is that watercraft rentals are only allowed if they're associated with a hotel.
Mhm.
This ordinance clarifies that requirement for non-conforming watercraft rental establishments to say they can only be rented to hotel guests.
Only to hotel guests.
Right.
Okay. All right. So then, unless you own a boat, then I mean, where would someone be able to go to in Miami Beach? Let's say someone in Miami Beach, they want to enjoy the waterways, and they're not wealthy, and they don't own a boat. Like me, I don't own a boat. I live on the water, but I don't own a boat. And so I want to go on a boat for celebrate my birthday for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Where do I go then in a situation like that? Or if I can no longer do that, let's say at the Fontainebleau or Eden Rock, because now it's limited only to their guests.
So the code did have an exemption for Lake Pancoast. Lake Pancoast was the only area on the Indian Creek Waterway that was allowed to have a yacht rental that was not associated with a hotel. And I believe there is one BTR there for a boat rental, and so you would be able to go there to that location, as well as any other location that may exist at the Miami Beach Marina where they are legal there.
And in Miami Beach Marina, I think we just directed staff today on the consent agenda to work on further limiting that, I think, to 10 commercial charters. But on Lake Pancoast, how many commercial charters are allowed on Lake Pancoast?
There, to my knowledge, there's only one operator right now.
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
And-
I just want to be, I want us to be mindful of that because, I'm not a wealthy person. I don't have a boat. I don't have a yacht, I live on the water, but I live on the poor man's side of the water. I think those are the type of things we have to be, mindful of, when we say, listen, there's a spa at the Fontainebleau. There's a spa at the Eden Rock. It's not limited only to their guests. Live at the Fontainebleau. Live is not limited only to their guests. The restaurants, in large part, are not limited only to their guests. So, I get the intent, and I think the intent is good, and I trust in going this direction, especially when I see so many important stakeholders here who are concerned about the safety and on the waterways. I just want us to be, mindful of unintended consequences that limit our own residents' ability to enjoy our waterways. And so I just, encourage you to consider that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Through the chair. Oh, I'm sorry. I just,
I'm gonna be so quick,
okay.
all right? I'm gonna be very quick with this.
I just want to respond now.
I know that it sounds draconian, but unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where it's out of control and we need to take measures. We own Cafe Bernie. We see them going by Indian Creek all the time at 5600 Collins. So I know what's going on. And apart from the horribly egregious, it used to be such a calm waterway, and it's just noise pollution, light pollution, dangerous. It's and the bridge. I mean, I have gone out to the Coast Guard now twice. I've met with 2 different admirals in succession, and I've been unable to solve this problem. So the fact that Commissioner Suarez figured it out and said, let's just ban it. Look, do I love shutting down businesses? None of us love shutting down businesses. We understand people's businesses and the right to make money, but it's out of control. I'm so excited to vote for this today. And if you want to rent a boat, you got to go to the Miami Beach Marina and go out on the open water, but we're taking back our waterway. And this is the only way to do it. So if you are a guest at the Fontainebleau or Eden Rock, you will be able to go. And maybe in the future, maybe once we get this under control, we can allow for people, we can change that language once we solve the problem. But for right now, I think it has to be all hands on deck, and we need to do this. And I'm fully supportive of you. Not only am I supportive, congratulations for solving a problem. You don't know what we've gone through. Commissioner Bott said it with the logs. I mean, Mickey Steinberg, we changed the hours of operation for the bridge. So these businesses are impacting tens of thousands of residents, blocking up our traffic. Awful. So, I am completely supportive of this, and I understand why somebody might not want to support it, but I would ask us to unanimously get behind it.
Thank you, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you very much, Vice Madam Mayor. Just to be clear, Commissioner Fernandez, it's roughly anywhere between $10,000 and $40,000 per boat session. So by no means is this a poor man's leisure boat ride. I mean, that's how much these charters are charging. On the one on Lake Pancoast, I'm not sure exactly. I think it's more of like a kayak and paddleboard operation. But, again, that's not really, the Indian Creek Waterway is not outfitted for a commercial use. Miami Beach Marina is. So if you wanted to get a boat, and they have all sizes to choose from as far as a cost, that would be, that would be, and by the way, if a resident concern is the issue, I have no problem amending this to also allow residents to use along the Indian Creek Waterway. However, like I said, I mean, the costs range anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000.
Thank you. And before Commissioner Bott, I'll just say one thing. I do worry about businesses that are good operators, because I think the reason why this all came to a head is because of illegal charters that were in the waterways and not following the law. But if you have 2 or 3 existing businesses that were following the law, and you're worried about additional BTRs or boats being added, can they add a covenant that they wouldn't do that? Because it's really troublesome that if there's businesses that have been doing good to the city and not violating anything, that we're gonna put them out. Would you be open to a covenant? And before you can think about it, Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That's precisely why I wanted to have, whether it's at a committee meeting in a couple of weeks or here on the dais, I wanted to have this conversation about what is the best way to go about this. And I also want to correct the mischaracterization of my intentions, because everybody who has emailed me has gotten a response that I maintain that I am in favor of curtailing this activity. I rode myself when I was in high school, can't wait to get back to it. Being on the water in a scull or in a shell, when those wakes come by, can be terrifying. As a driver, when people just pull over their SUVs and start unloading or loading in, it's very complicated. There are a million different reasons why this has to happen. I am not for a second suggesting it should not happen, and I am certainly not beholden to any lobbyists. I want that to be clear, because that is not the case. I just want to do this the right way. The suggestion to make this open to residents through the hotels, I think, is a good suggestion. Vice Mayor Dominguez makes a valid point about the BTR. That's the conversation that I wanted to have, again, whether it's at land use or here, so we can get to what the residents need, what our children collectively need, and what our people who are trying to drive to and from places need with the bridge. So I just want to be crystal clear on that point, because I think my intents were mischaracterized.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And I actually, and I want to build upon this ordinance because in my opinion, for example, I know the residents of Helen Mar. The residents at the Helen Mar have complained to me. I see them at 24th Street by the lifeguard stand all the time. And shout out to Susan over at the Helen Mar, who has complained to me a number of times about the noise and the impacts from the watercraft rental at 24th Street. Yet we're gonna allow that one to continue and grandfather that one in. You see, to me, that one's a concern because that one is abutting, multifamily, a very residential area. I get concerned about the aesthetics of it, the cleanliness of it. Whenever I go by there, I always feel that there's code violations there. And the residents of the Helen Mar have complained to me actually about noise there. And so, in tweaking this ordinance, one of the tweaks that I would actually like to see is, why would we accept Lake Pancoast? They're not rich people, the residents there, but their quality of life matters. They complain about situations there. And so we're gonna, prohibit it in other areas.
They're not excluded.
It says, except for uses adjacent to Lake Pancoast, eligible watercraft rentals shall only be rented for hotel guests. My understanding at my review was that was excluded.
So the prohibition on any expansion or any new watercraft rental establishments would apply uniformly throughout the entire WD1 district, and that includes Lake Pancoast. But by operation of law, like with any other zoning amendment, this does not apply to establishments that are, to businesses that are legally established. So.
Prior to if this was not adopted, if the code remained as is, the code required that the yacht rental be associated with an upland hotel with 350 more rooms, except on Lake Pancoast where they were just allowed.
Where they were allowed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. On Lake Pancoast, they don't have to be tied to a hotel.
Correct.
There is like anyone, like any establishment. And, you know, I do think perhaps those that are tied, like, for example, to the Fontainebleau or to the Eden Rock, those perhaps are going to be held to a higher standard because they're associated to brands that are very meticulous about the quality that they associate themselves with. I get concerned that now this creates an exception in an area that I've gotten complaints and concerns about, and that there is not going to be associated to, it doesn't have to be associated to a hotel. It's a freestanding operation, not associated to anyone else, and there's no one, that's not correct, Nick?
It doesn't create an exception. The prohibition applies uniformly. The issue is the operator at 24th Street is legally established, as far as I know, is legally established.
It's legally established.
The only part of the ordinance that doesn't apply is that it be related to, that it be limited to hotel guests, because it's just not tied to a hotel.
All right.
Okay, we're running out of time, and our commission meetings end at 7. And there's a lot of people here waiting to speak. What we're going to do is take 5 speakers for each side. So 5 pro, 5 con. You'll have 1 minute each. So decide amongst yourselves how you're going to go. Maybe the podium on this side is pro for the ordinance, and then the one on this side not for the ordinance. And we'll alternate in between, 1 minute each. State your name. Thank you very much. We'll do 5 online, so that, and we won't know who's pro or con.
Yes,
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ken Taguero. We are the charter agency and in charge of the Fontainebleau Marina. And I've heard everybody, and I feel like we support Mr. Suarez's efforts. We've been trying to do this for 10 years. We just don't want to switch the lights off on so many families overnight and so many people that are attached to these operations. And to the point of Mr. Fernandez, the operations on 24th Street is a huge problem for us. We're yelling at them every single day for making wake, because these individuals that rent there don't have the education background to be conducting these watercraft. And they come in at high speeds with jet skis, pontoon boats, et cetera, and creating a bigger problem to what we have already. In regards to the rowing community here, we have a sports division that does sports camps all over the nation, and we are very much in favor of supporting, count on us to help them clean the channel and try to get this ordinance in a way that is favorable to the business operators.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the other side.
Hi, I'm Roy Samuel. I'm president of the board of Miami Beach Rowing Club. And I've stood behind this in front of your predecessors years ago, where unanimously everyone came out and said the safety of the waterway for our club, which, as Mr. Suarez had mentioned, is one of the amazing programs for youth, as well as the adaptive program that sends our Paralympics to the Olympics. The safety is ridiculous. So to defer this any further is just pushing it again. Years later, what's going to happen? Unanimously, we agree, and nothing happens because we're going to wait for something to happen to either a child, a Paralympian, or an adult who's on that road, on that stream. So please pay more attention to the here and now, as opposed to pushing this off again to the future of how are we going to put the words. As Kristen Gonzalez said, let's put this in place, and we'll fix and tweak later what needs to be fixed and tweaked later.
Thank you. Now we'll take a phone call.
Our first virtual speaker is
One virtual, then back to you.
B. Dowell. Please state your name. You have 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I live on Indian Creek Road. Just 2 quick comments. One is the rowing club. I'm next building to them, and they start at 7 a.m. and obviously they're practicing, and we wake up every morning between 7 and 8 o'clock when they have the practice with their megaphone. So if it's a noise disturbance that Mr. Suarez is really concerned, I want to draw his attention to this. Then this needs to be fixed. They should practice on normal business hours. Second thing, I have a family comes in here. I mean, I think Mr. Suarez is labeling all charter boats as a party boat, but I have my grandparents came here. We took a boat. I watched from my balcony. There are a lot of families with kids sitting and enjoying the waterway. And thirdly, when my parents come, I have a small apartment. I put them in a properties or, close by and affordable. So what I'm hearing, if you don't have money, which he labeled as a party boat,
Thank you.
if you have money to spend 500,
Hello, Mike Simpson, 925 West 47th Court. Biscayne Lady Yacht Charters. Been doing business on Indian Creek, my family, for 65 years. I just want to remind everybody that by the Metro-Dade MOP, there's only 15 boats allowed. And the snapshot that we've been talking about, I mean, maybe we could hear from code enforcement on how great of a job, what they've done the last 2 weeks to eliminate all the illegal operators and sort of evaluate the situation on hand. Because as commissioners, you've mentioned there's a lot of things that I don't think we understand and how it's collaterally affecting businesses like myself that is legitimate. I fully support the rowing and parents. My wife just brought the rowing information home yesterday for my kid for camp. But I believe there's some misunderstandings. I don't believe everything's being captured truly and you know, on point of exactly what's happening. So I please ask to defer this and understand it more to make a constructive decision. I'd love to meet with the rowing people myself to you know, go over the situations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Peter Matos. I am on the board of the rowing club, but I'm not here for that event. I'm also a resident. We're talking about the Indian Creek Waterway. There are plenty of other places to get boats. If you don't like the other places you can get on a boat, then that's certainly something that you want to address. If you don't like the issue with the exemption, that's certainly something that you want to address. I've never seen anything without unintended consequences. If we decided to stop everything because of unintended consequences, then, as you were stating earlier, what are you doing up there? There needs to be something done, a line drawn in the sand, and then I think be very receptive to the legal, proper, organized people coming in and seeking exemptions in the future. Be very receptive to them coming in doing it the right way. We've tried for, I dare say, a long time, decades, to do it the other way. Well, let's just try to stop the ones that aren't good and figure that out. I think the line in the sand needs to be drawn, stop them, and then let them come ask permission instead of beg forgiveness, because that's what you've been doing for a long time, is you've been begging forgiveness.
Thank you. We'll take a virtual caller.
So our next speaker is VIP Marine. Please state your name. You have 1 minute.
Hello?
Go ahead, sir. State your name.
Hi, this is Vitaly, longtime Miami Beach resident. I want to say thank you. You guys did a great job with spring break. As a resident and a business employee, we love it. Just to address a few comments, there's a lot of misinformation about the boat rentals. For instance, Commissioner Suarez said that the boats are only for $10,000 to $40,000 per day, which is absolutely false. They start at $1,000, and we do a lot of bar mitzvahs, we do birthdays, and like another caller said, we do a lot of residential. I think 70% of our business is residential. The boats that are blessing the music throughout the bay are not the captains. The last thing a captain wants to do is get fired or get a citation or get pulled over by the police. A lot of these are just private owners that take out their boats. When they're in town, they're visiting once a week. So what we're going to do is if you guys ban everything and ban all the legal operators from operating their bareboat charters, which is recognized as not a commercial operation, but if we do that, the marinas will go back to $300 a month, and you're going to have just tens of thousands of private boat owners, and they will not respect the law. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Sir.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Christopher Pinellas, Associate Ackerman LLP. Law office is located at 98 Southeast 7th Street, City of Miami. Here on behalf of Biscayne Lady Charters, a few points I want to point out and refocus the conversation about the regulations on W1 waterway. This conversation began because of a focus on illegal operators, and that's where I want the focus to be again. We have a community of legal folks who have been operating along WD1 waterway. We're here to work with the city. We want to work on a legislative scheme that addresses the concerns, the valid concerns of both the Rowing Club and the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. We understand that there are traffic concerns. We understand that there are concerns with the 63rd Street Bridge. I just want to point out that this process has been very rushed. This went to Planning Board February 27th, first reading March 13th, and now we're here on April 3rd for second reading. I would just ask that before we adopt this, we take a second look at this. We have a scheme that addresses the concerns of the residents and the community and allows legal operators to continue. Thank you.
Okay, the others. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, my name is James Roden. Unlike all these people, I'm a coach at Miami Beach Rowing Club. I'm not a lawyer. My number one concern is not the little details and the wording of what you're writing. It's the safety of the kids. As these charter boats come flying down, I'm one of those people that uses a megaphone like the caller did. I use all my megaphone safety related. I tell all these charter boats, please slow down. Please don't wake the kids out. Very often I get a middle finger. Very often I get, sorry, this is how slow my boat goes. I just want these kids to be safe. I watch these charter boats illegally pull up to our seawall, load people in, load people out. I'm just concerned about the kids here, guys. I don't know what you're concerned about. That's my number one issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Virtual caller?
Yes, ma'am. The next caller is Clive Pierce. Clive, state your name. You have 1 minute, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Clive Pierce, resident of 6,000 Indian Creek. I applaud you for being a commission that's resident-focused and on quality of life. But on any Sunday afternoon, I can look out on the creek as I live on it, and I see a beautiful creek. I often see children rowing, having a great time. And often now I see charter boats speeding down the creek. I've gone out and yelled at them, and they say, this is as slow as my boat goes. I'm sorry. Why is there even a debate on this? Forget about the quality of life. This is public safety. The unintended consequence of me living on this beautiful creek is that it's turning into I-95. This has been a long time coming with the party boats on our doorstep. It's out of control. The noise is crazy. I chose to live in a residential area. This is not supposed to be an I-95 waterway, and please just quit kicking the can down the road. Thank you very much.
Mr. Heckler?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I'm number 6, so I'm going to speak for just 10 seconds. On behalf of Found Blue Miami Beach, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Suarez, we sent in, my partner Mike Urente sent in an email just requesting deferral. I know you're passionate about this. I know public safety is why you want to do this, and my daughter's a rower. We would just ask on the record to confirm that the Found Blue is grandfathered into this. They do have an operating business. Their operator is here. Obviously, sometimes residents may want to go on other folks that are not hotel guests. So you know, I do think a resolution can be made. We did ask for a deferral, again, not to slow it down. We just asked for a deferral to get full clarification. I don't need to read Mike's brilliant legal letter. You've all read it. We're grateful for it. And we obviously just want to make sure our client is protected. And I am a Miami Beach resident. I applaud what you did for spring break. I am not somebody who wants this to be a big party town. I don't believe that having a few limited boats in a safe area is a party town. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. The other side?
Hello, I'm Vladimir. I'm head coach of Miami Beach Rowing Club, and I work at the rowing club almost 19 years. And Indian Creek was not like this 15 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 5 years ago. What is going on? It's highway on the water, and it's not safe for the kids. Not safe for the kids to go on the water. We have kids from 12 till 19 years old, and we have 120 kids every single day. We have 100 kids on the water. We are home place of Barry University and University. Goes out at 7 o'clock on weekends. We go after them at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Water is not rowable after 9:30. We have to move the practices for morning sessions and to overlap with It's impossible to practice. I don't know how much you know rowing. That is like you practice basketball and somebody throws the bucket of water. So you have to pick up water. You have to stop the practice to wait for wake to pass away in order to continue with the practice. Safety is 0 on the water.
Thank you. We'll take the virtual.
Yes, ma'am. The next virtual speaker is Alicia Casanova. Ms. Casanova, state your name. You have 1 minute.
My name's Alicia Casanova. I'm representing the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. The MBNA advocates for the safety and the quality of life of our hotel and condominium members. We're not involved in any legal disputes or licensing issues between the hotels and the city. But in order to improve the current situation resulting from excessive illegal charters on Indian Creek, the MBNA agrees to limiting the rental of charters to hotel guests and conference attendees from authorized properties only. The MBNA also urges the City of Miami Beach Mayor and Commissioners to consider adopting legislation and procedures that protect the Indian Creek waterway from illegal charters, pollution, excessive noise, excessive bridge openings and loud horns blasting at all hours, and vessel speeds that are causing large wake and can potentially damage private properties. Action needs to be taken as soon as possible, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have the last speaker for each side. This side, that side, and the last virtual. Go ahead.
Martin Smith, General Manager, Eden Rock, Nobu, Miami Beach. I would like to thank the coach for speaking. I think he summed it up. 5 years ago, you didn't have the issue. Then you had the pandemic, and then you had all the illegal operators. Get rid of the illegal operators. I have 12 slips, 8 of them commercial. I do less than 50 charters a year, and you're going to shut me down. Not right. Let's go and attack the illegal operators. Get them off the water, get them off Indian Creek so the children are safe, the hotel guests are safe, and all the residents are safe. But don't put me out of business and the other operators that have been legal since 1955. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you are grandfathered into this.
Yep, but you're
We are-
saying.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you-
the
again,
Eden Rock
you-
and the Fontainebleau. I mean, right now,
Yeah.
you do have the right to operate those charters. We're actually grandfathering you and the Fontainebleau into this because you have,
Okay.
I mean, that's what this is, correct?
The language is not
But,
clear,
well,
that's why
you
we're all
can't-
here.
You're, for right now, if they have to be staying in the hotel. They have to be hotel guests.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Hall?
Thank you for the opportunity. Glenn Hall, President of Lagos Apache HOA, Black Affairs Advisory. This has been a problem that we've been facing for many, many years. I've been working with Commissioner Gonzalez. I've worked with previous commissioners on this. It's out of control. It's out of control. And I'm a boater, and I'm telling you, it's out of control. People who live in Pine Tree Lagos, they don't even want to go north to North Beach to shop because they get caught going up and caught coming back. And the traffic is insane. When that thing backs up, you have cars backed up literally for miles on Alton Road and in the other direction also. God forbid there's an emergency to Mount Sinai. So this is a major, major problem. So I'm glad that we're coming up with solutions here and stopping the people who are gaming the system and getting away with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the last speaker will be on Zoom if there's any waiting.
There are, the last individual is Al Porter. Please state your name. You have 1 minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm not entirely clear that this resolution will resolve my concern, but let me just describe what it is. I can't distinguish between boats that come from Eden Rock, Fontainebleau, and private operators, but the noise continues well into the night. I live on the 6th floor, which means that positions, I'm right at 6,000 Indian Creek, positions me right at the water level. So I hear this noise well past midnight, and it's loud. It's not Beethoven music, it's loud music. One observation about what happened recently was the police enforcement. It was very effective. That's not a sustainable solution. But what does happen is that the boats congregate outside my apartment, my building, and they're there for 10 or 15 minutes waiting for the bridge to open. So the traffic accumulates. We're going to have a boating accident there. So that's another safety issue. So those are my observations. I hope you
Okay,
can
thank
resolve
you.
this. Thank you.
Commissioner Suarez?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. You know, I just find it so odd that, you know, when I campaigned that I'm not going to meet with any lobbyists. And on one side of the aisle, you have families and residents complaining that this has been going on for close to a decade. And on the other side, you have slick talking, very well paid lobbyists that obviously have no intention of the well-being of our not only our residents, but the kids that are rowing. I mean, how does anyone up here look at what's going on here on both? I mean, it's clear, it's A or B. Excuse me. And C, where is this? I mean, which side does the resident-centric commission want to be on? Do we want to have the guts to say no to the lobbyists? Or do we want to say yeah, we're going to draw the line in the sand. For the first time in a long time, we're going to say, this is a city of residents, not charter boats and not lobbyists. So I'm hopeful that my colleagues are going to move forward with this and draw the line in the sand on saying, what are we going to do for residential quality of life?
Let's find out. Let's call the vote.
So Commissioner Suarez, you made a motion?
Yes.
And I need a second, please.
Point of, if I can, Commissioner Suarez, we talked adding in residents as an amendment to the allowable people that can book charters.
And I'm totally okay with residents being used, because right now residents can be used, unless, Nick, if that's a problem, or if we can amend it to allow residents.
Well, so this ordinance only restricts watercraft rental establishments, so it wouldn't really apply to a non-commercial use.
But the operators that do operate with those BTRs, can we allow residents to use?
It was the hotels. It was
We-
residents being able to use charters offered by the hotels that are grandfathered in.
If somebody lives, Commissioner Fernandez, and it's his birthday, and he wants to go out, he's a resident of Miami Beach. Same with myself. I think we'd like to be able to use this as an amenity. We can go and book this, so same as hotel guests are able to book. I think residents would actually want this.
I think the amendment would be on page 787 of your book, number 3, where it says, with the exception of uses adjacent to Lake Pancos, comma, eligible watercraft shall only be rented to hotel guests.
And residents.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'll move that.
And through the chair, through the mayor, I think the Fontainebleau, I think the Eden Rock, I think they asked for certain clarification on the record, whether the current operators would be eligible for a CU. And what's the interpretation here based on what's before us?
So under the code, whether a non-conforming use is legally established is a determination that the planning director makes, and it's based on the evidence provided. So it's going to depend on what CUs or BTRs the Fontainebleau has. But I do believe that the Fontainebleau has a BTR for marine operations. And,
I believe that's the case.
Okay, I think we should probably know this before we vote on this. I mean, we're voting on a major piece of legislation. It's good legislation, but I think we should know. We should know what we're voting on. And so I want to vote on this today, but I want to understand, we have our constituents who are here that want this to pass. We want to support our constituents and make for safer conditions on the waterways. But we also I want to make sure that, we do maintain a certain limited market, do away with the illegal activity, but maintain, this very limited market tied to these larger hotels that, does put a great safeguard in place. So how can we get that opinion today?
Through the chair, if I may, I think a CUP would apply if they request to operate at a later time, or, really that would be the only.
I don't think so.
That would be the only, I guess, reason that they would, or allow maybe, I don't know, a certain event, like maybe Future Proof comes and they want to, but again, they could just book a hotel room and then use it. Again, the cost for these charters is very high, and so if you get a hotel room, I think it's well within the means of anyone purchasing these rental watercrafts. So maybe you can clarify on what your question is, Commissioner Fernandez.
So right now, the current operators at the Fontainebleau, they have a BTR. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, that's correct. I don't know the exact number of boats that they're authorized for. I'm trying to find out that information right now.
They'll be able to continue.
If they have a BTR, they'll be able to continue.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
And
correct.
if they don't have a BTR, then they're technically not operating
Okay.
Lawfully.
So-
Lawfully, right.
Okay, so I just want to, and if I may, through the chair, I want to recognize, I want to just ask, I want to know from the stakeholders, because we're hearing from our resident stakeholders, and we want to move forward with this legislation. It's important legislation because we've heard from all of our neighborhood associations how important this is. And we all get stuck at the 63rd Street Bridge, and we need to solve this. And this certainly is a move to solve this horrible public nuisance that we all deal with because of the abuse of our waterways. Mr. Heckler, you had made a question placed a question on the record. Has your question been answered?
Commissioner, thank you for that. I think the concern is the paperwork was in several months ago. Unfortunately, due to this process, everything is frozen. So I think there is not full clarity. So maybe an amendment that anything that's in process for these two hotels can continue. I'll defer to the operator.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Chris Pinellas again. It's unclear. The BTRs, my understanding is the BTRs for both of these marinas has not been issued. And my concern is that my client does have a BTR. He has a BTR that's been issued for his operation. And the marinas at both the Eden Rock and the Fountain Blue do not have issued BTRs at this moment in time, is my understanding.
So I go back to my question. The current operators, which is the question that I have, the current operators, will the current operators be considered legal non-conforming? Will they be able to continue operating? These operators that do have they've gotten their CU or their BTRs, will they be considered legal non-conforming?
And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but a business would have to show that they're legally established, and that would include a CU or a BTR for watercraft rentals. So it sounds like one or two of the operators may not have an issued BTR.
They do, through the chair. They Eden Rock and Fountain Blue do have BTRs. I mean,
Chris-
maybe Hernan can come up and explain, because, I mean, he deals with, of course they have a BTR. That's how they're operating.
Right.
If they didn't have a BTR, they wouldn't be able to operate.
Chris, and let me hear from Chris, because Chris, you came and you met with me with one of our residents, a 17-year resident of Miami Beach. Seems to be a very responsible operator, and he has a BTR, correct?
Sorry?
Yes.
He does have a BTR, but Commissioner Fernandez, my concern is ultimately this, and this
I
is where
understand your concern,
Yes.
and I understand your concern. And so your operator, your client has a BTR to operate.
Yes, Commissioner.
And so Nick, he has his BTR, he operates from the Fountain Blue. So he would be legally non-conforming.
If that's all true, yes. Yes, that's correct.
Well, if I may clarify my concern, Commissioner, is that the marina itself, where they're launching the vessels, does not have an issued BTR. So while my client has a BTR to operate the charter vessel, my understanding is that BTRs have not been issued for those two marinas.
Right, but my understanding is what we are regulating here are watercraft rentals, not marinas. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney? Are we regulating here marinas, or are we regulating watercraft rentals?
The term in the code is watercraft rental establishments. So
Okay.
that could include both of those things. But an establishment would need to have, or an operator would need to have a BTR, prior to zoning in progress in order.
The operator.
Yes.
And in this case, is the marina an operator, or is the water rental establishment the operator? And I need to know that. I mean, these are the nuances that are important. We would normally flush this out in committee, but we're here. The desire is for there to be a vote today. So I'm sorry I'm putting you guys on the spot, but this is important.
The rental operator would have to have a BTR tied to the site where the marina is located.
The rental operator.
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. So the entity will become legal non-conforming.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Again,
Can we
from
call a
Eden
vote?
Rock, that I want to be clear, I own the marina and I lease the marina out.
I'm sorry, sir, but
Yep.
you need to be recognized by the mayor.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna call the vote.
I believe there's a motion to refer it.
No, I don't think so.
Rick, is there a motion to refer?
There was a motion, but
Commissioner
not a second.
Fernandez made a motion to refer earlier.
I did not.
Commissioner Bott made a motion to refer. I don't know if it was seconded. It was not. Okay.
My concerns have been addressed. If we could, if we can make this open to residents, and if, you know, the questions, the ambiguity as to the operator as opposed to the marina, and which one is legal non-conforming and which one is not legal non-conforming have been addressed, which it seems like it's been clarified here on the record, then I'm fine, moving forward,
As
with
amended.
Sure.
And I think my items were addressed too, because I worried about putting good operators out of business, and it sounds like the Biscayne Lady, the Fontainebleau, the Eden Rock, those are all fine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're adding the residents to be able to go rent a boat through the hotels or through
Correct.
the Biscayne Lady.
That's an amendment, yes.
Okay,
So I second the item as amended.
thank you, Mayor.
Let's call the vote.
Actually, I had Commissioner Suarez with the motion and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez with the motion.
That's the
So-
amended motion, right?
Correct, as amended, and the amendment is hotel guests and residents, page 787, I think you referenced. So if that's the case, may I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Bond?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
The item is adopted as amended. That was item R52.
We have I have to call C7AA as we have a deadline on that one.
C7AA is waive special event fees for Fleet Week, Miami Beach Top Gun Beach Olympics. Mayor, you are consenting to the addition of that item? Yes? If so, that we got, the items is up.
I move my item, Mr. Mayor.
Call the roll.
May I call the roll?
Call the roll.
All in favor of C7AA?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye, aye,
Approved
aye.
7-0, C7AA.
Welcome to Miami Beach Fleet Week.
R9AA.
Thank you very much,
Wait,
Mayor.
let him call it.
Oh, sorry.
R9AA, here we go. Discuss action, schedule special commission meeting, spring break 2024 debrief, R9AA.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for calling this item. I've been requesting since March 4th a special meeting with all of us on the dais, with our city manager, with our police chief, with our fire chief, with all of our department heads, our deputy city manager, the assistant city managers, code, sanitation, everybody, tourism and culture, residents who were impacted by spring break, visitors who were impacted by spring break who might want to share some input, so that we can all do the very important work of hearing firsthand, because as much as we try to be out everywhere, all of us, we were not actually able to be everywhere all the time, but hearing from people who it affected, what worked, what didn't, in context with the data that the police department and the city manager and her staff will be putting together in a time frame when all of us will be here, so Commissioner Dominguez will be back, and the team will have enough time to prepare all of this, so that we can all collectively hear all of our inputs as we go forward to make decisions affecting next year. And we have all committed to start making decisions for spring break 2025 as soon as possible, and not wait till the summer when we don't remember, or wait till the fall when it's too late to do anything. So it is really important, and I've had at various times 5 of my colleagues supporting of this. 5 of my colleagues supportive of this, and I would like to ask respectfully that everybody at this time gives their support to this, call this meeting, which would not be something jammed onto a commission meeting with 133 other items, that would not be called on a neighborhoods meeting where there are so many items, everything only gets a few minutes discussion, that it is its own special meeting where everybody can come and be heard. I have support from the West Avenue bid, from So Be Safe, from the Art Deco Neighborhood Association, from the Ocean Drive Association, from the Chief of Police, from the Chief of the Fire Department, from the City Manager and her staff, from the Lincoln Road bid. I'm sure I'm forgetting some of the groups who've been asking for this. And as soon as we all say yes, we can schedule this meeting for the second half of April. And so by the middle of May, when we come back for our next commission meeting, we can start coming up with ideas about how we want to move forward for Spring Break 2025. So I am urging my colleagues, I am begging my colleagues to support this so that we can move forward and start doing the residents' business of planning for next year. And I would say, before I forget, everybody said this already, but our city staff did such an amazing job of managing the month of March in all of its idiosyncrasies. I don't really know how you managed to make it rain on 2 of the weekends, but whatever that was, we're definitely doing that again. So kudos to all of you. You've heard it all from everybody, but I wanted to reiterate that. So with that, I guess I would open it to questions.
I'll make a comment. The mayor had a resolution in January that called for an after action, so I mean, this is totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, my thought was to have it just at a regular commission meeting, and I would allot a certain amount of time to it.
I agree.
I mean, are you willing to give it the 2 or 3 hours it would need?
I don't know if it needs 3 hours, but I would allot a significant amount of time.
I mean, because now it can't go until May, the middle of May. And I was hoping to do this sooner so that we could start.
And through the chair, if I could.
Commissioner Magazine.
Commissioner, well, everybody, thank you for the leadership here. How I envision it, I think I'm aligned with where you're going with this, Commissioner Bott, is we have tons and tons of neighborhood association meetings we all attend. Let's use one of those Monday nights that we would allocate to WAVNA or something like that and get all stakeholders in a room. It can be less formal than this, so we're not, oh, Commissioner this, defer to that. Get business owners, residents, neighborhood groups, all of us in a room. Less stuffy, less informal, and really get down to what worked, what didn't, and allow it to be messy, because there's a lot on the line. We did a great job collectively as a city, and let's strive to be even better. So I look at this as an all-hands-on-deck effort, and leave no stone unturned. It's not that I don't want to follow process or formality, but I just think in a more informal setting where we can truly invite in every stakeholder in our city, that's how we essentially prepare best for next spring break.
I'm going to be very quick. We do kind of need to have a special meeting to go over the parameters of choosing a new city manager. Why couldn't we just mix that with the spring break meeting and kill 2 birds with 1 stone and schedule it for a couple of hours? Won't kill it. I mean, in my opinion, let's just get it done. We want to get this done. We have to move forward. We got the search to do. So if we do both of them, I don't know if Commissioner Bott would be amenable to that, but I'm okay with the meeting. Why not? Why not just?
I would absolutely be amenable to that.
Well, my experience is those meetings don't end up becoming special meetings, because then everybody adds stuff on, and then you have 10, 15 items already, and it just becomes another commission meeting. So you kind of defeat the purpose.
But we
Commissioner Fernandez.
I think we're going to have a discussion at the April Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life meeting. Last year, we made these decisions at the dais. I think we can bring recommendations from the Public Safety Committee. 4 of us, the majority of us, serve on the Public Safety Neighborhoods Quality of Life Committee. That's a majority of us, It's the majority of us. We can send these recommendations to the City Commission and vet it out here. I mean, I don't know that we need a special meeting for this, just because last year we made these decisions at the dais. you know, at the dais, as a commission, we made these decisions. This year is having first a stop at the Public Safety Committee to fine-tune a recommendation that can then be considered by the full city commission. I want to respect Commissioner Bott because I think this is very important to you. And so I don't think it's necessary. I'll support you in it. If it's that important to you, a meeting about spring break, not about anything else, about spring break. Because I do have to agree with the mayor. The mayor is very wise when he says that in the past, he's speaking from a position of experience. You know, all of a sudden I have an emergency item and someone else has an emergency item. And then what's supposed to be a special meeting to discuss something special becomes a meeting to discuss something about everything. And it takes away the specialness from it. And so, you know, I'm fine to discuss it. Clearly, this is a priority to all of us. Spring break is a priority to all of us. Looking back, the success of this year was because we acted proactively, because we started acting last year right after spring break. And so this helps with that. I'm fine considering that it's very important to you. And you know, I'll just say this. I'll just say this for the record. There is a certain level of decorum that we should follow in requesting meetings. The mayor has the ability to grant us special meetings. The practice has always been we submit requests to the mayor for a special meeting. The mayor can grant a special meeting or choose not to grant a special meeting. We haven't been following that. And we've been skipping that part and just jumping directly to all of us requesting, you know, sending out petitions for meetings where then 4 of us or 5 of us, and we might be able to just have a special meeting. We would just go to the mayor and ask the mayor, hey, mayor, would you grant a special meeting for something? We owe him that deference because the people that elected each one of us elected him mayor. And so I think we've skipped that process in the past where we've gone directly to the city clerk with our petition for a special meeting without first sending a request in to the mayor, as has been the practice of the past. And so I just would like encourage us in the future, out of deference and respect to the office of the mayor, that we do that in the future. I think it's just a suggestion that I think has proven helpful in the past. It could prove to be helpful for the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott.
So I did not know that. Nobody mentioned that to me. And I was apprised that I could go put in writing to the city clerk and do it that way. So I did not know. Thank you for enlightening me. I appreciate that. I will 1,000% commit that nothing else is going to go on the agenda unless we all agree that it would just be efficient to do the city manager, and then that agenda is locked. But I will defer to the mayor on how he wants to handle that. I will also tell you that the reason why this spring break was different was because last year, the commission and staff thought differently about spring break. So while in years past, these conversations might have happened in different ways, in smaller groups, without everybody able to hear everything all at the same time, I think this is continuing on the trend that was started last year, and I think needs to go forward about how we think differently about the way we work together. And the intent is not to not do everything from the dais, nor is it to not hear things in smaller groups or come up with ideas in smaller groups. The intent is that everybody who has been affected or has an effect on spring break can be in the same room at the same time, so that everybody gets the same information, and it's not, I have to run to the chamber to hear the debrief by the police chief that he's giving on spring break, or I have to run to this neighborhood association because the business association adjacent to it is giving its input. So I am grateful to my colleagues who are going to support this. I think it will be time extremely well spent. I apologize if I didn't go about it the right way. That was not my intent to step on any toes. And I think this is going to be a great, great session for everybody involved. And I will work with everybody to schedule something in the second half of April, which was a timeframe that was vetted with the city staff. And you're going to be back. And so thank you.
Commissioner Suarez.
My two thoughts. You know, first, I think it's almost hypocritical because I wanted to call a special meeting before spring break to make sure that we had all our bases covered. And I did that in an attempt to try to really cross our T's and dot our I's. And, you know, I didn't, and I believe it or not, Commissioner Bott decided to pull that back and prevent a special meeting to talk about preemptive measures about spring break. Thank God spring break was fine, everything was great. And now, you know, and I think the reasoning was, you know, we shouldn't be playing mayor. But now that spring break's over and we're winners, it's easy to go and say, look, you know, now that it's over, let's have a special meeting, and let's play mayor doing it. Because right now, our mayor has been steadfast on both occasions, both pre and post spring break, on calling a special meeting. And so, you know, I had to talk with him, and he's like, look, you do what you want to do. My position is there's a time and place for this. And frankly, as I matured more into this position, I agree with him. And I think there's nothing wrong with discussing this at a neighborhoods meeting where there's an appropriate, you know, time and place for that. Because we are going to set a precedent that everything is special in reality in Miami Beach. And so I think let's stick to the schedule, and let's not overstep our roles. And I think if the mayor has a strong recommendation to say, look, you know, I'd rather keep it to commission meetings or neighborhood meetings, you know, I'm going to follow him on that.
Let's call the vote. Commissioner Bott.
Just again, to correct the record, I did rescind my support for that particular special meeting because it was an attempt to, in all good faith, to try to have one more conversation just before spring break took place, before, to see if there's one more or two more things that we can do. And at that time, I felt that it had been vetted for the better part of the year, and to try to change operational plans at the last minute would be deleterious to the end goal. This is exactly the opposite. I'm not trying to do anything different. I am just trying to make sure that we, all of us, all 7 of us, get exactly the same information from the people who know it best, the folks who did the operations, who executed the plan, the people who were affected by it because of where they live, or the dollars they spent to come on vacation, or the patients whose appointments they had to cancel, or anything else. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm trying to give us all an opportunity to get informed by the people who were affected by it directly. And again, I know you had nothing but good intentions, but my view was that trying to change the operations plan literally days before spring break started was not something that I was comfortable with. And that was the only reason that I withdrew.
That was a good call.
So,
let's call a vote.
We need a first and a second.
Can I move it?
So Commissioner Bott, you made the motion?
Yep.
And when you say the middle week of April, are you talking about?
Somewhere in the second half of April.
So is that the 15th
When do
through
you get back?
the
17th?
19th?
So, working in conjunction with the city manager and staff and everybody's schedule sometime after the 17th.
So that would be the 18th or 19th, because according to my calendar, Passover is the 22nd onward, so.
That is correct.
Again, why don't we just have it on, why don't we have it at the next neighborhoods meeting? We'll allot
Because
2
it's going,
hours.
it's going to,
It's on the agenda.
Yeah.
but are you willing to give 2 hours at the neighborhoods meeting?
However long it takes.
You know what, the vote has been called. Can we schedule the date separate from being on the dais?
Well, we haven't voted to approve it.
So I have a motion by
Has not-
Commissioner Bott. I don't have a second yet.
We have a second by Commissioner Gonzalez.
Rosa, okay, got it.
I just want to know. and I don't want to put anyone in the spot. I sense the mayor doesn't want to have a special meeting, and I don't want to put words in the mayor's mouth. I think you.
Correct.
But you mentioned that, right?
You are
Yeah.
correct.
Yes, I just want to better understand your reasoning for it, and I might, I generally don't like the idea of it, and I think we referred this to the Public Safety Committee to come up with recommendations, and those recommendations is what the City Commission could consider. I could see this taking a lot of time in a City Commission meeting, and so, I'm not completely against a year in advance, having a special meeting, because we're not changing last minute stuff as our colleague mentioned, but I just, want to understand your position better. I did mention earlier, you weren't on the dais, but the importance of following a process of, in the future, when we're interested as colleagues in having a special meeting, you are the mayor, and the respect that the office of the mayor deserves, and for submitting a request to your office, which is something, we haven't been engaged in recently, in engaging in that practice, but I think it's something we can learn from before we go and we petition the city clerk for it or bring an item to the commission. But, moving past that, just wondering what are your concerns with having the special meeting?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. And I feel somewhat badly, because I know this is really important to the Commissioner Bott. I could tell that she's very passionate about this meeting and has been talking about it for quite some time. So I try to be deferential. At the same time, I believe that the process that we have set up does work. When you have the committees hear items, then you bring it back to commission, streamlines it. And by the way, just today, I don't want to mention any specific items, but there are a couple of items that took longer because they haven't gone to committee. And you could see it's being flushed out here as opposed to committee. And that's the problem. I think we end up extending these items, and when they don't go through the channels that we have set up. So I personally don't see the benefit to doing it this way. And then I think it becomes a fallback, because we've noticed already, so far we've been able to forestall, but there's been a number of items that we said, okay, let's have a special commission meeting. I think there's been 3 or 4 so far. None of them have happened yet. And this one I do think would have been, and I think everyone's kind of in agreement, this would have been a mistake. Our messaging from a body on spring break was fantastic. The marketing was fantastic. The media coverage was outstanding. And I don't know what would have happened. Maybe it would have been fine, but that special commission meeting could only have gone sideways, if not downhill, if something had gone awry. So I think so far we have not had the special commission meeting on like 4 different items, and I think each one I could look back and say, it's best that we did not have that meeting.
And so let me just ask, Commissioner Bott, the benefit that you see to the special commission meeting is because of the amount of time it's going to take. And so to the chair of the Public Safety Committee, if I may, through the mayor, are you willing to dedicate, the amount of time this will take, and perhaps make it a public hearing so the members of the public can call in, can give their input, give it the amount of time it will take? Because I think that's a benefit of having these discussions in committee, and perhaps we can find a common ground here. We can achieve what
Right.
Commissioner Bott is suggesting.
I'll answer your question. In truth, I want to support her, and if she wants to have a special meeting, let's have a special meeting. I'm totally fine with that.
Guys,
This is
may
like
I
a meme
bring it
about
into a
meetings about
landing.
meetings.
Let's just have the meeting. Come on, we
Let's call
we
it a-
spent so much time talking about a meeting for a meeting.
And I didn't.
We could have been talking about spring break
Not upset about
this whole time.
So I move the item.
I'll second the item.
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Oh,
May I call the roll?
please.
Roll call or voice vote?
I think it's split enough. You're gonna have to call voice.
Okay,
No.
so roll call, Commissioner Bott.
Yes. Can my vote count as 2?
Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
No.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion passes. Special meeting will be called. It's date to be determined by the administration.
Sure.
Let us
And
know.
I would like to thank my colleagues, and I can assure you I don't intend to make a habit of this.
Amber, are you here? My wonderful aide, Amber Herrera Gonzalez, today is her last day, and I want you to just come up because we have a little award for you for all of your service. I would like to thank Danny Sommer and Georgie for doing this. Amber came to us from the Bass, where I stole her a year ago, and unfortunately, they came back and stole her back at a higher salary. I'm going to miss you dearly, your intuitive help. You are a shining light on the 4th floor. You were just appointed to our Millennial Committee, so I'm sure that we will see you. And please come back and see us soon. And, you know, I'm really going to miss you, and I'm happy that we have lovely Jackie Budin, who will be your replacement. But I'd love for you to come up here and just take a picture with us. And thank you for your service, Amber. Thank you.
Are we adjourning the meeting?
Wait. I
Yes, we
just
still-
want to get one. Let's do one picture. And Alina, no.
Because otherwise the county can do it. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes to 7:30.
But Alina, yeah, could we do a first picture for Amber, please? I know that everybody's tired, but.
I'll be there.
I've never had them. We were never trained to do that out here when we were I prefer not to. Yeah. Positive I never did, and negative I never did. Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Yeah, we're still here. Mr. Do we still have yeah, we still have a quorum. Mr. Mayor, I want to do a motion to extend our meeting.
I
Mo-
second the motion. Do we have 4 people to stay? So.
Yes, and I know the item, I do need to leave, because, but my vote will be yes for this item.
You have the votes? I'm going to vote no. Do you have the votes?
I don't know. I mean, can we? I don't know. I mean,
Well, there's a motion. Do you have a second?
on what? On
extend
extending
the
the
meeting?
meeting? I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know. If we have the votes. So there was a motion to extend the meeting. Who seconded?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Do we have support to extend the meeting so we can take up item R7E?
What is
I mean, you're the
R7E?
mayor. I mean,
I'm a no.
What is R7E? What is
it's a valid question that we need to send to the county.
Oh.
We don't have to decide everything else today, but at the very least, so that the county
Oh,
can start the
yes.
legislative process to.
This is important, okay. We do need to hear this, please. This we'll make it quickie. We'll make it a quickie. We all know what this is. Introduce.
Mr. Mayor, am I recognized?
Well, do you have the votes? to
I don't know
extend
if
the
we
meeting?
don't.
Yeah, we do.
So call the roll.
So to extend the meeting, Commissioner Bott.
Not here.
Commissioner Bott is absent. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
So it's a yes. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine? Commissioner Suarez?
Yes, yes.
Mayor Minor?
No.
Motion to extend the meeting passes. R7E is referendum regarding construction of fire station in Flamingo Park, R7E.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is simply the referendum that if whatever we decide in the future, we can decide in the future. This is only the language we got to send to the county so they can start the legislative process to place the item on the August ballot. It's non-binding, it's a non-binding ballot language, but it gets the motion moving. If we wait till next month, depending on what we decide, the county
You
won't be
moving it?
able. I'll move the item.
I second it.
Let's call the vote.
Hold on, so it's Fernandez and Carrigy second. So all in favor?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bott is absent, so it's 6-0, motion passes. And it's, just for the record, it's a revised resolution that was put on the dais right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Just wasted